Good morning. Welcome, everybody. After 3 years, we have come in person by the grace of God. This is our 6th annual Tennessee Poets Day. And welcome you all. And thank you for showing up. And we have a lot of exciting events planned. We have first we have the open mic for the public, and then we have the mayor's award presentation at 11 o'clock, following with keynote speaker Jeff Hardin, and he's really awesome. You'll enjoy listening to him. And then we have other open mics at 1 o'clock and 2:30 for the authors. As well as 1:30 we have the Tennessee Poets Laureate, Maggie Vaughn. She's hilarious and fun and very friendly and witty. So you'll enjoy her speech and poetry and about songwriting, her life experience. 1 hour is not enough to have her speak here. So it will be fun, relax and enjoy. There's coffee and snacks when you need. Okay, thank you. And I want to thank David Harris, Bruce Jennings, and Rebecca Yancey, and Jeffy Nicholson. She's the library manager helping us, and to the WCTV team and the director, Creed Henderson. They are always there, unwavering support from the beginning. Without them and you all, this won't be happening. And also I have to, I want to remember the poets from Williamson County who are not with us here, but led the way for us. Dr. S.R. Lee, Sally Lee, who was my mentor and also the founder of Poets from the Neighborhood, who handed over the torch to me, and I'm trying my best. And then Louise Colin, she had been here always and enjoyed EMCing the open mic for public. And sadly, we lost her. Today is her service as well, according to God's plan. And we have a bonsai tree for her in her memory, and a card for you all to sign, and we'll give that to their family. And Nancy Fletcher Blum, who was from the beginning initially, was there, supportive and helping me to go on with it. When I started it, I reached out to her and she was like, oh, she was excited. And so we lost her as well. And so for the award ceremony, I have, that's a way of remembering them. So I have some awards in their names. So I am thankful and blessed for that opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I apologize for not being able to get here at 10 o'clock. As you are the mayor, you're called upon to be on duty 6 or 7 days a week, and one of my duties is being a grandpa. And that is the best duty that a man can have. And I have 9 grandchildren that live in this county. So when I build schools, I think one of those kids will go there. I often am called on by one of my children to help out, and that's what happened late last night, and I said yes. So I do apologize, and that's my excuse, and I hope you don't get me a mark for being tardy. let me say how important it is for poetry and what Jeffy does here at the library and what you do in organizing this group and what our board of trustees do at the library to make this possible. Some 20 years ago, I came to a period of time that they thought libraries and reading would be obsolete. Far from it. Far from it. In fact, we're expanding in this county in some of the areas that we need better services for our libraries. It may have been an old poem that you wrote, and it did rhyme. But some of the old literature that's out there, our books, our poems, are some of the best when I think about it. On the way here with my granddaughter, who's in the children's section, she loves it. She absolutely loves it. All of my kids love reading, and they love going to the library. There's no hesitation to do that. You can take a child to a different area and they're a little hesitant. She can bust in through the door, and she said, "I'll see you, Papa." And isn't that what books, reading, learning is all about? It's expanding our horizon. I have been blessed to be here several times at the request because I do love poetry and I love reading it. I'm not a very good writer, but I do enjoy reading poetry, and oftentimes just to settle the things we see going on in the world, poetry, reading will take you in a whole new comfortable position, particularly in the world we live today. So thank you. Thank you for doing what you do every day. I know this is important to our teachers, to our library and our library staff, what they mean to our community. I'll close it up with this. Many of you have heard how this county is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Tennessee. Over the last 10 years, we grew about 35%. So let's put that into perspective. We have about 250,000 people. By the year 2045, we're expected to have well over 475,000 people. That's 225,000 more people than we've got. And so we have to prepare. We have to build schools. We have to educate our kids so that they'll keep the tradition going like you started at some point. So again, thank you for what you do. Mine's a small part, but I am always honored to be here. And I will, if I'm asked you again, I'll try to make it, but I make no promises. Papa comes first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
you want me to hand these out?
Yeah, and I forgot to tell you, he's always very supportive and joyously accepts our invitation to come here. And so we thank him for coming here amidst all his commitments. Today is family, but other times he has something going around the county, so he's always making time, and we appreciate that. And we have an award for him here.
Thank you.
And we have some other awards, so he will be handing them, and I and Jeffy will help him out.
Oh, I'm up here.
So the next one is
Yeah. So this award, I know she is not able to be here. I don't see her, but this is a lifetime achievement award for 2022, presented to the Williamson County Public Library Director Dolores Greenwald, and I know that she would be very, very honored to receive this. So I'll give it to Janet instead. Thank you. Jeffy's doing such a great job over here.
She's always been helping us.
The excellent award goes to our keynote poetry, Jeff Hardin. I'm having to stay here because of the camera. Thank you.
This is Dr. S.R. Lee, collaboration honor.
All right. This is from Dr. Lee, collaboration honor award for 2022, presented to our own Channel 3 director, Creed Henderson. How do you do? Leave the camera on and walk up here. There you go. Take time out to come up here, Creed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can assure you that man works all the time.
And he's very supportive. And this is Lifetime Excellence.
This is...
she's not here. She's giving in the afternoon.
All right. This is a Lifetime Excellence Award, Songwriting and Poetry, Margaret Britton Vaughn.
She's a Tennessee Poet Laureate.
Okay, so she cannot be with us, right?
She'll be coming in the afternoon.
So you're going to hold it for her?
Yes.
Great. So we have if you're a man, you understand that behind every man that's successful, there's a successful woman making him successful. So this one is a Louise Colin Team Spirit Honor Award presented to WCTV produce lead Heather Rose. That's behind Creed. That's the one that helps us get these shows going at all times. Sorry Heather couldn't be with us. So this is the Nancy Fletcher Bloom Honor Award presented to Augustine S. Rajaratnam. Yeah. I tried. For unwavering support. Come up here. Thank you for always being there and helping. I get a second. This is a Leadership Excellent Award presented for the Community Outreach Initiatives. Dr. Come on up here. So the co-host honor award is presented to David Harris today, and we thank him. David. And the co-host honor award goes to Bruce Jennings. Bruce. And our co-host honor award presented to Catherine Adams.
She
could not be here.
Georgia, so she couldn't be here.
We honor her also.
Yeah. And here's a present gift for the mayor. This is an anthology for Civil War anthology, edited by S.R. Lee, my mentor and the founder of Poets from the Neighborhood. We are honored to present this to our mayor.
Oh, thank you.
And this is the poems and stories of
Filtering Through Time.
And I didn't know you were a veteran. So
Yeah.
you will enjoy it.
Well, thank you. I will enjoy this. I hope you'll sign this.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Thank you. And again, anytime we can help you in the library, all you have to do is let us know. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, sir. And we thank Jeffy. She's always helping us. So this time, she's officially representing the library, and we thank her for all her support.
So we got Rebecca. I guess you're first. This is Rebecca Yancey.
So I can read till the bell. I can. Okay. Do I even need this? I don't think I need it, probably. Okay, this first poem is called The Argument. They flopped on opposite sides of the bed, their backs facing. Streetlight shone through frost on the window. A car crunched through snow, alone at this hour. In the heated house, the refrigerator strained. At each movement, the bed squeaked like a rusty gate. She lay still. When she heard him settle, his breath slow, she eased a little closer to catch his rhythm. It was almost like touching, this breathing together. She took his breath, and he took hers. I clap every time. Missing person. I wash away the blur from hollowed eyes and smooth the night's disturbance from my hair. I pull on shirt and pants and finally shoes that I must try to fill all day far into night. I step carefully down the path I have worn these many weeks, foot in front of foot. Routine is the crutch that holds me up, the wall I lean against. Friends greet me as though I were the same, but the one they knew has been wrenched away. I have become my own twin, a shadowy being with no soul, a wraith cast far from scenes of anguish, the distance a fragile shield. Country store wedding. They appear in a sports car, stride purposely up the warm steps to the country store. Their eyes take in the room as they look for a clue as to where they should go. When they spot the clerk, they get in line behind a rugged farmer in ragged jeans. The clerk takes his time ringing up a purchase, then peers over his glasses at the empty-handed couple. He sees their story in their eyes, their stance, and heads towards office for his book. The girl has always dreamed of a church wedding with flowers and candles, the perfect dress, as she floats down the aisle to the swell of the organ to meet her soulmate at the altar, her eyes shining at the thought of a new life ahead. After minutes that seem longer, the couple, squeezed between the ice cream freezer and the pantyhose, say their vows before the justice of the peace, who, only moments before, had been selling pickled beets. The bell hasn't rung yet.
Nope, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay. What? Oh, okay. Granddaddy's cane, hanging on the back of the chair by my bed. Grandfather's cane, a wooden crook, scarred from catching in a slam car door or from banging against tables when he nearly fell. But it got him to work, to his granddaughter's wedding, even to church every Sunday morning. I could hear his uneven footsteps from several rooms away, the left foot falling heavy, the right swishing as it dragged. He would drop into his chair to read, call the dog for company. When I spoke to him, a long pause, his awareness rising slowly like a fish through murking water at the bottom of the pond. "What?" he would ask. "What did you say?" As a child, I rode with him on a Greyhound bus to visit kinfolk in Louisiana. My eyes heavy, my feet restless, I would pass the time staring out the window, wondering who lived in that lonely house. What did they do? Because I went with him, I was his favorite. I keep his cane close in case I might need it. Stumbling from bed in the night, my eyes blurred from sleep, I reach for it sometimes, hear his footsteps in my hall. Okay.
Or later?
Well, I forgot to mention the guidelines. Fortunately, I know Rebecca's work well enough to know that she wouldn't violate any of them. Poems have to be your own original work. They should be family-friendly and profanity-free. There's a lot of very good poetry out there that's not profanity-free. I used to do a radio show on a local low-power radio station, and one day I wanted to do a show about Charles Bukowski, and I couldn't find an hour's worth of his poetry that was profanity-free. There is no age limit, so no matter how young or how old. So our next reader is Matthew Bond.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. When I think about my own poetry, I tend to think that it runs the gamut. Some of it is difficult or even annoying, and some of it is very simple. And so I brought a few representatives of each, and in between. I'm going to start with the oldest one, a poem that I wrote about 30 years ago, back when I did a lot more work with chance. I would write lines, and then I would roll dice to see what order they should go in, and then I would perhaps rewrite them slightly to see if I could make them make better sense that way, and things like that. Or I would find lines and sentences in newspapers or magazines, and I would see if I could build around them. Anyway, this one is called Post the Standard. They come instinctively to the lights. Many gather, all sorts. They come in singles and bunches. Groups increase lending in city neighborhoods when their marriages break up. The ritual of flocking to basic human needs. We feel things and need something bigger than corn soup and greasy food. Night, little things the most critical as background in the wee hours of the morning. But right now, everything is unclear. The university goes ballistic. 90,000 strong stand on line, waiting. Tightening categories by a poor government counts people as poor. Parking places net pieces of fried dough and baked potatoes. Now the ravaged, jumping genes among the increasing help are dominating the low rank of urgent, juggling families. Americans, in general, earned less in 1991 than the year before. The G in 8. Thank you. This one was written a few years after that. It's a narrative piece, the longest one of the four you'll have to put up with. It's called The Falls. Taking you there on that dull northern route, which kept us just beyond a view of the lake, had taken you back 64 years to a boat trip and a brother when your plagues seemed much smaller and you were not waiting to die. At the hotel, we heard the rumble and we saw the mist, and leaving the elevator, you turned to the left away from my arm and stood and stopped before the ingeniously placed plate glass window where the inexorable falls fell. You lived within its strength just then, and then, reminded of the world of the 5th floor, retook my arm and pointed your cane and followed the porter to our rooms. There you sat for the afternoon on the stiff hotel chair, staring at the white water pounding, hushed, just below the window. We celebrated that power with dinner and with wine. We toasted it at table and again from above while the skies grew dark and its lights went on. You slept that night facing the window and floating on the rumble, and you opened your eyes to the falls and to coffee upon the next sunlit day. You wanted facts, not souvenirs, so we found for you that the water is wearing out its ledge. It backs away as it plunges ahead, a sensation that we all knew well. We calculated where it had been 64 years ago, and then how far downstream it was some thousands of years earlier when our kind had first come upon this thunder and these mists. Finally, and briefly brave, we left plate glass behind, and, standing near its wall, you backed away, not scared of its force, its enormous mass, its absolute constancy, but of your barely resistible urge to go over the wall and down through the white noise, to be one with sand and silt, with rocks and water, with the ledge and with the wall itself, and let the river return your own inconstancy back to your island. Hours later, as we drove home, still earthbound, you told us to call you by your first name, and we admired you for taking that plunge, and we jumped in happily after. And so it goes, or should. And so you should have gone too. But it happened half a year later. The water still fell and billowed into mist which clung now whitely to all rocks and walls and living things. The tourists are departed. The ledge is worn a few M's back, and a minor heart attack has taken you to a cold white hospital on the far shore of a different lake. Here you wake and tell your daughter that you dreamt that you had died. It was very nice, you say. And then you ask for coffee. You never murmured of moose and Indian. You never asked for the question. You never cried for more light or wished you were in Philadelphia. Lying in bed, you heard the falls loudly lauding gravity. So you just floated through that last plate glass window and fell like water over a wall. Thank you. That was long. Do I have time for one more?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. In my teaching, I keep notebooks recording how my students are doing, and sometimes these notebooks are to hand when I get an idea for a poem, and so I just write it in the same notebook. And so this is one that I wrote a year ago and just discovered like a week ago. So, oh, I'd forgotten about this. And in fact, it's very different from what I usually write because it rhymes and it has meter, and if it weren't in my handwriting, I'm not sure I would believe that it was mine. Anyway, it's called "The Cause is Always Hidden, but the Effect is Known." I want power steering, and I want power brakes, and I want correction and forgiveness when I make mistakes. There'll be no test drive. Let me take it off the lot. We will get to know each other with everything we've got. Black, yellow, or blue, no, those colors aren't for me. The outside, a personal pink. Inside, red as it can be. The roof has to open wide to let in the sun and moon. We keep expecting perfection, and then it's over much too soon. So let me put down my deposit, and then give me the key. If the car is all you say it is, then it is all I need. The roof has to open wide on days without snow or rain. I can tell the car is comfortable, but there's nothing without pain. Goodbye, dealer. Goodbye, friends. Welcome, world that never ends. Let's make the road stretch very far in this everlasting car. Thank you.
Okay, we're running a little over. We'll have another open mic session in the afternoon.
And the next event is our keynote poet, Jeff Hardin. So buckle up and listen. He's awesome. Thank you.
Well, thanks for inviting me to read and talk to you today about poetry, which is pretty much about the only thing I really do all the time. I write a poem pretty much every day and have for most of the last 3 decades. And in fact, I want to begin with the poem that I wrote this morning. I've been writing and publishing a few poems through kind of recently, but I started these probably 14, 15 years ago. And I kind of thought of them as kind of protest poems. But instead of going out into the street, although a lot of people do that justifiably, I thought of my poems as taking up the causes of certain ideas, words, values. So I've been writing and publishing these for a few years. This one's called Taking Up the Cause of Fullness. It's actually still in my journal. Some we lose seem never to have been here, while the presence of others anchors the years. Maybe some truths are all shadow instead of light. Wordsworth's breeze still comes to me. Keats and I keep time, but no, we cannot hold it. My heart, like Issa's singing leaf, drifts farther on. Each word's translation of wind, of ailanthus, of barn roof against the horizon, takes us back to a day when being forgotten felt like a gift. How cumbersome the mind is with all its demands. Not every ripple coming ashore has to be fraught with meaning. A wingtip veers, plunges, disappears. I could spend my life writing odes to vowels and still not reach heaven, but I sense a fullness I'm only part of, but central to, gathering us all in. Thanks. And I thought I would also, I would open kind of in the beginning of this and honor our friend Louise Colin. I know she and I read together for the Poets from the Neighborhood series, and just such a wonderful presence. She published a poem a few years ago in the online journal One, and I'm actually one among several editors for that journal, and so I thought I would read her poem. Evening at Fox Hollow Inn by Louise Colin. Come to the fire pit made round with fitted stones. Look to the stars dripping light. See the constellations move over the sky. Out on the mountain, just at the edge of our yard, a coyote howls, and two more answer from the mountaintop. A deer is trapped between them. It may be just a fawn. They sing the merciless songs of nature. The mountain was old when it was created out of ancient rocks and soil pushed up toward the clouds. Trees and vines hide the coyote, deer, turkey, skunk, possums, rabbits, snakes, owls, squirrels, redbirds, and the slave-built stone wall, which is all that is left at the home of pioneers of unknown names who lived in the valley below us. The bees in their hives are sleeping. Come closer to the fire. The wind is cooling. Watch the faint light tracing the mountaintop, promising tomorrow. And I thought, too, I'm going to sprinkle throughout part of this reading references to books or the library, since we're in a library, and it seems like in some ways libraries are under assault, I guess, or librarians, which got me to thinking about the librarians that I grew up with. In fact, my elementary school librarian, Miss Reeves, I'd like to thank her. She gave me the keys to wonder and reverence and awe and so many other things. She let me check out any number of books that I wanted. They had a rule about how many you could do as an elementary school kid, but she didn't really apply the rules to me. She knew how voracious I wanted to absorb everything. Well, anyway, a lot of years ago, probably not quite 3 decades ago, but very, very close. I think about 28 years ago, I was kind of doing a workshop once, and I said, hey, we should write postcards from some, really unusual location. And, I kind of envisioned, some Caribbean island or wherever. I mean, I don't know where these people might write postcards from. So, but I ended up writing a postcard from the library. That was my exotic place, I suppose. And this is called From the Center of the Library. It's never appeared in a book, but it was published in a literary journal many, many years ago. There are no books here, no crisp pages, ancient smelling, fingertip swirl stained, that I have lucked onto here, this place, this narrowed aim, which is what words are, pointed toward but never arriving, that I have stood here knowing imprecisely this is center, beneath my feet, is mystery, wealthy with air, and I can breathe here. My lungs, could I or you see them, are immaculate, absent of toil. Inside each breath there are beginnings, millions upon millions, stumbling after another to open the body's intricate concerts. A moment lasts only long enough to never have the chance to be remembered. This, dear friends, negotiators, readers, is the center. Out from here swell stacks and stacks of failed attempts. Yeah, y'all don't have to clap. And then I'm just kind of looking down. I have lots of poems, obviously, in books because I've got my 7th book just came out, but I have so many other poems that I really forget. I just forget that I write them. I came across this one this morning. It's called Fleetfoot. It just kind of seemed humorous to me. Fleetfoot. This time, Coyote gets the charge just right. The length of fuse expertly hidden. Even the detonator works. The speed of the flame meets the flash of the bird. A poet, just once, finds the inexplicable, ignited word. I don't know if you guys grew up watching the Roadrunner stuff. Anyway, that was kind of funny. And I'm going to go back as well to maybe my very first book, because I was looking around and I noticed that a particular poem called Early Spring Sanctuary. This book has a lot of midsummer sanctuary, late fall sanctuary, midwinter sanctuary. It's a series of poems that are spread out through the book. And this one's called Early Spring Sanctuary. I wrote it on this date in 2003. So 19 years ago today, April 30th. Early Spring Sanctuary. Inexplicably, the yellow pansies are angelic. Realizations ground bursting here and there. Spring revving up like nobody's business. Bloom after bloom after bloom after bloom. No room for dark or blemish, even in the darkest hearts. Mine, for instance. All falter and lost gleam, pious purged, drenched in the ooze of the commonplace. None of that today, though. None tomorrow. Day after next, who knows? February filled the water table. March was mild and waiting for its due. April, too. Afternoon palettes adding hues and bold lines. Can't help but think of Moses, Heston bearded and singed by God's shadow. One strike on the rock, the water set to issue forth. One strike, the promised land kept past his reach. And you and I, nameless sun lovers, responsible for no one, going the ways we wish to go. Wake these mornings to pink azaleas, grass so thick we'd never count the blades, each full and green, disputing nothingness. Hardly seems fair, hardly seems righteous. But I stretch out on the lawn's candescence and stare up through the lush of what's around me. Green buds on the dogwoods, spillage of honeysuckle, iris tipsy and begonia blessed, and I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. So, it's just thanks. Thinking about that, well, I mean, that's almost 2 decades ago. It's another kind of voice, I suppose, another kind of way of thinking about poems. And I think, at least for myself, I'm always attempting to find a different shape for a poem or a different kind of structure. Subject matter, well, that increases as your information increases and you read and have new life experiences. But the package that the poem goes in, I'm always trying to find some new shape, I suppose. So I thought I'd read, I've written a whole series of poems that are, for me, they're just couplets, 2 lines at a time, as a way to kind of shape the poem or hear the poem differently. And this is called A Song of My People. The people let me say this before I start. I grew up in Hardin County, Savannah, Tennessee, which is about 100 miles, 120 miles maybe from Franklin. And spent a lot of time on a creek bank, rivers. I'm the first person in my family to go to college, so a lot of what I do, writing poems and reading and teaching literature, and it's a little foreign to the experience that I grew up with. And so I sometimes still go back and think about the people I grew up around and try to give a voice to their world, but in many ways they probably would never read it. A Song of My People. The people I've tried to sing of never cared one whit and turned back to campfires and bean rows and whatever sadness lay deep in their thoughts. There were shut-ins to look in on and someone's fallen tree to cut and haul away. And had I asked what question follows all their days, they would have thumped me good and spent no time explaining why. One would have motioned, "Hand me that wire cutter," and another trembled a rolled-up cigarette to his lips and shook his head at nonsense. They've all been gone for years, for that's the one true answer to any question. But mornings and evenings I hear them rattling around inside me, tool shed carpenters shoring up steps, hatchet throwers and pool sharks, old men rummaging coffee can catch-alls for a lug nut or washer, a wheat penny, a buckeye, a cave-found fossil. They make a song of searching after saw blade files and needle nose pliers. A note goes high, then low, contemplative as an eddy, some long-gone lonesome hinge on a hayloft door, and I move to speak, to say their time and place, the words of who we were and came to be. And one goes silent as he always did, and another slams a tailgate shut, and one leans down to hook a chain to pull someone from a ditch, and one nods and shrugs his chin and lets that be a sort of answer. I think about the ways they did that kind of, it's just, you didn't say anything, you just kind of like made some kind of motion and everybody knew what it meant. Kind of weird. That got me thinking as well about, this is called Out of Ways. And I'm always curious about the way people use language. I mean, even that phrase, like out of ways. Where do you live? Out of ways. Out of ways in the country or something like that. It must be nice to be able to say you live out of ways away from everything, or up a hollow at the foot of such and such mountain, or at the fork of Rogers Creek or Indian Creek, where only a few good friends know the way to, but seldom visit, providing time enough to find time enough to do what you love most, which in the fall includes watching leaves their way across the grass, and lift that final time before they settle back and disappear amid the others. Other times, you think you've sensed the first turn toward winter, that unexplainable dip in the air, like a phoneme in a word you think it best to whisper, but not to anyone livingly present. But what happens next after you've sat there, trying as best you can to accord who you are to what the time remaining seems to be, what the day's last hour wants to tell? Maybe nothing, that's what. And even nothing, just like always, resolves what needs resolving, quietens down what seemed already quiet. And only then will you decide to gather stray bits of your thinking and go inside and give up what proved a brilliant day. But not just yet. Not for another moment or two. Not while there's still some hint in the near dark of one more thing set to happen you'll mostly have to imagine to see. So, one of the, I guess, shapes that I find myself writing in quite often is, well, it's a 15-line poem, but it's 5 3-line stanzas. And it seems like that's a kind of ready-made arc, at least for my mind. And so I can just kind of start with anything, and then it'll close itself out in 3 lines, and then I can pick up with something else. Hopefully there's a connection, an intuitive, kind of resonant sense that these things hold together. I probably strain that at times, but that's okay. But yeah, this book, Notes for a Praise Book, I think there are 50 poems in this book, and there are 26 of them that are these 15-line poems. In fact, I like this shape so much that there's a little book I have, a little chapbook that came out last year called Generosity for a Later Generation. Every poem in this book is one of these 5 3-line stanza poems. So this is called A Myth That Changes with Every Retelling. You really shouldn't settle for a boaster such as I. This could get ugly, and someone might weep. And how embarrassing for all if it turned out to be me. My tears are sorry anyway and never did anything good. The birds can't bathe in them. The thirsty can't drink them. They pollute all the wells and wither the crops. What pops in my head I can't take credit for. So much randomness turned to order and vice versa. Yet what can I do when detractors line up with their sticks? Here's what I offer instead. A memory of how I used to leap across leaf piles and make up a song, believing I soared above entrances to hell. Then again, what do I know? My memories, like anyone's, have turned into myths that change with every retelling. I open my mouth, and some worlds vanish. Others begin to appear. So I want to revisit the idea of books for a minute. And so many years ago, my closest poet friend, Will Mills, Will died about 10 years ago, 2011. But he was house sitting in a North Carolina town. He was actually house sitting for the author Annie Dillard. And so Will was teaching at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill as a visiting poet. And he was just house sitting, and he begged me to come over during my spring break. So I eventually did. I think this was 2008. And I've read Annie Dillard. I've got lots of her books. But it was a weird thing the next morning when I woke up and I realized that bookcase and that other bookcase in this room that I'm in, those are Annie Dillard's books. And so before I ever got out of bed, I wrote a poem called Waking in a Room of Books. I didn't make any mention. You guys are in on the secret. You're the only ones who really know it was Annie Dillard's books. So. I've always known that someday I would know a lot beheld through every window pane. And here I am, propped up in bed, redeemed by sight to see again what's grown familiar, having happened just this once, for always, a déjà vu of faith made manifest, so that I look again to look again at light that formed me, forming what I see. It rises out of everything, the floor, the window sills, the table's rounded edge, the camera lens askew, turned toward the wall, and from the ridges of the author's names well placed, the dust along the spines, the space between the dust, and what's inside of that. I don't know if it's important that this is a book of sonnets, but it gave me a shape, right, to put poems into, and so I have a whole series of these, a whole book of sonnets, which still seems a little strange to me, but and then another kind of playfulness that I was doing for a long time. I had a whole series of friends that I would send these back and forth with, and they're kind of based on the tanka form, the Japanese, kind of predates haiku, and 5 lines. There's a particular kind of syllable count, which doesn't necessarily translate to English necessarily, but we tend to translate it 5-7-5 and then 7-7 for the last 2 lines. I didn't really keep track of syllable counts, but it was just a way of thinking through about 5 lines. And I would send these back and forth to friends by email. And I'm like 2001, over 20 years ago when I started doing this. And then they would send poems back to me, and it became this kind of conversation. Really kind of wonderful. A couple of my friends, Michelle Miller and Becky Yanian. So anyway, this is, I call these, at the time I called them speculations. I didn't really know what to call them, but now I just call them 5-liners. And so I would invite you to play around with writing 5 lines. I'm just going to read a kind of arc of these, if that's okay. I love best the smallest poems. They say, I want, but know they have to settle. Given a choice between emptiness and fullness, I choose the hand of the one asking. The haikuist studies the shade of the pine tree till he loses count of the years. Listen, frogs, just once, let me see you before you jump in the pond, startling my heart. Some days I'm out walking a gravel road, just one more Luther lost on his way to find the church door. I'm always spooked by sorrowful people sneaking up behind me, just as I bend for the 4-leaf clover. I wish the glassblower knew me and would spend the day revealing all the fragile shapes breath can be. This morning, a leaf fell so slowly, I rifled through several decisions, making none of them. In the empty chapel, I whisper, "Holy." And then, for no good reason, I dance a swift jig. You can't tell me the hummingbird hasn't raced away to go write something in his notebook too. Well, yesterday I was desperate to know, but now I'm just an old bucket off the side porch. The far reaches of the galaxy and the root of the turnip are equal distance from me. Like light light like roots at the base of a tree, yet you insist on being in a dither? This language, so casual, we say post-war. Why not post-tulip bloom, post-hayfield cleared? Big subject, death. You are not so big. Swallow me someday, you'll still not be satisfied. Even small I was satisfied. So those have been a lot of fun. I've probably written 1,000, 1,000 of those 5-liners. A few years ago, a guy named Steve Miller, who teaches book arts at the University of Alabama, did a little handmade book of 100 of these, and you have to pay a little bit more than $1 for every single one of them. I mean, it's pretty expensive, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. So I have a new book out called Watermark, and so about 18 years ago, roughly around 2004, I kind of had this idea of taking old phrases from some of my poems that had never gone anywhere and making them the titles of new poems. And in fact, I did that. There's one in this book that is, I had a phrase, how quiet must I be? I wrote it at the top of the page. But as I wrote it, I ended up thinking this way, but also thinking vertically like an XY axis. I was always pretty good at math. And so I ended up taking the phrase and then positioning it down the margin, and then writing a poem that kept stitching back through these words. Kind of like what I thought of as a watermark phrase, or a whispered prayer, or a subliminal message behind the poem. And then, obviously, the first one was just something out of my own work, but I suddenly thought of a lot of phrases that had been central to my life. A lot of them from literature, and many of them from the Bible, and even the band U2, Irish band. And it turned out a lot of phrases are about 5 words. I have promises to keep, Robert Frost says, or you must change your life, Rainer Rilke says. But so I ended up writing a whole series of these poems over the next few years, mostly completed around 2009, although I think there may be 2 or 3 stragglers that came a little later that ended up in the book. And so I thought I would read a few of these maybe. This one has the phrase "No lie can live forever" from Martin Luther King, if you're familiar with that. The title of the poem is "For When the Days Seem Absent Any Answers." No is sometimes the affirmation a soul most needs. A mountain brought to its knees before a valley stretching miles ahead. Ideas so vast the mind cannot contain it. Signs and wonders lie everywhere around us. Like the morning I saw a parking lot puddle filled with birds, 100 frolicking and cleansing themselves, rejoicing, I'm tempted to say. In that way, a person can discern without a single doubt a message has been given. For I admit that I believe, have always believed. Such moments seek us out to show us what's unseen within the life we live. So I received it, spoke yes aloud, while sailing over roads and in and out of neighborhoods, sang it, really, over and over, out of tune, I'm sure, though wide awake inside forever, if that's conceivable, and even if it's not. You should have seen me, to the ends of my existence, doing my own cleansed dance, feeling all around me that cool water's truth. I mentioned the band U2. I think there are 3 of their phrases that are watermark phrases for these poems. Some of you may know that there's a song of theirs called God Part 2. I think it's a response that Bono wrote to John Lennon's song called God. But then even in that, he makes reference to Jimi Hendrix, Kiss the Sky. Remember a bit? Jimi Hendrix, excuse me while I kiss the sky. And Bono says, if you want to kiss the sky, better learn how to kneel. So this is called Empty to Forethought and What Happens Next. And it has that phrase. Better days are unlikely, since no other day exists but this one, continually returned unto itself, replenished and enlarged, cicada stretched and oak shadow woven. May I learn the unreadable text of its passing, the irrefutable summons inscribed upon my breath, to offer myself up, abeyance and praise, emptied of forethought and what happens next. How I breathe, one writer said, is important. Did he have in mind the vowelless name of God that can't be pronounced, only exhaled? Is it dispensation of grace that leads to this need to be still, to listen out beyond the reach of all words, to hear inside the inside a deeper and deeper call, tender and tender? May the words from my mouth kneel, bow down, bleed out their substance till they're wordless and finished, husk caught away, moving across grass and stems in the moment, affirming itself. I may just come back to another one of those a little bit later. So as I said, I've always kind of been interested in the language that people use, words they keep circling back around to, that kind of thing. So this is called an instrument, and it has actually about 3 things I think that I heard repeated quite often when I was growing up. My people would say pert near. Y'all have heard that? Pert near. My people would say pert near, and what do you allow? With a voice that sounded like listening all night to a campfire. And when cicadas started up, it just made sense to stare up into the oak's highest branches and be in no hurry to come back from wherever thinking took them. And there was not one bit of irony in saying, I'm an instrument. To believe one's life was made to serve others, sometimes only to bake a pie, or to sit all evening with a neighbor's grief, or to clear a fallen tree. Like them, I am an instrument, a voice saying what binds me to others, allowing the scent of rain that doesn't come, and this history of histories drifting away, and these small warmths I tend, inviting anyone in need to draw near. I might just read a couple more poems and we're going to have some questions, or do you want to do that? So I'll read this one. So it's called Being in Your Own Mind, which is, I suppose, where we all are. It's hard to get over to somebody else's mind. I And it's hard enough to deal with being in your own, right? But sometimes you're with your own kind of people. So I hope that's where we are today. Being in your own mind. When you're with, say, your own kind, those toward whom you do not feel a need to prove yourself, to explain the context out of which you speak, being in your own mind's ease is easier then. No fiddling to find the right word to convey belief in sacramental places like eddies along a creek's slow course or underneath a sycamore's million leaves. No need to think you need to craft an argument for studying the stems of sapling oaks, for following a hawk that holds itself aloft along what's left of some horizon line. Your own kind knows the things you know, the way a cedar makes the soil acidic, and how a dogwood often grows nearby, the way a wren builds decoy nests, and how the men a generation back would take it on themselves to stop and mend a fence because they saw it needed done. You used to think the mind could hold a truth, but now you see the mind is like a walnut hull before the vastness of the sky. The mind is smaller than it thinks itself to be. Sometimes you let your own heart be a hymn nobody else can hear beneath your words. It wanders like its Lord inside the coolness of the day. And no one needs to know the knowing it has come to know. Not your kind, at least, who stand around and nod agreement at the thing you didn't say you didn't need to say because not saying it is how your kind, sometimes let it say itself. So I think there's this, it's this desire perhaps to, we have this language, right? But it'd be great if we could find another one. And I'm not necessarily just talking about, I guess I'm thinking about a kind of ideal language, right? I was thinking about W.S. Merwin, the poet W.S. Merwin, and one of his books called Travels many years ago. I think the very first line in the book is, or first line of the second poem, says, I always knew I came from another language. Another language. So long as someone's out among the weeds and sage-grass, we'll likely hear the music of that other language, the one passed back and forth between the river and the sky. You won't catch me apologizing for all the piddling I did as a child. Even now, I look down and can't explain why no stick is in my hand to drag along behind. In the middle of the night, my father'd wake us to drive the back roads of a universe of silence. And now, no one can tell me that I don't belong to heaven. Why aren't we asking each other for more assurances? I'll give you my voice, and you give me yours, and we'll let that be the start of prayers we haven't known. As far as I can tell, the Savior of this world wrote only in dust the sins of those who stood nearby. We can't know his handwriting except where we kneel. Maybe that'll be a good spot to end. Well, do y'all have any questions? Yep.
Questions for Jeff?
Yeah.
So, what books are in Annie Tiller's room?
Oh, I don't know if I remember all the title. I don't think I even took a photo. Maybe I should have done that. That would be probably worth keeping track of. But they're probably a lot of the same books that we all have, you know. Although I think I was looking for some of her books, and they weren't in that room. But those were at home in my room. I don't know if you do that, but if I'm ever at somebody's house, I find myself looking at their bookcase, if they have one, just to kind of see what I might be overlooking, you know.
And what it says about them.
Yeah, maybe what it says about them, what their interests are and curiosities, that kind of stuff. Anybody else? Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot. You covered so much ground. I'm just apropos of bookcases. Being on Zoom for 2 years, I've seen a lot of bookcases.
Yeah.
It's also interesting the people who deliberately put their own books in the My question is this: you were speaking with the haikus and the short poems, how you were looking for different forms and structures. And I think you said something to the effect that the content will come, or something like that.
Yep.
My question is, do you ever experience a tension between form and content? And how do you proceed? Is it resolvable? Is it unresolvable? What do you do about it?
Yeah. So yeah, but that tension between form and content, how do you resolve that? I mean, obviously, yes. The answer is there's always that tension between the shape of the poem and then what is either emerging or not emerging. You know, even down to the level of, if you think about, if you've written let's say 2 lines that are roughly close to the same length, but the thought that comes next isn't a full line, something feels out of balance, doesn't it? Something feels as though, okay, I need to flesh that out or reshape this because it doesn't visually look symmetrical, which is a different kind of tension, I think. I think for myself, though, no matter which shape, if I write a sonnet, which I went through a whole period of time writing sonnets, you know, that conflict between the octave and the sestet, that's at work there. If you're doing a haiku, well, the first line and maybe the turn that happens in a haiku instinctively, whether it's the first line or maybe you've written 2 lines and then there's a shift that happens. I think it's just tension and conflict are central to the poem, whatever shape it is. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's really fascinating to kind of think about. Maybe there's a whole essay or someone's written about it, I'm sure, or could. Yeah.
The thing that I experienced myself and the thing that I've had in mind, you're looking at pattern and you've got a word that has a number of syllables or whatever, and the word that fits is not content-wise the right word.
Oh.
And maybe you can find one that is both, but if you can't, you have to make a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably. So, do you come down on the content side or on the form side? Yeah. I think I'd probably come down on the content side myself. But I'd probably keep working to meld the form and the content. Of course, I know I quote this sometimes. It's about the only. I know 2 of my poems off the top of my head. So I should practice this a little bit more, But talking about a shape or a form, in my 5th book, No Other Kind of World, many years ago, I came up with this idea of a poem where there were only like maybe 2 or 3 words per line, which I don't tend to do. My lines are longer. But I had the idea of taking the last word of these 3-line little stanzas, and every word down the page in each of the last word of each stanza rhymed. And I had never really seen that. And then I wanted to see if it could be one sentence as well. So I wrote a whole bunch of these, and most of them didn't turn into anything worthwhile. But I did write one. It's called "In Winter," and it goes directly from the title into the poem. In winter, the pine trees' limbs filled with snow grow tense, with being on the verge, if not from weight, then from suspense, of crashing down along this length of side yard fence, which admittedly is little more than pretense, and holds nothing in, but nonetheless provides a lens, a frame, through which most evenings I admire a late light rinse down the barn's roof of 50 years of hedge apple dents, there where a child I often climbed, but haven't since, though where else ever felt so soul small and immense. And, to me, there feels like there's the thrust of what I'm trying to say, or what I'm finding my way to say, but I'm trying to always hit this echoing note, right? And so it makes the writing of the poem, like a puzzle to figure out or something, and or just playful. I mean, even the idea of a puzzle makes it sound too cerebral, I guess, which I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. But I like the playfulness of it. And I wish I had written more that, well, I did, I think there's maybe one other in this book. And I, playing with that little shape, I spent a lot of time at a creekside, as I've probably apparent from some of my poems. But there's one in here, letting out line. Oh, and by the way, this came about because I saw the word protagonist, and I do these little exercises, Bruce, where I write a word, and then write an echoing word, and echoing word, and echoing word. See how many I can just do off the top of my head. I know you can find something online like a rhyming dictionary, but I'm trying to search my own brain, right? And so I wrote the word protagonist, and it didn't even end up in the poem. I was so disappointed. But letting out line, only a little while I stood there in the mist, looking upstream at the willow oak leaves loosed down to float the currents near rest. I'm playing around with slant rhyme here. I let drop my line and lure, flicked my wrist toward a low limb shade of shadows, but missed. Then reeled in and tried again, obsessed with landing a slow motion, perfectly placed, unspooling silence out of silence cast. The kind where briefly the moment is lost, is pushed to an outer edge, straining to resist, then reappears where the bobber kissed. So if you've ever been fishing, I used to really obsess about like trying to place a cast. Like I imagine the spot next to the log or the deep green, and just try to put it exactly where which I realize now is not really any different, David, than trying to hit the right word. It's like, I used to bat rocks. I used to be a baseball player. You only hit a baseball perfectly once, twice, maybe 3 times in your whole career. Every other time it's just almost perfect, but it's not perfect. And you're trying to write a poem that feels the same way. Like it's almost there. or more likely it feels like you hit it when you're done, and then you read it the next day and you're like, oh, I'll circle back around, and the poem I led off with today that I wrote this morning, I'll be embarrassed that I read it. So But anything else? Good questions.
Tell us about you put poems every day on Facebook.
Yeah, I put about three and a half years ago, maybe, I started an entirely secret Facebook group called Hardin Daily. This is essentially, the origins of this date all the way back to our friend Bill Brown. If you're familiar with the poet Bill Brown, Bill's one of my longest standing buddies, and we had met, I don't know, 2008 or 9 or so, or even earlier, up in Nashville, and as we would do, and I was reading some of his poems, he was reading mine, and I said, these are better than what I read on Poetry Daily or Verse Daily. And actually what I need is a Brown Daily. And then I said, oh, that's actually not a bad idea. Hey, why don't I do this? Monday through Friday, we will send each other a new poem. We don't have to comment. We're not trying to impress each other. We're already impressed. We'll just, a fellowship of sharing poems. And so we cooked this idea up, or I did, and out of that came a book of his called The News Inside. So anyway, a lot of years had passed, and I realized I have all these poems I've been writing for years. Maybe 90% of them I've never even typed up. They're still in my journals. I need to do something to kickstart myself, to put a title on it, to put a title on the poem. So I said, well, I'm going to start a Facebook group called Hardin Daily. It'll force me to type up my poem. I'll do it Monday through Friday. The weekends are, for recuperation for my readers and for me. And I didn't realize I'd be going this far. I just thought I'd do it for that first year. And then the pandemic hit. And, so it just seemed like, I think there are about close to 270 people who are in this group. You can't go looking for it because somebody has to let me know they want to be in it, and I'll put you in, but you can't find it on Facebook. But it just becomes a way for me to follow through on, I've always been good at following through on writing the new thing. Not so adept in recent years of typing it up, maybe sending it out. The book that just came out, Watermark, like I said, I finished that mostly in 2009. I have 7 books, which is so strange to think about, and almost nothing I've written since 2010 has ever appeared in a book. I got like 12 years of poems that I don't know what I'm going to do with. Probably lost to time or something, but y'all don't need me to tell you this, but writing is not always about publication, although I've been blessed in that area. But it's really just a way of being in the world, of cataloging the day and having a few thoughts that come to you and end up in some kind of shape on a page. And there's first of all a joy in that, and just writing and putting something on a page. But it doesn't really have to be read by anybody to be useful, Any other questions?
So are all 270 people contributing a poem a day?
No, it's Hardin Daily. Yeah, I just put up a poem that I write that morning, or sometimes I'll go back and find, this is a poem that's in my journal from 8 years ago, this date, and if it's never been typed up, I'll put that in there. It also kind of just lets people see the process, because I think people, maybe they're surprised sometimes, I don't know, but maybe I'll say it this way. There's a particular poet that I really, really admire. There are lots of poets I really admire. But this was one I introduced one year at the Southern Festival of Books, and I think this book is incredibly good. And I made some comment about a particular poem in that book that was, my favorite. It had never been accepted by a literary journal. In fact, most of the poems in that book, which I think is a really, really incredibly fine collection of poems, most of those poems floated around for years. This is somebody that I might look at and go, oh yeah, he's successful. Like he's got it going on. No, he's getting rejected just like I am, and maybe the poems that I think of as the strongest ones never find an editor that likewise thinks this is incredible. So I wanted to kind of dispel a little of the mythologies that I think we all build up around the success or lack of success or whatever when it comes to publishing. And so, hey, here's the poem I wrote, and maybe you may or may not ever see it again in a book. And even if you see it again, it may not exactly resemble this shape or form. I don't think most of us get really lucky with something straight out of the gate that is like flawless. That doesn't seem to happen that often. And it's just kind of making myself vulnerable, I suppose, with whatever the daily poem is. So, and sometimes I go back and look at them, and it's just a record of what I was doing and thinking about. It might not rise to the level of something that's worth being in a literary magazine or a book, but I think, as I said, I think it's still useful. And then another thing, maybe I'll say this and hush, but when my second book came out in 2013, that was a kind of eye-opener for me in a way, because I sometimes would get comments from people about poems in the book that, if I've got 50 poems I'm going to go do a reading, I kind of have the ones that I think are the ones I want to put forward, right? I mean, maybe I like all the poems, but these are the ones I think that will, kind of really stand out. And I discovered every reader is different. And what matters to one reader doesn't matter to another one. Or what matters to the reader isn't one of the poems that really caught my attention. And that was eye-opening. I mean, it's probably obvious to anybody, but it's like, so I think you have to let matter what matters to the person to whom it matters. And there may be poems that I do in my Hardin Daily that never go anywhere, in terms of like ending up in the Southern Review or whatever. But some of them really matter to maybe one reader or 5. And that's the poem, that one. And that's okay. So I'm just kind of making a space for that to be the case. Anything else? Look at David over there. Yeah. Oh, the bio? Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. That's awesome. We are blessed. Jeff is a renowned local poet and a good teacher, and where he inspires. And actually, the 5-line poems you should try. I did. One time we had a meeting at the coffee shop and right outside, and we were talking about it, and there was a mockingbird. I always tell the story. And it was like stretching, really like relaxed, and spring day, I think, after hosting a poets from the neighborhood. And it was so like you had to write a poem. So I just did a 5-line poem and gave it to him. And he's like, oh, okay, that's great. So, it's kind of good to try different venues and different methods of writing. He's experimenting. So, it's what comes to heart and mind. So we are blessed to have so many poets who inspire us. And Bill Brown, like he said, he couldn't be here today, but he sends his greetings to everyone. Jeff, Jeff had been here every time. He's one of our unwavering supporters and had done workshops, wonderful ones, and we thank him for that. And you all know him, but here's his bio. Jeff Hardin is the author of 6 previous collections of poetry, and the latest one is Watermark, just came out, so that makes it 7. Before that, Clearing Space in the Middle of Being, and No Other Kind of World, and Small Revolutions. His work has been honored with the Nicholas Roerich Poet Prize, the Donald Justice Prize, and the X.J. Kennedy Prize. A chapbook, Generosity for a Later Generation, recently appeared from Seven Kitchen Press. He's a professor of English at Columbia State Community College, where he has taught for almost 3 decades. And his website, www.jeffhardin.weebly.com. Yeah, and my son was here. He was a student. He was taking English at Columbia, and he said, "Oh, I know Jeff Hardin." So he was here. So thank you, Jeff. So welcome back. About to start our afternoon session with open mic poetry. Before that, I want to say a few things about Poets from the Neighborhood, which was established in 2013. We have a program on WCTV that comes on every Friday, and public, we accept poetry from public of all ages. Poetry has to be your own original work, family friendly, and clean language, no profanity, please. And there's no age limit. So you can submit the poetry to williamson.tnpoets@gmail.com. And we also have a weekly Zoom Thursdays open mic poetry. And you can email to the PFTN team, again at the same email, williamson.tnpoets@gmail.com. So this is a TN Poets open mic, Zoom Thursdays at 6 p.m. CST. We have this annual Poets Day events. We have started doing virtual pre-recordings, mostly during the TN Poets open mic Thursdays, and also featured poet events. So we hope you'll join us for those. And now we are starting our open mic session for the afternoon. David. And following that, we have our poet laureate, Maggie Vaughan, right here. She will be giving her lecture on songwriting and poetry. Yes.
Okay. And actually, you're our first reader for this part. Oh, okay. Joseph Sanfilippo.
Okay, just say one thing before I start. My main language is Italian, so everything that I've done, I've translated from Italian into English. So just bear with me if something doesn't match too well. Okay, the first thing I'm going to read is called Knowing No One. It was written about, I was living in San Diego at that time, going to the University of San Diego. And here it is. See, I'll put my glasses on so I can see. I'm beyond 21, so I need glasses now. Monday night at the movies, sitting in a deserted aisle, hamburger and a Coke for friends, a drunk sailor to whom to talk, an occasional woman found somewhere to warm a cold night, a long walk on endless sidewalks, the light of naked streets, dog howling at the distant moon, and the emptiness, oh God, the emptiness of the coming day. The next one is called Mad World. It reflects basically the way the world is going now, at least in my opinion. The wind pushes hard, screaming in unknown voices, many faces brought from faraway places. From the east and the west, both in decadent glory, speaking of sadness and unspeakable stories. Here is the world, rotten and consumed, unable to hear what we all say. Then now is time for change and to pray. The wind is now silent. There are no more voices. It's up to the world to change its faces. Enough, it's enough. The wind will be back. You will bring to the world what is needed at last. One voice and one face, and finally peace for all us to rest. The next one is called The Puppet. The puppet dances on an all-white stage, hands hidden in darkness, bounded to ropes, to make its world a cage. The puppet cannot see, its eyes are dull, facing a world that does not exist. The puppet cannot speak or think. His voices and his thoughts in deep darkness reside, a place where cruel souls can hide. The puppet dances without knowing why. Ropes own its time to make it do what they desire. The puppet dances on an all-white stage, bound to unbreaking lines and unscrupulous hands, to a darkness and to a misery without remorse and end. Should I go more? Time? Okay. Okay, this one is I made for my grandmother. The name was Matilda. She sits, her hair is white, wrinkles mark her face. She is silent. She has never talked much, maybe because she knows that words don't change a life. She suffers. That is how I remember her, between walls green with moss, the smell of time that bring peace. She has strong hands. The blur demands it. And yet no one can caress my hair more gently. She sits in silence, a stain of color, a final touch on an unfinished painting. That's how I remember her. A small black stain on the withered walls of Via Citerni, on the sloping cobblestone to San Donato. You still have time? Oh, I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce now. Bruce Jennings.
Thank you. I thought I would read, I've been keeping track of poems that I've written since the beginning of the pandemic, roughly. And I thought I'd begin with one of the earliest ones, written sometime around the beginning of 2020. And then something written just about a week ago to kind of bookend my feelings about, not that the pandemic is over yet, of course, but nonetheless. And the first one is sort of written as a dialogue between an aging man and his daughter. And the title of the poem is Living Will. He and his daughter mulled it over. His remaining life would pass with decency and dignity, weather permitting, in a style modest and optimistic. He smiled. No, she said, optimism is a proposition. The word hovered between them. They watched it leave. Hope, then, he said, which is a posture. In a style humble and hopeful, a shaker style for the furniture of mind and heart aging in smaller quarters. He smiled again. Your mind is too ornate, she said. Would the simplicity suit you? I hope to outlive that opposition. What I look for ahead is not simple, but only more compressed. I want my space and my time to line up. I see icons without iconology, exuberance under the breath. As she smiled, it reflected in his. Now you're catching on. Attention that deserves payment without calling attention to itself. She seemed distracted. A cleaner line, cleaner than a rhyme? Just so. The sound the smooth curve of a railing makes as the hand slides along it, but you can't quite hear. The shaping of space between parallel slats in a door, or as a design element, decorative, but not dominant. A natural wood stain reveals the gift of grain in lines showing something pure, but not pristine. Hygiene? Another posture? She smiled again. No, I'd say such shapes were sturdy geometries of consolation to their makers, offered to celebrate a creation, but not their own. And one that is not ours, shapes sufficient, she said, unto the day, he answered. Handles and knobs that do not menace or repel invite the embrace of human flesh. Chairs not so comfortable as to let you sit too long or neglect your chores. Just enough glass indoors to reveal something within, but not too much. So the more recent one now is entitled Widower's Watch. A widow gets the topmost room of houses above the harbors of New Bedford and Martha's Vineyard, where she watches over the waves and awaits the man whose life she had shared with the sea. A widower watches in the basement room and remembers how the woman anchored their household. In this room, a washtub stands dry and idle, and ball jars of preserves she put up sit patiently on shelves.
She worked from below. He feels the buried supports of the life she provided for him. They still give him footing, and they remind him of the subterranean strength of her love. Widows watch for one who will not arrive. Widowers drift at sea as they long to be watched for again. So let's see, how am I doing? Okay, so time for one more? All right. So this is also pretty recent. It's called After You. We thought about Moses Herzog's madness, and behind that, the letter that Saul Bellow sent to his own death. And behind that, we thought about the novel as an enabler of death and poetry as its nemesis. As an afterthought, we wrote, "We have many deadlines to meet before we should die." Signed it, sealed it, and put it in a drawer. We had been in agreement about this. It is not the last day of living that you should dread, but the first day of dying. The day you know that something unwelcome can no longer be ignored. In most of our time together, I said, "After you." It was just my bringing up talking, something said to please with a wink. Of all the suggestions you brushed aside, why did you pick that one to follow?
And now, Kristen Grimm.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Kristen Grimm, and Vera asked me to talk about Louise Colin, and she is one of our beloved poets here in Williamson County. And I don't know if you know her, raise your hand. She's such an incredible writer, and I have a poem here that I'm going to read in a few minutes. But I wanted to talk about Louise today because she was such an integral part in our writing community here in Williamson County. And I met Louise when I was 27 years old, and I walked into a writers' conference sponsored by the Williamson County Council for the Written Word. So that group does not exist anymore. But back in the day, it was this bustling group of poets and writers, and there were a core group of women and a few men, but mostly just amazing writers who took on that beautiful part of our community and brought writers together. And so I walked into the writers' conference that day not knowing anyone. I had seen an advertisement in front of Bill Peach's shop in downtown Franklin. Do you remember the Pig and Peach? So if Bill will be watching this, he'll be glad I mentioned it. And so I just saw the advertisement, and I thought, well, I'm going to go to that writers' conference. And I showed up, taking a break from my 3 small children, and who checked me in but Louise Colin. And she looked at me, and her eyes got big, and she said, oh, you're young. And she said, we're all old and we need you here. We need you here. We need young people. And then Sally Lee came behind her. Do you all remember Sally Lee? Sally Lee passed away a few years ago. And Sally Lee looked at me and she said, oh, you're young. And these older writers took me under their wing, and they taught me just how to go to the beautiful places in my own writing, and they showed me how they went to the beautiful places in their writing. And for those of you watching, Louise Colin passed away on the 24th of this month, and it's just left such a beautiful hole in our hearts, right? And we will fill it with all of her memories. One of the things that Louise taught me as I was writing and getting into poetry, being brave enough to share my prose with the group, was how to find the magic in my writing and how to listen for it. And I think that anyone who listened to Louise's poetry, to her prose, who read her books, right? We all know that Louise could find the poetry in words and put it on paper and take us places that we wanted to go and stay in and never leave. And there's a wonderful poem that she's written, and let's see, I'm gonna have to open up my phone here. But for those of you who remember Louise's poetry, it was, I just think the word that comes to mind, magic, you know? And she liked to use that word in regards to her writing. And Vera has chosen this poem. The title of this poem written by Louise Colin is called It Has Been Nice. And I think you'll hear the spirit of Louise Colin in her own words. It has been nice. It has been nice, that marvelous trip on a rocket ship that bucketed up and smashed the stars into castanets and wild guitars, then sailed right on past another moon, but we looked back and it fell too soon. You can't stand rice, your shoes are all new, and I never cared much for anything blue. So blow out the candles, cork the champagne. Don't tell a soul we saw rose-colored rain. We'll go back to the ground, and I'll see you around. And that was Louise. I know that she reached for the stars in her poetry, and she allowed those stars to flow through her pen onto the paper. And we honor her memory today, and we know that she is with us in spirit, and she is just such a beautiful part of this community, and we will miss her dearly. And I see all of you shaking your heads, because don't you just feel her with us right now? And she would be so proud, and so many wonderful things happened in this room. And Louise was behind so many of these events that we had for the community. So today we honor Louise Colin in memory and with this poem. So, and Maggie's next, right? Yeah, okay. So anyway, I just would love to give Louise a round of applause and let her know that we're here.
Thank you, Kristen. That's wonderful. And just to mention, God's plan today is her memorial service, Louise's, as we are here. And just like Kristen said, I was invited by Sally and her right in this room after reading a poem. So those are poets who worked so hard, and because of them we are here. And I earlier mentioned there's a bonsai tree that I bought one day before her passing, but still going to her and family, and there's a card for anyone who wants to sign. And I wrote a haiku for Louise, and I'll say it here. Bonsai of a poet, her poems of love and joy in our hearts forever. Thank you. So that ends our open mic poetry for now. We have another session after Maggie wants talk. We have with us our Tennessee Poet Laureate, who is our dear friend. She's so down to earth and loving, and lovely to have her here today, and you will enjoy her talk. So here she is, Maggie Vaughn.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I love to see old friends. Jeff and I go back how many years, honey? Yeah, at least. Oh, Lord. That's why I got gray hair, I guess. But he and I had a mutual friend, Will Mills, and the three of us used to argue over poetry all the time because I'm a country poet. And sometimes I don't understand what they write, but that's okay. They're great writers. Country music gave me my voice to write. When I was 5 years old, well, actually before that, but 5 years old, I heard it. I mean, it touched me. Even though I talk about divorce and all that, I understood it. And through the years, I wrote it. And in the 60s, I came to Nashville. I was born in Murfreesboro, grew up in Gulfport, Mississippi. My daddy was a fireman and killed on duty. When I was 9 months old, Mom was expecting my little brother, and she married an older man, I'm sure for security, and he was transferred to Gulfport, Mississippi, which I'm so thankful for, because Murfreesboro, a girl was supposed to do three things: graduate from high school, get married, and have babies. And I knew I wanted to graduate, but that was the only one I wanted to do at the time, because I was into country music. When I could touch that radio dial, I listened to country music. I thought it was some of the greatest poetry I'd ever heard in my life. And therefore, it gave me my voice to write. I tell young poets all the time when they come to see me, find your voice. That's so important, to find your own voice. So they wanted me to talk today about songwriting, which is country music for me, and poetry. Now, I'm going to start with Hank Williams, Sr. I know old Junior, but Senior was one of the greatest poets I think that's ever lived. I call him the Shakespeare of country music. One of his songs was I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry. And I want to give you a few lines from that. Hear that lonesome whippoorwill, he sounds too blue to fly. The midnight train is whining low, I'm so lonesome I could cry. God, you see those images, you see? And that in the same song, I'm just repeating this one song. I've never seen a night so long as time goes dragging by. The moon just went behind the clouds to hide his face and cry. Did you ever see a robin weep when leaves begin to die? That means he's lost the will to live. I'm so lonesome I could cry. The silence of a falling star lights up a purple sky, and as I wonder where you are, I'm so lonesome I could cry. God, I mean, he had a third-grade education, Hank Williams did. I mean, the silence of a falling star. You see it, but you don't hear it when you see a falling star. And he was born in 1923 and died in 1953. He lived to be 29 years old. When I was in school, especially high school, I knew I was going to be a country music writer. And my English teacher was saying, "Oh, how can you listen to all those old double negatives?" And you know what I said? I said, well, now let's see. Now, this is in the 50s. I said, let's see. Now, you make between $35,000 and $4,000 a year. Those old double negatives make those country music singers $500,000 to $1 million a year. So don't be critical of it, you know. I knew then I was going to be a writer, especially country music. And I started writing years before I ever got published. Loretta Lynn, I was the Wilburn brothers. I don't know if you remember the Wilburn brothers that were on the Grand Ole Opry. They're all dead except Loretta. Said, Maggie, you're one of the strongest lyrics writer that's ever been in country music. And we're going, but you can't write a melody. Loretta says, I just have one. I just speed it up and slow it down. And I said, you're right. And they said, well, we got a girl coming to town that we're going to sign, and we're going to put you two together to write. And they said, she's got a song in the charts right now. And I said, oh, well, what's that song? And they said, Honky Tonk Girl. I said, oh, that's Loretta Lynn. And I used to be backstage at the Ryman every Saturday night with them. And that next Saturday night, she got into town on Thursday, and she came up to me and she said, I'm Loretta Lynn, and I understand you're Maggie Vaughn. I said, yes. And she said, we're supposed to write together. And I said, yes, and I can't wait. And we're still writing, although she's gotten on up in age, and I have too. And with the COVID and everything, it kind of, everybody's staying in, and I fell and broke my ankle in about 4 places, and I don't walk good anymore. So, but it hasn't stopped my brain. I tell young writers come to me all the time, and the older ones too, find your voice. That's the most important thing, is finding your voice. And like I say, I found mine in country music. And I've been lucky. I've had songs recorded, a lot of them by Loretta and Conway Twitty, Ernest Tubb, different ones in the business, and Stonewall Jackson. And I wouldn't take anything from my voice. It's mine, and I still write. I don't know, country music can turn a phrase like you won't believe. I mean, that song, it was always so easy to find an unhappy woman till I started looking for mine. I mean, country music, they're novels in 12 lines. They sum up a novel. And just the way they can turn a phrase and say something. And that's my voice. Like I say, country music started up in the Appalachians, folk songs, people, hard times, coal miners. And in the summertime, they'd sit on the porch and sing. And in the winter, they moved into the living room. Living room had one picture on the wall, on a tar paper wall, of usually the Lord's Supper. But they told stories in their songs. And it traveled from there toward Nashville, Tennessee. And in 1925, the Grand Ole Opry, it wasn't called Grand Ole Opry then, it was country music. And the solemn old judge was the announcer. And the Grand Ole Opry followed an opera out of New York. They were playing classical music. And George Hayes said, well, tonight you've heard, Grand Ole Opry. Tonight you're going to hear Grand Ole Opry. And that's when the name Grand Ole Opry stuck. And people like Loretta Lynn and, oh my goodness, the way they can turn a phrase too. It's just, it tells in 12 lines, it's an outline for a novel. And my voice trained to that. And I wouldn't take anything for it. For country music. And I write country. And Roy Acuff, years ago, put out a song called The Great Speckled Bird. Everybody wanted to know what the Great Speckled Bird was. Well, it was the Bible. And he mentions it, but they didn't hear that. On the wings of the Great Speckled Bird. And I'll never forget Jimmy Rogers. Oh my goodness, he was one of the first. My father was a fireman and killed on duty, and when I was 9 months old, Mom was expecting my little brother. She married an older man, I'm sure for security, a few years later. And he was transferred to Gulfport, Mississippi. And I'm thankful for that, because in Murfreesboro at that time, a girl was supposed to get married and have babies, like I said. And Gulfport was wide open. They didn't care if you went to church on Wednesday night or not. They didn't have prayer meeting, I don't think. I was a Methodist. And, but it turned my whole world around. And I was only 5 years old. But it was so liberal. And I used to think, when we first got there, and I looked out over the beach, and they had those skimpy bathing suits on. At the time, they was considered skimpy. And I thought, oh, my Aunt Martha could see this, because she thought it was a sin for a girl and boy to be in the same swimming hole together because of bathing suits. And I thought, well, she'd have a fit. And I thought, you know, she didn't approve of the swimming hole together, and thought they were almost naked, and said, go down between Gulfport and Biloxi. They were naked on the beach. So I grew up in a hurry, and I saw every world. And you know, you go 50 or 60 more miles to New Orleans, and they were naked, sure enough. The strippers going down the street and everything. It opened up my world from that real conservative Murfreesboro thinking, which I didn't participate in anything real bad, but I got pretty close. You know, I tried to see it all, and I did see it all. So, you know, you grow up in a hurry sometimes when you see things like that, but you don't criticize it. But it gave me my voice to write what I write. Years ago, I was in Nashville for a year to write songs, and I went back to Gulfport and came back 4 years later to permanently write. And the Chester's store downtown, well, I don't know if you ladies remember that in Nashville. It was a very exclusive woman's store, and my aunt worked there. And Chester, who owned it, knew I needed work because I was there for a year just to write. And he said, Maggie, I'm opening up a store, half of Kroger's. They're building a Kroger's on Noblesville Road. Will you run the other half, not the groceries? You don't know anything about groceries or anything, but said, I'm putting like seconds and sale clothes and things in there. And I said, sure, I could use the money, you know. So I was in there one evening when all of a sudden this boom in my brain went. And I have those sometimes, just explosions. And I sat down and I wrote 12 recitations on paper bags. I love recitations. They just say so much. And they were all about Mama. Honey, you want to come up here and play something? I just wrote them. And I stuck them away for years. And several years ago, a friend of mine her husband was Dolly Parton's producer, and also Melissa Manchester from out in California. And she said, where are those, did I knock it over? No, it's okay. She said, where are those poems that you talk about sometimes? I said, I have no idea. So we searched and searched and found them. And she said, we got to put it out. And I said, honey, I don't have the money to put this out. So she said, I'm going to the Tennessee Arts Commission. Well, I had been traveling for them to schools and things speaking. And at the time, I can't remember the man who was head of it. And she goes there and she said, she spoke to the head man. Usually you had to fill out a lot of paperwork for a grant and all that. But she thought, well, I'll go talk to him. And she said, I've got somebody, I want to put a CD out on them. They're poems that she wrote, a recitation type thing years ago. And I want to apply for a grant. And he said, well, who is it? Who is this person? And they said, Maggie Vaughn. He said, oh, you don't have to fill out any papers. He just opened up his drawer, pulled out a checkbook, wrote a check for $5,000 right there to put it out. And so I tell young people all the time, go for it. Just go for it. And don't expect anything. Just when it'll come along. I made a living doing this. Well, I'll be 84 in July, and I was 42 when I moved to Bell Buckle, and I haven't worked. I mean, I write, and I've been able to make it. So you just go for it. Now I see some of you in here with gray hair like mine, and you've already been for it, evidently. So, but I tell young children all the time: find your place, find your voice. If you want to be a writer or whatever you're going to be, find it and be proud of it. So, I went in, and years later with my paper bags, and I didn't have any money. And they were doing sessions before mine of some of the big Grand Ole Opry people and everything. And I was waiting to have my turn to go into the studio. And I'll never forget, there was a saxophone player there. And he said, I'm going to stick around and hear you. And I said, oh, you're not going to like mine after what all you've been through. And he said, oh, I want to hear it. So I did one of the recitations. And he said, I've got to be on your session. I've got to be on it. I said, honey, I can't afford you. He said, I'm not charging you a dime. So you see, again, you never know in life what's coming along. Minnie Pearl was like a second mother to me. When I moved to Bell Buckle, my mother nearly had a stroke. She just couldn't understand me giving up a career. I was with the Tennessean and Banner in their advertising department in Nashville at the time. And she said, are you crazy? You've got retirement, benefits, Social Security, everything. And Mama, we were poor. I said, Mama, I can't do this any longer. I got to go for it. And Lord, she didn't speak to me for months. But Minnie Pearl, like a second mother, said, go for it, Maggie, you can do it. And she stood behind me until the day she died. And so I went in and I did a CD years ago. Now, my voice has dropped, of course. People say, well, Maggie, that doesn't sound like you. And I said, well, I recorded it before my breast fell. Only I didn't use the word breast. I used the T word. But since we're on microphone, I won't say titty. So let's see. These are recitations. Let me see what I want, which one. Let's see. Well, I'll play. I've
got the first one.
You got the first one in? I'll play two then.
The Tranquilizer's one.
Tranquilizer?
Yeah.
I think that's on the...
That's on the first one.
The first one? Okay, put on Tranquilizer.
Which one number is it?
I don't know. The 5.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Is it 5? Can you see?
Yeah. Okay. If you're my age, all the mamas in the 40s and especially the 50s took tranquilizers. Every one of them. Mom, honey, had a suitcase full. It's because we'd run through the house, and so this one's got some humor to it. You got it?
I think I've got it.
Okay.
If it's number 5, I've got
Number 5.
Okay.
But most of these are pretty serious. This is a funny one I did.
Tranquilizer, Mama reached up and took a tranquilizer. In this modern day and age, the tranquilizer is great. And though you may not believe it such, for most mothers it's a crutch. Yes, it's this miracle drug I feel when most mothers take a pill. When I was out on a date and Mama thought it was getting late, she would hear an ambulance shrill. Mom'd reach up, take a pill. And when she decided to rest a while, and we'd run through like something wild, on the new rug chocolate would spill, Mom'd reach up, take a pill. Tranquilizer, tranquilizer, Mama reached up and took a tranquilizer. Oh, she'd get so upset with us, but she never meant it, I know. And my brother and I would find some door to stand behind, 'cause we always knew when it was pill time. And I'll never forget one day when Mama looked up in her usual way and said, now that college I've put you through, what will you be able to do? Nothing, I guess, Mom. There are not many openings in my... You reached up, took a pill. Tranquilizer, tranquilizer, Mama reached up and took a tranquilizer. Oh, but now the house is quiet once more. There's no more slamming of that old door. Since my brother and I are out on ourselves, Mama's pills stay on the shelf. Tranquilizer, tranquilizer. Mama reached up and took a tranquilizer.
Well, that's a humorous one. Most of them were real sad. I did something for comic relief. But Mama took tranquilizers. Like I say, they all did when I was growing up. And like I say, I just wrote these things, just just like that. If you get inspired to do something, just get it right there before you lose it. And I got fired because people were walking out with merchandise, and I wasn't waiting on them. They fired me the next day. I didn't care. I had my paper sacks. That's all it meant to me. How about won't you do number 6? Just go to the next one.
Just over the hill.
Something skipping.
It seems like only yesterday I could hear Mama say, we're going to have our own home soon, one with a fireplace in every room. And Mama tried to save for better days, but it's hard when there's kids to raise. Somehow every nickel she saved we spent, while we did good to pay the rent. But as always, God provided a way. For Mama got her new mansion today. No, we never did get to buy that home. It took all our money just to get a loan. You see, Dad had passed away years ago, and she had to be a father also. And when she did save a little, why, it would never fail. One of us would step on a rusty nail. Mama used to laugh and say with cheer she'd put the doctor's daughter through school last year. But as always, God provided the way. Mama got her new mansion today. I know there's a fireplace in every room, and she finally got a garden where a rose would bloom. And the company she keeps a loved one she once knew. I'm sure the master drops in on her too. Yes, as always, God provided the way. For Mama got her new mansion today.
Kills me to hear them, honey, because I lived them. Well, anyway, years ago, put that CD out. There's 2 of them in there. And got the grant to do them. And they sold out immediately. Just immediately. They were gone. And I don't know how many thousand they did. I mean, it was something for me, honey. It helped me for a while. And after they sold out, I had a couple I had saved back. Then about, maybe 6 months ago, we were going through some boxes and things. I was unpacking where I had been living and had stuff still packed up. And I found another box of them. And I was so glad because I've got some. I brought some even with me today. But I love doing this. It's all recitations. And it's that old country stuff. And this is all about mamas. Except the second one's got some other things on it. Got one called Cinderella and Mickey Mouse. We're alone in this old house. About when you got your toys from your youth that you run across. And my most requested poem, and it's on number 2. It's number 6, but we won't play it yet. It's my most requested poem. And again, it's about mama. People they want to hear about their mama, And I can write a deeper poem. You know, I've got some that pretty deep, but they're not real deep. They're what I call wade-ins. You know, you wade in them. Because people, my audience wants to hear things they understand. They don't want to have to go to a dictionary. They want to be able to hear and they want to relate to it. Again, country music became so popular because everybody related to it. Cheating Heart, oh my goodness. Like I say, Hank Williams Sr., he didn't buy a millionaire because he spent all his money drinking. But he was big. And someone asked one time, said, what's country music? And Harlan Howard said, it's 3 chords. And it is. It's 1-5-4 chord. Now, they've gotten fancy now. I don't know if any of you watched the Country Music CMA Awards the other night. I turned it off. I watched about 30 minutes of it and turned it off. It's no longer country. It's that hand waving and jumping up and down. Well, honey, you didn't jump up and down for Hank Williams. You listened. And he had something to say. Cheating Heart. Oh, my God. Used to, you know, they'd go to the taverns. They don't have taverns much anymore. We used to did. I'd go to one when it blew. But they'd be in there and their head be down. Oh, my wife or my husband left me and they'd be drinking and everything, you know. And all of a sudden someone dropped a dime in the jukebox. Back then it was a dime or a nickel. And Hank Williams Sr. came on. Your cheating heart will tell on you. Oh, man, they'd hear that. They'd raise up their head and say, by God, they're going to get theirs. They related to it, see. That's country music. Lord, Loretta Lynn, you relate to everything she writes. And the old country, Born to Lose. Melissa Manchester. I don't know if you're familiar with Melissa. Melissa's a pop singer from Hollywood. Matter of fact, Dolly Parton and Melissa gave me reviews. They're the two that reviewed this and gave me wonderful reviews on it. But Melissa, I said, Melissa, you need to record Born to Lose. And she used to come to Bell Buckle a lot because a friend of mine was the producer. And she said, well, I'll tell you what, Maggie, if you'll sing it, I'll record it. And I thought, oh, Lord, that'll ruin it right there for her, you know. And I never got it to her. And one day I'll try to get it to her, but Born to Lose, oh, my God. I mean, the music, it was earth. Jimmy Rogers was a brakeman on the train. You know, he was the one of the first. He lived from Meridian, Mississippi, all around the railroad track, waiting for a train. Oh my! People went nuts, and when it first came out, you see, the radio went clear channel. Did I mention that? I didn't mention that, did I? About in 1926, the Grand Ole Opry was. Uncle Dave Macon said, I told you that about Grand Ole Opry. Well, it went, and years and years ago, that all the radios signed off at about 5:30 or 6. And when the sun went down, all radios went off. Well, people up in the mountains, Pennsylvania coal miners and all that, they didn't have any entertainment. There was no television, of course, and there was no radio. So years ago, the FCC granted a certain amount, 6 or 8 radio stations across America, clear channel. It means they could go at night. And WSM was one of them. And that's where the Grand Ole Opry was, or the country music at that time. And now here's an old farmer or coal miner up in Pennsylvania somewhere. And all of a sudden, he turns the knob on, and it's the Grand Ole Opry. And your cheating heart will tell on you. And he said, maybe his wife just left him. Well, I didn't know that man knew me. You know, they related to it. And that's why country music is so big. They're poets. Those songs are poetry. If you go back and listen to them, the stuff today's not, but it was. I mean, they told a story, and I trained my voice to it. I'm going to play you my most requested poem. I recorded it years ago, and I put it in a book. Well, honey, this is what they want to hear. They don't want to hear me do anything too deep. They want this. It's on the second one. I think it's number. I'm so blind. Yeah, it's number 6 on the second CD. What do you need? Oh, it's in there. Okay, well, I'll keep talking. Like I say, this book right here, I can't keep it in. I don't know. I just write. You know, I don't even think about it sometimes. It just comes out on paper. I used to jot things down in the night, but I got too old. And I don't do that anymore. And I get up in the morning, COVID wiped my brain out. I had it over a year and a half ago, I think. And I got to where I can't remember things. I'll think when I go to bed, I need to write that. And if I don't make a note, the next morning I'll think, well, what was that I was thinking about? But this book is like the old passenger train. It's all the stuff we grew up with. And that's why it sails out all the time. And like I say, my teachers were saying you'll never be a writer because you can't spell. Well, they're all dead now, but I've written over 20 books. And I wish I could tell them, but maybe they're watching. But they're probably saying, oh, good God, she's still using that bad grammar. Well, I do it on purpose, you know. I don't care. Okay, this is my most requested poem. And I did put it to the background. You got it? Number 6. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with what's doing.
Is that you, Mama? Is that you, Mama? Mama, is that you? Is that you, Mama? Just put a hand to my brow. When I couldn't work things out, was that you that showed me how? Is that you, Mama, that just turned on?
I don't know what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it?
You always had one on to keep me safe at night. Mama, was that you by the stove cooking beans and cornbread? And was that you during the night standing watch beside my bed? Is that you, Mama, that knocked that old bumblebee away? And you that called me in to supper when I came in today. I know I felt you kiss my knee when I bumped it on the chair. And Mama, when I knelt to pray, was that you listening there? Is that you, Mama, or is that you? Did God let you come home to me? Or maybe you never left, I was just too blind to see. Or was it I felt so bad today and you knew I needed you? And God let you visit for just a day or two. Well, Mama, I'm okay now. You tell the Lord I said hi. Mama, is that you that just kissed me goodnight?
Well.
Is that you, Mama? Mama, is that you?
I cheer up when I hear, people just eat it up. Because you see, they relate to it. And that's what I try to write. I'm going to read you one out of here. The auction. Oh my gosh. You go to an auction, it's sad. They're selling your belongings, belong to your grandparents and things. I think, how can they do that? Like I said, this is the kind of the light in the kitchen window. That's what's in here, this kind of a thing. Going, gone, and the gavel hit the board. People fill the yard to see what they could afford. The rusty old dinner bell that could hardly be picked up is now riding in the back of someone's pickup truck. The china with the little flowers carefully hand-painted on is wrapped in old newspapers and headed for its new home. A plow from the field will become a mailbox. An oak leaf butter mold just came on the auction block. A trunk and its belongings are being rummaged through, finding yellow torn photographs and a worn-out baby shoe. An oval Philco table radio that busted tail light, dial light, can't read anymore, that brought in the Grand Ole Opry tweak on Saturday night is not going for much, just what's in someone's pocket. But the bidding's going high for a gold-shaped golden locket. Things we all loved yesterday, things we grew up on, are souvenirs from the home place and are going, gone. How many times have you been to an auction you think, how in the world can they sell, their mom and daddies and grandparents' things? I don't even go to one because I get too sad. This is called the garden snake. This one's not sentimental. I love to write sentimental though, because hell, that's what sells. Excuse me, that language. But that the people, they don't want to have to think, oh my God, I got to go look that word up. They want you to touch their heart. And if you do, they'll buy the books. And if you're going to make a living, you got to sell the books. Now, some people, they sell books, but they work too. He's raised his hand over there. See, we used to fuss. Oh, we don't fuss too much because we won't see as much. But we got old, But I love Jeff and his work. I read it a lot on the internet or the Facebook. And I'm on Facebook every Tuesday with a poem that I've written. A friend of mine records it every Tuesday. And I'm going to tell you, it's incredible. I was on the American Pickers about a year and a half ago. And I did part of Is That You, Mama? Honey, this is the honest to God's truth. Now, I'm not bragging. They have come from every state to my house because of Is That You, Mama? They say, I've got to come and meet you. I've got to have that book. And they'll buy 10 at a time sometime to give away. And they go through my house and they sit and talk to me and they cry. Men, honey, that weigh 300 pounds sit there and bawl, and I mean, it touches them. If you touch them, they'll support you. And I tell poets that all the time. And I never turn anyone away. I have people come in who are 75, 80 years old, and they've written about their family, and I never criticize them or anything. Or I say, you know what you need to do? You need to put you a little book together, go to the printers, Kinko or somewhere, put your poems in there, bind them up, show them to your family and show them to your friends at church and all your good friends and your relatives, and you sell them or give them away if you want to. But I said, you'll sell them. I never turn anyone, I never say, oh, you're not a poet or you're no good. There's no such thing as a bad poet, in my opinion, as long as they're trying, and you'd be surprised. Then I've got some that are unbelievable. They're wonderful that come to my home, and I'll say, oh my God, you need to do something with your portrait. I don't know if you know KB Ballantyne or not. You know her. Well, KB comes to my house a lot. She lives in Chattanooga. And she'll come to see what I've done lately or just come to visit me. And not long ago, she brought in her last book that she'd just written. And she had one line, and she brought the last word of that sentence down to the empty next line with a white space, just that one word on that white space there. And I said, KB, why did you bring that one word down when you had plenty of room to put it on the line that you was writing about? And she looked at me and she says, Maggie, I write for the eye, you write for the ear. I'd give anything if I could write for the ear. And that was probably the biggest compliment I've ever had. You know, I mean, she recognized that it's the ear to me that's important. And that's back to country music. This is called the garden snake. I'm hissed. There I was minding my own business in a garden where some storyteller put words in my mouth and directed them to a naked woman. Then some artist wrapped me around a tree where the storyteller didn't recognize the fruit and called it the fruit of knowledge. I've never associated fruit with being smart, much less metaphor. I'm hissed. I got punished. The storyteller said I had legs and they were taken away, so I had to slither around the rest of my life. If I had legs, then I lost them to evolution, not punishment. But no, I had to go to the corner of religion because someone needed a escape snake. I'm hissed. Why couldn't the storyteller have picked an owl? An owl lives in a tree, and the owl is the wise one, not me. But the owl doesn't give a hoot about talking to a naked woman, and neither do I. But there I was, I'm really hissed about. The story goes on, and I got the blame for the fall of man when women told him to eat the fruit, and they finally recognized they were naked and got all sexually aroused and had 2 sons, but one killed the other after they got thrown out of what was a story called Eden. And who would name these 2 people Adam and Eve so some fundamentalist preacher could someday call them Adam and Steve? Good grief, all I did was lie around in the sun when someone used me to scare the hell out of people. Maybe that's why if you step on me, I'll bite you. I used to be sweet, but someone hissed me off. Oh yes, someone also put words in God's mouth that God is forgiven. I ain't. I'm still hissed off. So, you know, I like to write just tongue-in-cheek stuff. And this is out of the box, which is kind of stuff like that. And I can write some serious stuff. Got one here about Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. Tyree Guyton, who's a great artist out of Detroit, does graffiti. But then sometimes I'll write something like The Garden Snake. Bill Morius came, I'm sure you know Bill Morius, came to Bell Buckle several years ago and looked me up and wanted to meet me. And I was at home when they called me and said, Bill Morius is down here wanting to meet you. And I thought, Bill Morius wanting to meet me? I mean, he's intellectual, you know. And so I was sitting there and I didn't even comb my hair. I just ran out the door to meet him. And we sat down on a bench in front of a store there in Bell Buckle. If you've ever been to Bell Buckle, please come and see us. It's real laid back. And I read him poetry. He wanted to hear my poetry. And he sat there and I had written a poem about Maya Angelou. Years ago, he filmed her going back to Stamps, Arkansas, where she was from. And he said to me, you know, Maggie, I filmed Maya Angelou one time. You remind me so much of her. And I said, just a minute. And I turned to my page and read him that poem about him going, and he couldn't believe it. I mean, and this huge crowd gathered, not because of me, but because of him. I mean, a lot of tourists come to Bell Buckle. I mean, they were just everywhere and listening. And what a day it was. And a couple years later, I was invited to Maya Angelou's house. And she wouldn't be called Love. She didn't want to be Angelou. And we were at the dinner table having lunch. And she said something about being on Bill's show. I said, just a minute. Just like I did him. And I turned and I read the poem about her. And she just went crazy over it, you know. Not bragging, but I mean, when you get Bill Morius and people like Maya Angelou saying, man, you're a writer, that makes you kind of backs you up like, well, maybe I can write a little bit, you know. And this is the Well, this poem got the picture where you can't read the last two lines, so I'm going to read it. But it's about watching that show. I don't know. I just write. It usually starts. It starts two ways. It starts in the heart, goes to the brain, and I write it, and then it goes back to the heart and see if it works. Or it starts in the brain and goes to the heart and back to the brain to see it. It depends on the depth of the poem, what I'm writing. If it's a memory, man, it's heart. It's all heart, you know. If it's brain, then it's got a few more words in it and metaphors type of thing. I mean, I was writing metaphors before I even knew what they were. So, I mean, the poets that read today, I love their work. You know, you understood it. If I can't understand it, I don't fool much with it. But he's great. But he uses some big words. I have to run look them up. And I don't like to have to look up anything, you know. I want to understand it right there. So I don't know. I started out in country music, and it's in my poetry. Those images of growing up. And it's been successful for me. I've made a living doing this. And people think some of them turn their nose up at me, but I don't give a hoot. You know what I do when I write? A lot of times I speak with these real intellectual poets, and when I start mine, is that you, Mom, and stuff like that, they throw up, they puke, they think it's so bad. But you know, time to sound books. There's 3 in their line, and everybody else is in my line. And I just reach over and I say, you write something about your mama, you might sell a few books. I don't take any crap from anybody. You know, I believe in my writing. It's been successful for me. I've been poet laureate for 27 years. I have tried and tried to give it up, but people wouldn't let me. Say, Maggie, you're our voice. We were going to change it about 2 years ago. We were going to meet and pick a new poet. And they asked me for some recommendations, and I put old Jeff down there, you know. I thought, well, he's a friend and he's a great poet. And I also put some other poets. I had about 5 on that, 3 to 5. When COVID hit, they were going to give me a retirement party, invite everybody there at the big banquet hall in Bell Buckle when the COVID hit, and it went on hold. And we haven't done anything since then. I keep calling Tennessee Art, the humanities. We got to get a new poet, you know, and they need to do that, and they wanted me to help. And like I say, when the COVID hit, that ended that, and I've had it, but I've had it way too long. But every time I tried to give it up, people say, you can't. You're our poet. We understand you. And I don't know. Like I say, Hank Williams Sr., honey, was a poet. Country music's poetry. The way they can turn a phrase. And the way they can describe something. You see what they're saying. Anybody got a question you want to ask me or anything? Anybody? Have I upset anybody? Have I upset you, Jeff? Because I love Jeff. Jeff's a great writer. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Well, thank you. Did y'all hear the path that I've taken and what's possible? Well, believe in yourself. That is the main thing. Don't let anybody put you down. I don't care if you're intellectual or kind of like me, an old country poet, whatever. Don't let anyone make fun of you. You just keep writing. Y'all are great writers. You know, imagery, that's what's important. That's why country music is so great today. And it has been, well, not today, they say the same words over and over and over, but used to, oh Lord, like I said, that song was always so easy to find an unhappy woman till I started looking for mine. Now, what does that say? He was married to a woman that was unhappy with him. See, and the country music is incredible. The way they can turn a phrase and the metaphors they use. Hank Williams was full of them. Did you ever see a robin weep when leaves begin to die? You see that robin, and you see those leaves turning. The silence of a falling star lights up a purple sky. The great speckled bird, Roy Acuff did. Lord have mercy. I don't know, maybe y'all remember that. It was one of his first big hits. And people went nuts. And I don't know, just the way country music says things. Carl Butler did, if you don't change your way of living, you'll get honky-tonk-itis in your soul. Honky-tonk-itis, what a word. I mean, that's the way they did things. Yeah. Okay, I know my time's up. Kristen's pointing to her watch. You know, y'all probably thinking, oh God, I wish she'd shut up. But, you know, when I get off on country music, honey, I can talk a month. I love y'all. Please come to Bell Buckle and see me. You're welcome in my home at any time. It's always open to everybody. And sometimes I'll have 10 or 15 people at one time in my home. We have to sit on the floor and everything. But they come from all over the United States. Only because I read, part of that is that you, Mama, on the Pickers. And they come because they said, got to have that book. Got to meet you. So, come see me. Yeah. Okay.
You're always happy and jovial. So what's the secret?
I didn't understand what you said, darling.
You are always happy and jovial. What's the secret?
I'm always happy and jovial.
Jovial.
Yeah, joy. Well, because I'm an idiot. I mean, you know, I find humor in everything. I go to funerals and laugh. You know, if you don't laugh in life, you don't have a life. I've always laughed. My mother laughed. And although we had such hard times, Mama found the humor in everything. And let me tell you one more story. Have I got time for one more story? Oh, I was in my teens. And I was listening to country music on the radio. And I looked at my watch, and I thought, oh my gosh, Mom will be home in a minute, and the dishes from breakfast are still in the sink. And in the meantime, I had written a poem about a beggar coming to the back door for food. You don't see that much anymore. But in the 50s and things, beggar and 40s, they were coming around needing food. And they always came to the back door. So I wrote this poem, and I had him all visualized. His clothes, everything in the poem, you know. And I thought, I got to get those dishes done. So I'm in there and I'm washing dishes when all of a sudden there's a knock on the back door. And I went, and there stood a beggar, exactly the image of the beggar I had written, clothes and everything. I was like, oh my Lord. Honey, I cleaned out the refrigerator, and we were poor. I fed him and fed him and fed him, honey. He was sick, throwing up by the time he left. I just kept shoving it in him. And I said, I had $3 in my pocket, and I pulled out that $3, and I said, here, I want you to have this $3 because you got to have supper. Of course, in the 50s, that would have bought you supper. And he said, ma'am, I don't need your money. I needed you. And he walked off. I'm crying, you know. I mean, and I just written this poem about Jesus coming to the back door needing money. And it was him. I'm convinced that was the Lord. And I fed him, honey. He went back to heaven full, you know. But things like that happen to me all the time. I get signs all the time in my life. And I don't know what it is. But you got to open your heart to them. But I'll never forget that incident. That beggar, and it was same clothes and everything I'd visualized. So you never know when the Lord's going to come see you and feed him. Be sure and feed him. Okay? Just remember that. That's important. If he's on earth, he eats. Come see me. Okay? Thank you so much. All right. I appreciate it. If you've got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Anybody?
Yeah. So, see, he's larger than life. And I'll be blessed to have her here.
Well, and I'm a nut. Well, you got to be a nut if you're trying to make a living at this. But I did it, and so I'm a happy nut. I've always been nuts.
And so here's the award for Maggie.
Oh, my Lord. I'm getting an award?
Yeah.
Whew. Well, thank you.
It's a Lee Lifetime Excellence Award.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. I love writing songs. I still write them. And Loretta and I write a lot together. I don't know. Songwriting is in me. Country music is in me. And I don't know. I've just been writing them all my life. All those tear jerkers, honey. You'd think I'd had a bad life, but I've had a good life.
Our next reader, Francesca Kirkpatrick.
I was going to say that I'd had a totally different set list here that I was going to read, but then we had Maggie, and she brought that Southern defect out of me, which a lot of people know about. So, Maggie, in honor of you, I'll read a couple of the ones that you probably would get kicked. I took off my hat. Just look at my hair. Done ran my pantyhose in 2 places. Scuffed up my pocketbook on that brick wall over there. Mama calls me a hot mess on Sunday morning. Been out trolloping all Saturday night. Get to the breakfast table. Gravy's getting cold. Oh, Lord, Grandma done burnt them biscuits again. Guess it's oats today. My poor stomach is growling. The preacher hates that sound. Every time he hears a growl, he goes into a sermon. Yells out how Jesus brought his disciples together to feed the fish to the multitudes. I'm a Southern defect. My whole family raises their hands in unspoken prayer request every Sunday morning. Southern defects can't wait till Monday morning to start all over again.
Oh, yeah, that's the Southern voice, honey. That's great.
And let's see. Other one is a very one that my grandmother had a best friend who actually died from eating a barrel of peaches. This is a true story. So this one also is one of those Southern voices. Honest Spotman's peaches. Honest Spotman picked a bucket of juicy peaches. In the church, she always listens as the preacher preaches. Honest Spotman would stay up late every night, reading her Bible by candlelight. One night, something wasn't quite right. Oh, no one could seeOni's candlelight. That night, before supper, Oni Spotman said, I believe I'll eat these peaches until I'm dead. Oni Spotman ate a whole bucket, enjoyed every bite, and the next morning they found Oni Spotman dead, the bucket of peaches by her head. If only Oni Spotman would have went to bed. All that was left was a pile of peach pits. Poor Oni Spotman.
Where are you from?
Well, it's around Kentucky area, kind of like I guess you'd say, I was born in Lexington, but I had a upbringing here in Nashville. I worked at Opryland for many years, so I actually met I've met Roy Acuff and Minnie Pearl, and all those people were my coworkers, I guess you would call them, because we all were employed by the same employer, Opryland Park. And I had a really, like, I guess you could say, I didn't realize where I was, but I think that just as you write country music and you feel that's your family, that's my family. Yeah. So you're my family. And my mom also, and when I heard you say that about the father thing, my mom never knew her father. He was shot before she was born. So your brother had the same as my mom. He didn't know, right? He was born 9 months later. So this same feeling, this is what happened. My mom died of cancer, but this is what I wrote for her. Where is my father? Born to a single mother in the 40s, I slept in her bed through school. Where is my father? Memories of Grandpa fishing at the pond, a big smile across his face. Grandma brushed my hair and my long curls, humming Amazing Grace. Where's my father? Thought it was best to marry. Turns out I found a cruel, controlling, evil man. Where's my father? One day that evil man died of cancer. I thought I was free. Little did I know that cancer was also growing inside of me. Where's my father? I knew cancer would grow and grow. While searching for my father, I'm dying to know, where's my father? So that was to my mother, who never knew a father and wanted to make a father but never could get. Thank you. Thank you.
David Harris.
In honor of the new baseball season, for those of you who never played baseball, if you're not very good at it, they stick you out in right field. That's where I mostly was. Right fielder. Neats foot oil and leather, pounding ball into glove, and folding oiled glove around ball, marrying with a book strap, teaching ball and glove to belong together, binding the tools of summer to their tasks, possibilities, and prospects, binding myself to baseball. In March, we are all dreamers. And this one is based on an email I got from a Kia dealer back when the car before I drive now. Do you still have your soul? Satan never tempted me, never made an offer, so I can't claim virtue, just a lack of opportunity. Who gets these offers? Does the evil one recruit personally, or does he have a staff? Interns? Probably. Internships seem to be his work. Junior demons must be busy collating binders full of sinners. Or has hell computerized? Archfiend IT managers coding rubrics to scan Facebook for candidates, flagging the 7 deadlies. They're all on display, happy to announce themselves. Gluttony, sloth, and vanity get so many likes and shares, the demons can't keep up. Are souls covered by the law of supply and demand? I see the price dropping into the basement and beyond. 1,000 Facebook friends, 500 likes, the latest iPhone. Satan throws up his hands. Where's the challenge? He's already broken up the houses into Soviet-style apartments. Not a problem, since this is hell after all. But the business model had more people saying, hell no, we won't go. Wasn't there supposed to be some competition between sin and righteousness? St. Peter calls, lonely for someone to talk to, invites Lucifer to play golf. Heaven has the best courses, naturally. There are weeds on the greens at Hell's Hills Country Club. On the second tee, the talk turns to business. Pete asks, "You still using those pitchforks?" "Only for Hell Classic," Lou says. Anyone who checks in now gets spotty Wi-Fi, and Netflix is all reruns of My Mother the Car. And people still keep signing up. "Would you like to take some off my hands?" "There are rules," Pete says, and shrugs. "My hands are tied." He would love to fill the echoing halls of heaven, but his boss is a stickler, and all he can offer is heaven, an uncertain pie in the sky that may prove to be kumquat. How can he compete with Facebook? Only faith could make tweeters forego the new iPhone for heaven, but faith does not come out of a factory in China. Peter doesn't see much coming out of churches either. He looks down on preachers with Cadillacs. He looks down on me, considers. No Cadillac, no deal with Satan, no faith, no iPhone. Yet, what to do? And Jeff read a poem earlier that mentioned one of my favorite public intellectuals. Before he was fully developed, the working name for Wile E. Coyote was Don Quixote. So that's the title of this poem. I never felt much sympathy for the roadrunner, invulnerable, inarticulate, malicious. He could run away from trouble, but baits and taunts his co-star. While E wants nothing but a square meal, a specific meal. I feel his pain. We're about the same age, and we've both made some bad choices. My careers have wound down, and his has reached a dead end. But what else could he do? He trained to be a specialist, mastered the art of hunting that one bird. I at least found variety in failure, publishing, teaching, marriage, until the boulders landed on me. I got out from under and found new landscapes to inhabit. Poor Coyote returned to his obsession, noble in futility. Sisyphus earned his frustration. While ease comes from his soul, he is driven by his dream, driven to exceed his grasp, longing always for the perfect plan, perfectly executed, requiring no medical intervention. I got used to disappointment, but not he. There is no disappointment for him, only new opportunities to prove his devotion, knowing his only possible success lies in his unending failure. And now, our hostess, Viraja R.
So, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, Francesca. And Maggie has a message for Francesca. Time to put your book out. This is why we have the effort of coming together, because we have inspiration among us. Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, as Maggie said, what made me start writing poetry seriously is my mother. I had read poetry, and she instilled in me love of poetry, but once I lost her, at that time I was scientist, so I was having no time for poetry, all science and lab and everything. But God guided me, At some point I had to switch. I was hitting the glass ceiling, so I had to switch to consulting. And then I saw, oh, wow, there's a world out there, and gave me space to write. And the first thing, without realizing, I wrote about my mom, just like Maggie said. So I'm going to read the poem that Sally Lee's favorite. I wrote about my mom, and she said that my cultural background comes through it, and she really loved it. So in honor of her, and as well as my mom and Maggie's inspiration, I'm going to read that. Up on a pedestal. Please let me, O God, to put my mother up on a pedestal made of the purest gold, harden it with precious gems of Ceylon, and poetry garlands strewn on pouring love from my heart. Please grant me, O God, poetic words melting like prime milk chocolate, solid as pure gold, glistening smooth. Picking her out of all angels, placing in her womb, you blessed, poor soul like me forever. And that's for my mom. And she loved chocolates, and gold too. And this one, actually, I wrote for my other mother, who is my husband's mother. She had 5 boys, no daughters, and she has told me, you are my daughter that I never had. So this was, I wrote this as a prayer poem when she was in a coma, from which she came out and lived another 5 years and got to read it to her. So prayers get answered. One more day I pray, loving God, one dear soul to spare my God. One more day to be with her, one more word I yearn to hear. One more laugh yet to share, one more recipe yet to prepare, one more wild bird to watch together, one more hug to cherish forever. One dear soul to spare, loving God. One more day I pray, dear God. Thank you. That's from my book, Joy of Being. And then I have written a whole book, Beyond Loving, Poetry Honoring Every Mother. I know that's a big topic at everybody. Mother is a common language and language of the heart. So thank you, Maggie, for bringing that out. Thank you. So now we can go around and socialize, and we have book signing, and you can talk to the authors, look at their books if you want to buy, or chat with them. And with that, we will conclude after that. Yeah. And thank you for coming. And also, you know how to contact us, Williamson.tnpoets at gmail.com. And we have monthly featured poet series. So contact us on that email, or if you know a friend who is a good poet and has books, and we can have them. KB resides in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and teaches creative writing, theater arts, and literature to high school and college students. And I can tell most of you all know her already, but I would love to introduce her for anyone who doesn't know and would attend the Tennessee Annual Poets Day.
She has an MA in writing and an MFA in creative writing, poetry, and has authored 7 collections of poetry. We have to ask her secret collections of poetry. The recent one, Irish Press publication, Edge of the Echo, and others with Blue Light Press, Middle Creek Publishing, and Celtic Cat Publishing. And she has published poetry in North Dakota Quarterly, Atlanta Review, and Ashbury Literary Journal, and her work also appeared in anthologies including Pandemic Evolution 2021, Pandemic Puzzles 2021, In Plain Air 2017, and Carrying the Branch, Poets in Search of Peace 2017. And you can look up more on KB on www.kbballantyne.com. And one more person joining us. And again, thank you, everybody. And let us enjoy her poetry. And at the end, we'll have a Q&A session for all the questions we have.
Thank you so much. And I didn't get a chance to say hello to Bruce and Kelly and Natalie. Thank you guys for joining us too. So the collection I have right now is Edge of the Echo, and it's behind me too. So hopefully you can see all that. But this is a collection of mainly Celtic oriented, not strictly Celtic, but it's the idea of the Celtic elements of earth, wind, water, fire. And so the sections are broken up like that. And I got that from John O'Donoghue. For any of you who haven't heard me say that already, I've got to give credit where credit is due. He was an Irishman who was deeply involved in philosophy in the Celtic way. And he went to Germany and studied under some German philosophers too. And he was just really deeply embedded in the natural world and how it affects us psychologically, spiritually, and emotionally. And I've got a number of his books, and I was trying to decide how to put this particular collection together. And I had just finished reading his book called The Four Elements. And I thought, oh my gosh, I think I have all of those earth, wind, water, fire poems. So I jumped on that and discovered I could do that. So I'm going to read some poems that hopefully you guys haven't heard. For those of you who joined me for my book launch, I'm trying to read something different, and I really appreciate you joining us tonight too. This first one is called Aurora at Rest. Nightmares can't scorch her sleep, only dissolve as stars spin, ring the universe. Slivers of dreams coalesce, gathering strength and light, though silence and shadow surround her. Color swells and explodes, and even the darkness cannot consume her. She doesn't see it yet, but veins of promise pulse, sequin the galaxy. Sunbursts surge and spiral, like a phoenix, she wakes, blazes with life. Thank you. This is called Borrow the Light. I'm putting together a new collection, and I discover I have so many poems that look at light and darkness. Obviously it's something that fascinates me, but borrow the light. The dream is always to be loved. Fiery cardinals in February's drear, warmth in winter shadows, redbuds purpling the hillside, green fields singing away snow. No one craves deserts or jungles, scorching, steaming as sun and sweat blind what little we can see, or leaves marled red and gold choked into dull flakes that scuffle with the wind. But each hour, Each season scatters and harvests, weaves its own kind of love, so that each blue day becomes a blessing, night tiptoeing close, but only so far. We don't always get to focus on the positive things, so I try. I try to leave people with a little bit of hope, if not a lot of hope. This next poem is set in Grimspound, which is in Dartmoor National Park in England. And when I think of parks, I think of like small areas where kids play. This park is massive, hundreds of acres. And you go in, and at any point you can look around and not see another person. There are sheep galore, but people, not so much. Even though it is very well traveled, it's very touristy even in some places, but I mean, you can go anywhere out there and not see anybody. And I was out there and I almost passed it up. I almost didn't stop because it was getting late and night was falling, even though it was a summertime. So the length of day was longer, but it was just this really weird thing because I stumbled upon a ruined sheepfold. And so what the shepherds would do is they would build, I've forgotten the word for it, but they would build a specific place for the shepherds when the weather got bad, a bothy, that's what it is, a bothy. They would build this so that they could take shelter when the weather got bad, even though the sheep were out there and they were watching the sheep. And it was a ruined bothy, so it was partially undone, but I could see what it was. And I looked up and I saw two people walking towards me. I mean, it was misty, twilight, it was fall, dusk, settling in, all the mist was coming in, and these two people, I could see them on the horizon, and they were walking toward me. And we stopped and had a conversation, and they were talking about, oh yeah, there's really a lot of weird things that happen in this area, blah, blah, blah. And I said goodbye, and they were going to continue their walk. And I turned around and they were both gone. No joke. They were gone. I'm looking around going, because it's not like they could have hidden behind anything. They were just gone. And I thought, all right. so anyway, it took me a little while. That was a very long explanation. I'm sorry, I don't like to do that, but just to give you the kind of the feeling that came from this poem. This is why I wrote this poem. It's called Rising Umber. Dusk lavenders the horizon, and in the half-light, the stones begin to speak. Wind slips across the mountain, asterisks of mist softening the ruins. Sheep drift through the field, tufts of green hollowed into havens for leggy lambs. I cross the collapsing threshold beside a wall still stacked, still circling crumbled huts. A ram eyes me, shambles to his hooves and paws the grass. Swallowtails rush, scythe the air, hooded crows stalking the shadows. I stoop into the shelter of stones where wind fades, palpable stillness rioting the air. Through gathering gloom, a man and woman emerge, crossing the ridge of stone. They scan the valley, silhouettes bruising, ghosting the ribbons of fog. When I glance again, only emptiness, star breath, slivered moon paling the sky, an owl summoning the dark. Thank you. I have a picture right up above my computer of that area just because I'm like, wow. So this next poem is set in Dunmurry, Ireland in 1978. And there was a big to-do in Dunmurry in 1978 about tearing down what's known as a fairy tree. Technological advances, we want to make sure we have, they wanted a road to go through the area. But the fairy trees are very important to the Irish, especially, and those are usually Lone trees that are standing out in a field somewhere is what they call fairy trees. And a lot of people, especially still in 1978, were very attached to fairy trees, and it's superstitious. You know, you don't cut down a fairy tree because it brings bad luck. So, at what cost? Bulldozers halt at meadow's edge. Pilgrims push past the barricade, mourn the strips of cloth, photos, letters hanging from broken branches, dragging the dust. Curses and laments stain the air, despair reigning this gray day. Road crews retreat from the prodding mob, and crows protest overhead. Prayers echo as penitents circle the hawthorn, whispers crossing the fractured field. Scrim of night lowering, the foreman orders his workers, everyone home. Dusk ripples, pleats the sky, a painter's periwinkle, and silence shivers. Fairy lights blink and sputter, fade from the shattered tree. And that leads to living like this in Ireland's West Country. The swans are gone from Cool Park, the corncrakes from Shannon's banks. Gorse tumbles the hillside to the river's edge, but Yeats's nation of believers no longer kneels or even prays. Rain hides scars chafing under the damp, under the thorns. Reflected sunset washes coral and sky blue houses. Broken slate, sagging thatch buckles under this need to snag everything before it rushes past. Music riddles the pubs in a fusion of Arabic, Indian, and French. Johnny Cash with a twist, but pour me another, Liam, ricochets the night. Rent is due, and the lights blink out one by one by one, gorse gleaming in the dusk. What's left of the peat crumbles into incense, an offering of sorts. And this last one that I will read from this collection is called Relentless Breathing. I am sea foam, I am star, light and dark. I am the purpling of redbud trees, the butterscotch of falling leaves, shadow of the solstice night. Above, around inside me, heaven beckons, dawn's pink sky, bluebirds soaking, ruffling a puddle. Each day the wind, the sun urge me on, the spinning sapphire sphere circling a saffron sun. Red tips of a blackbird, an oriole, the violet deep in wrinkling dusk, the cold stream surprising a mountain gap, sing something greater than we know, nothing less than what we are. I have two poems that are new, if you have time. But, okay. Two that will go hopefully in the next collection. This one was published in the Linden Avenue Journal last year, called Laughter Remembered, and it's for my grandfather. Death hardly seems like you, still and silent who was never so. You always sang Chattanooga Choo-Choo when you saw me, mimicking the train wheels with your arms and feet. I used to think old age made you choose the hot pink, the ruby red socks, but no. Old photos show the stripes, the geometric shapes that must have been bright, eye-catching in real life, though now they're a phantom, black and white. I burrowed my head on Grandma's shoulder, but you let me lick troubles off Klondike bars, showed me how to karate chop. For more than a century, you've made your mark, waving to strangers on the street, giving them a friendly grin, such a burden, an embarrassment, when I was 10. Now I'd give anything to hear which team you'd root for in the games, which horse you backed, listen to your stories again and again and again. My grandfather died just short of his 101st birthday, And this one was published in Louisiana Lit. Moments rightly placed. At dusk, when anything could crack open, heat lightning and katydids fill twilight's shell. The air hangs thick and heavy, and we gulp the darkness as it spills. Weight of the day's words, worries, sifting away. A breath of stars stir the sweet gum, the poplar, thin edges of light, searing, burning the remains of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the book you are going to read from? Or?
Sorry?
Yeah, one of the collection you're going to read from?
I don't have anything ready
Oh.
from another collection.
That's good. Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you.
And yeah, I love all your, the descriptions of locations. Is some are like poetry and painting, the colors, like painters, periwinkle, and for island music, riddle the pubs. I was in Ireland, so it was just, it's very apt descriptions. Shivers of dreams, use of veins of poetry, crows stalking the shadows, silhouettes bruising, bluebirds ruffling a puddle. I love those phrases you throw in the poems. It's really beautiful.
Thank you. I work really hard on my verbs, as most of the people here will probably tell you. Hey, Annie.
And crows are protesting too. So it's like really nice.
Yeah, that's one of the things I noticed about the first poems, particularly the way you use verbs, the sequined and lavenders and riding and slivered, you change adjectives into verbs, stuff like that. It really adds a lot. That really catches, the attention. You have such a good affective treatment. I was thinking you make the emotion of nature natural, and it just is a great thing to listen to.
Thank you. When I discovered that verbs were the things that make your sentence move, I thought, well, let's make all the words verbs. And though we can't quite do that, I have been known to take words that are definitely not verbs and make them into verbs.
Well, that's a great thing to do, because so much of our English language is nouns. Nouns outnumber the verbs like a 5 to 1.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And for you to take some of those things and make them into verbs really makes a change of consciousness without changing the concreteness of it.
Right.
It really is a good thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
I wonder if I might add, perhaps you felt as you were writing about this particular place, this with its mythology, its history, its atmosphere, its creatures. This is, that point about nouns versus verbs. Well, a language that, like ours, that has a lot of nouns is a language of people who think in terms of things. And a language of verbs is a people who think in terms of life, movement, appearance and disappearance, mysterious, fairy trees, and so on.
Yes. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Yes. I love it when other people can focus on what I want to, all what I want to say is out here, and you just lasered it. Thank you.
And so what's your secret for publishing? That many.
I just keep writing. I keep writing, and I send my work out to so many different places. And I've had, I mean, I was surprised. I was just, one of my books, I was just sort of putting something together, and I sent something in for an anthology, and the publisher of the anthology sent me something back, and he said, "Oh, I really like these poems. If you ever have a collection ready, let me know." And I was like, "Well, I'm putting one together right now." And he said, "Oh, okay." So, you know, awesome. Yeah, a lot of it is reaching out. My very first 2 books were published by Celtic Cat because the owner of Celtic Cat at the time was Jim Johnston, and this is a press out of Knoxville. It's still going, but not with Jim. It's Laura Still and somebody else with her, but I can't remember who off the top of my head. David, do you know? Or John?
Yeah, his name is Brent Minky.
Yes, yeah. So those 2 are operating Celtic Cat now, but Jim Johnston started the press, and in order to figure out how to run a publishing company, he published one of his books, or published his own collection, and I read that collection. I found it somewhere and read it, and I was entranced. Jim is from Ireland, and when I was reading his book, it was about the Troubles. It's poetry about the Troubles, because his family was Protestant, and he married a Catholic woman. Oh. And so, of course, it was just a whole thing, and they had to leave Ireland because that was when all the stuff was going on. And so that's what the book was about, and I didn't understand that. And so I was reading the poems, and I just sent him a note, and I said, "I really like your poems. Could you explain a little bit about this, you know, X, Y, or Z?" And he sent me something back. This was pre-email. And he sent me a letter back, and then I thought that was the end of it. Well, I wound up the Tennessee Mountain Writers have a conference in Oak Ridge every year. Oh. And I was at that conference, and I was just sitting down to a table at dinner, and I happened to sit next to this man named Jim Johnston. And I said, and he started talking, and I heard his Irish accent, and I went, "Do you know, are you anything about Celtic Cat?" And he said, "Yes." And I went, and I told him who I was, and he said, "Oh, I remember you. I remember getting a letter from you. Thank you so much. I still have that letter." And it was years. It was years after I had sent him that letter, but he remembered because I sent him a letter. You know, and I don't know if that's still effective anymore, because now people send email, and you get email all the time from so many different people. So it's probably not.
Actually, if you send a concrete letter, I'm told it's even more effective because no one does that.
Right. A concrete letter would be great, but I wouldn't send an email anymore. I mean, people are very going to take that and say, "Oh, I'll just send off an email." But, you know, I look at my email list, and I'm like, "Oh, no, 150 emails. I don't want to read it." But yeah, you're right. I mean, go ahead and send a concrete letter, a little note that says, "Hey, loved your work." You know, people remember that. And so, I mean, that's how my first 2 books got published. So, because I was just sitting next to him, and I went, "Hey, would you be interested in putting together a collection for?" He said, "Sure."
That's awesome. And yeah, we got the 10-minute warning. We have about 10.5 minutes. And for those who don't know, we have a TV program where we collect local poets, Tennessee poets, and read it on the TV. And we always look for hosts too. David and Bruce have hosted for years now with me, and it's a rolling deadline, so you can send it. I have just put on the email williamson.tnpoets@gmail.com. You can send. It's educational channel, so we really look for family friendly, kids friendly, so the language to be clean. Just want to let you know, and you can reach us and let us know if you want to host also.
Host means read.
Read, when we collect, when we collect, local poets' work, and then two people co-host and read the poetry of their own and others. So you can send your own, or if you have a new book, you can write to us and come and read on the TV as well. We can use all venues of promotion. We are happy to do that because we want to support all local poets and their work.
Does it have to be poetry?
Pardon?
Does it have to be poetry, or with short stories, flash fiction?
This is poetry. Yeah, we have poets from the neighborhood, so so it's poetry.
And generally shorter poetry. If you tend to write 5 or 6 page poems, they don't really work for our format.
Yeah.
Right, sure.
So 1 page is good. 2 page, we have read 3 page, but that was like we could break it into parts or something, so we were able to read that. Recently we did that for 1 poem. We were able to do that. So it depends.
Part of it, I think, is the format when they broadcast. I believe they do it in relatively short number of minute segments, and so if you had something that took 15 minutes to read, it would be the whole program unto itself.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like the poems that KB read today would be perfect. Usually I don't think people are into writing 2 big ones, but yeah. So and anyone want to ask KB any questions?
Well, KB, you are pretty well published. That's 7 volumes. What percentage of the poems you write actually get published in journals rather than in your collections, or in addition to in your collections?
I didn't necessarily look at this one that I remember, but I'm putting one together right now, and that is something I looked at. And I've got about 23 poems in each section, and I've noticed I've got 10 or 11 of those that have been published each time. So almost half, I guess.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Is that half of what you write, or half of the ones that are good enough to go into the collection?
Yeah, half of the ones that are good enough to go, that I think are good enough to be published in a collection, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I've got a whole box I was looking at going, really wish I could do something with these. Nope. I mean, not that they're not good, but they're, if they've been prompts, specific prompts, or if they are a particular event, and sometimes it just doesn't work with the rest of my writing, and it would just stick out like a sore thumb if I tried to put it in with everything I normally write.
Yeah.
You just hold those for the big book, the complete poems.
That's the name of the box I have them in. It says collected, unused for collected works. You see, that's the hope.
Yeah. So when did you start writing?
I started writing poetry. I started writing when I was in grade school, but I started writing poetry when I started teaching writing poetry, when I started teaching poetry for high school. So in 92, I guess, 1992. I asked all the teachers, I said, okay, you've given me stuff for Romeo and Juliet, you're giving me stuff for short stories, you're giving me stuff for the novel. Where's the poetry unit? And they're all like, we don't teach poetry. And why don't you teach poetry? And they say, that's too subjective. You can't. I'm thinking all of literature is subjective. What do you mean poetry? It's too subjective. And so I just, I sent off for some workbooks that said how to teach poetry to teenagers. And then, I won't do anything. I won't ask my students to do something I can't do. So I always try to do the assignments first.
Yeah.
And if I could do them, I thought, okay, that means I can explain them. And so the ones I couldn't do, I didn't. And then I thought, oh, I really like doing this. This is something I can get finished with in a short amount of time and be pretty prolific. And then I keep revising until I'm happy enough with it.
Thank you. That's wonderful, because that's one of my thing with this program. Also, I'm hoping like youth in the community or whoever, and even any programs, that annual programs, I'm trying to get the youngsters at any age to get them interested, because I feel especially we were trying to teach the teenagers, and that's commendable, because they really need some channel to, vent their emotions at that age, writing, painting something, and poetry is, I think, marvelous to do that.
And they really want to share at that age. They really want to share. They think they don't want to share, but they really do. Yeah. They're so excited that somebody's paying attention, whether it's their artwork or their writing or their theater stuff or their chorus. I mean, they're just so happy that people are paying attention, and you see them sit up straighter and be really happy about it.
Yeah. Wonderful. So we are almost reaching 1 minute. So I want to take the time to thank you all for coming today, and for the opportunity that we have to listen to KB. And KB, thank you, and wish you well. And your poetry awesome. And see you again. Blessed are the firefighters. Raging fires in California, Oregon, spewing blankets of smoke across multiple states, and the rising sun of fiery redness of Saharan desert, masked behind humanity gasping for breath across the globe, wrapped in the wrath, aftermath of futile wars, politics and bureaucracy, defining borders, race and ethnicities, dividing in the name of God and religion, widening the gaps, counting dollars, generating haves and have-nots, too many garbage, bottled water bottles, finding their way like the coronavirus across the oceans, no borders for pollution or the pandemic, raging like the fires. Let us each be relentless like a blessed firefighter.
Nice.
Thank you. Who wants to go next?
I don't have anything to read, so I'm just going to hang around for about 15 minutes and then bail out. So that's
I can read.
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Sunflower next to your grave, seed caught in a rift of stones, offspring of a star's corona. I stand as tall as you, face turning with the sun's hours in the day's scuff, shuffle, and leap. You don't know the jaundiced sheen of my soul, the tattoos storms needled on frayed worlds and heart leaves. Your face gold leaves the loss I weave through weeping willows.
And this is from my book, Loving the Dead, which won the Blue Light Press Book Award in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Haya, for sharing. And keep in touch. Please email me or leave your email for me.
Yes, I
If you
will.
don't mind. Yeah, thank you.
Vera, I've got one.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Bruce.
I just have to get the different view. This one is a poem that was actually published in last year in the Vanderbilt Poetry Journal called Tabula Rasa on Call. So it's called Living Will, this poem. He and his daughter mulled it over. His remaining life would pass with decency and dignity, weather permitting, in a style modest and optimistic. He smiled. No, she said, optimism is a proposition. The word hovered between them and they watched it leave. Hope then, he said, which is a posture. In a style humble and hopeful, a shaker style for furniture of mind and heart aging in smaller quarters. He smiled again. Your mind is too ornate, she said. Would the simplicity suit you? I hope to outlive that opposition. What I look for ahead is not simple, but only more compressed. I want my space and my time to line up. I see icons without iconology, exuberance under the breath. As she smiled, it reflected in his. Now you're catching on. Attention that deserves payment without calling attention to itself. She seemed distracted. A cleaner line, cleaner than a rhyme? Just so. The sound the smooth curve of a railing makes as the hand slides along it, but you can't quite hear. The shaping of space between parallel slats in a door, or as a design element, decorative, but not dominant. A natural wood stain reveals the gift of grain in lines showing something pure, but not pristine. Hygiene, another posture. She smiled again. No, I'd say such shapes were sturdy geometries of consolation to their makers, offered to celebrate a creation, but not their own. And one that is not ours. Shapes sufficient, she said. Unto the day, he answered. Handles and knobs that do not menace or repel, invite the embrace of human flesh. Chairs not so comfortable as to let you sit too long or neglect your chores. Just enough glass indoors to reveal something within, but not too much.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to read.
Well, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
This was published in the anthology of Appalachian writers, Dorothy Allison edition. It's one of my favorites. It's called The Book of the Dead. My granddaughter Denali calls it the Book of the Dead, a brown photo album with ornate gold trim, smelling of chenille bedspreads in musty rooms, opening with her grandfather 5 grates removed, closing with a high school portrait of me. It's not the Book of the Dead, I tell her, offering my colored image as proof. I smile and say, look, Denali, I'm not dead. She says, but Grandma, you're close. Denali lugs the album, urging me to settle, scooting like a shuttle, weaving her bottom back and forth on the sofa. Black leather cushions exhale as I sit balancing the musty weight of yellow pages on our mismatched thighs. Denali folds the cover back in my hands. She outlines the shape of the face of Reuben Columbus Camp, frozen on tin, 100 years before she was born. She retraces as if to feel his cheek through the veil, then dabs her eyes with the same fingertips. He doesn't know me, she gravely sighs, then leans close and makes me promise. Grandma, when you die, tell the family my name. Grandma, tell them I'm coming.
You have every right for that to be one of your favorites. That's fantastic.
That is so cool. What an insight to a little kid.
She was 7 when she did that, so.
Hey, Vera, Annie's trying to get in.
Oh, Ocean. Thank you.
I would read.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Kelly.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm reading from The Locust Years, which is my new book out on Amazon. Stink. The day the counselor called me into her office for stinking, the teachers standing in the hallway stared, whispered like students as I passed. She wanted to know about my personal hygiene, whether I had soap at home, her way of caring, I suppose. She thought my problem resulted from lack of knowledge. How could she comprehend that I had to fight for my baths? In a tub piled with magazines and mail, learn stealth to avoid the angry bombs that would drop if I was caught. Who has heard of such things? How I wished she would ask the right questions. Do you get in trouble if you're in the bathroom too long? Does your mother force you to stay dirty? But even if she had, how could I have answered, with my throat shut tight as it was, to keep the vomit from rising?
Wow. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
I can read one when you all get a chance.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, thinking that this was July, knowing that it is July, I was trying to think of something that was July appropriate, and two poems came to mind, and this is the one that I want to read. It's called First Battles. At Bull Run, spectators gathered on the sidelines to cheer with the generals, as if at a football match where only gully mud could stain the uniforms. At Sumter, the April bombs only made noise. Here, muskets would remain silent for a few moments before they spat fire, before they spewed smoke as iron dragons, before their shiny bayonet horns would glisten something other than silver, that rage of crimson. The boys simply stared at each other in the sweltered July air, feet heavy in the high grass, faces distorted with hunger. They fell out of ranks, the blue and the gray, at the edge of the woods, facing a breezeless field to pick blackberries. For a moment, blood-red juice on their lips.
Wonderful. Like that.
Oh. Thanks.
Nice. Who wants to go? Oh, wonderful. Chris. Yeah.
This one was published in the American Diversity Report last year. It's called The Sweet Harvest. A hawk shadows the lawn, shades my view where honeybees hover clover, scattered in the grass, gathering. Laden with yellow pods of pollen, clinging to their back legs, I watch them disappear into the hive. The rusty beehive smoker puffs as my dad, clad in his sting-proof suit, walks slowly to the three-tiered honeykeeper. He lifts the metal telescoping roof to 10 wood frames filled with wax-covered goodness, pulls them out one by one, and slings the soul of the hive into mason jars. As I spread the fruits of their labor on a piece of wheat toast cradled in my hand, for a brief moment, I am surrounded by buzzing, wings fanning until all that is left is the pure golden nectar of the gods. Thank you.
Who wants to go next? You don't want to read? You can read again.
Annie.
Yeah, I just go.
Annie. Yes, yes.
Okay. This is called Citrus. Treasure of orange, gold coins on my tongue. Wake me with tangy taste. Kisses of juice, sectioned for sharing. Testing my tendency towards selfishness. Has Jesus given me a loving heart? Enough for me to share this gift with you, my brown-eyed brother. I pull the pithy covering into, reluctantly, pass half the sweet fruit into your warm and waiting upturned palm.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Hey, Rebecca just joined. I didn't notice. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I messed up on the time and got confused.
Oh, sorry. We are reading. If you would like to read a poem, that would be. Hello, Rebecca. We are reading poetry. If you have poems to read, you can.
I'm sorry.
If you like to read a poem.
Oh, I thought you were doing all the reading tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were like KB just finished a reading and then everyone try and read their poetry.
It'll take me a minute to find something.
Thank you all. Wonderful poetry. Hola.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and it was great to hear KB read too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the evening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Indeed.
And you're welcome any Thursday if you have time, just drop in. You know the address now.
Yeah, it's the same address every time, I think, and it's all on Facebook. She's on Facebook, so.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go real soon. I'm facilitating a meeting at 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock your time. Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks for dropping in on
reading and joining.
Yeah. I'll stick around another minute or two since half of my folks are here already.
Me and Annie. I don't know who else is here.
Yeah. Rebecca, you want to read? Then you can go ahead.
Well, I'm just keep getting so confused. I thought the meeting was ending.
You still got the time, so Doris. Thank you, KB.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad participatory audience. So that's wonderful.
You can always count on these people for a good audience and good reading.
Good poetry, yeah.
Thank you, KB.
KB.
Thanks.
Vera, I'm going to have to sign off myself.
Okay. Yeah, I know you have.
Plus Rebecca's ready.
Thank you.
Do you still want me to read something?
Yeah, if you have it ready, no pressure.
I have one here. It's not one of my best, but
yeah, it's fine.
Okay. It's called Branches. Something's happened to my trees. They used to stand still, rooted in the spot where they grew. Charcoal lines on rice paper, frozen to the window. Or summer green stretched out over macrame hammocks with simmering leaves. Looking out the window, I knew what color I'd see, but now purple and white flash like neon, or a movie speeded up too fast to follow. Trees of brown and yellow turn crazy cartwheels and bleed to gray, fading the bare black branches into shadows I can hardly see.
Wow. Wonderful. That's nice.
Thank you.
This is our Poets from the Neighborhood monthly featured poet series. So Barbara Young is our August 2021 featured poet. And Barbara Young is a native of Nashville, Tennessee. She and Jim and Jasmine the cat, I like what you said, now live a few miles west of Nashville in White Bluff. Barbara quit writing at age 26, and 40 years later, she decided that important things are overrated. Lately, she has been trying to make up for the lost time. She has published 2 chapbooks. In May 2021, Madville Publishing brought out the collection Heirloom Language. And so you can reach her at barbaraeyoung@gmail.com. So yeah, so we are excited to have her here, and can't wait to hear her poetry. And then after her presentation, we'll have a Q&A section so we can ask her any questions we have and go from there.
Okay,
Barbara.
All right. I primarily write off prompts. And okay, the first thing I got published was from a prompt site, and it was off a picture of blackbirds. And this one was actually, it was the second poem I submitted, and the first thing that was accepted, and it was nominated for a pushcart. Yeah.
Wow.
That, but I thought, oh, hey, this is going to be easy. No, it wasn't.
Wow.
But this is 24. The blackbird said it was dark inside and smelled of fire and lard. Too tightly packed to move, they pretended it was night inside the casket of crust. The knife that freed them passed between 2 feathers of his wing and damaged one barb. There was noise then, brightness and confusion. I asked him, "Did you sing?" We escaped, he said. We did not sing.
Wow. That's my favorite poem. Sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rye, 420 blackbirds baked in a pie. I used to sing that, and Queen was in the parlor eating bread and honey. That's what I sing when I eat honey and bread. And I was feeling like a queen. Hello, Francesca. Welcome back.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Good, good. Wonderful to see you. Have you back?
Good to see you. I've had lots of things going on, but I'm so happy to see you. I'll talk to you later about it in private.
Yeah. So Barbara Young is presenting. She just read her first poem. Okay, go ahead, Barbara. Sorry about that.
Okay.
We are excited to see you.
This one is about the language and inevitable death. Once upon a time, and this is before you or I or your mother or the dry, disappearing women who live under bridges were born, words, some words, had meanings unlike today's. Night, for instance, and alone. Alone could fill all the space between all the yellow cities on the map with a hollow more empty than the echo of the emptiest of moved from homes. dust where the dresser was, a penny, half a toothpick. But we live in pre-owned valleys and cook on the stove that came with the house. Wearing heirloom language to work, to regret, to shop for our suppers, we name common things and say we die and go to heaven. Call the yellow night sky black.
Oh. Nice.
A lot of my poems are kind of depressing. I don't think of myself as depressing. I think I'm hilarious, but they sound it. The stars are all dead and have fallen. And with help, we loaded the pickup with all the other things that no longer functioned. Washing machine that shook itself to death. Ancient computer face like dirty city ice. One stained mattress upon which no children were conceived, and so forth. Drove somewhere. Nothing there but hills someone had burned with cigarettes. Thorns survived, and kudzu. There was a ditch where an old Chevrolet dammed the runoff and buried itself in red mud. There we did our unloading. Appliances rolled downhill like snake eyes. Newspaper bundles and slick magazines fell like bad cards. Sliding down, the mattress ripped some kudzu cover away to expose layers of garbage. Households like ours. A daughter's bicycle with glossy mylar streamers looked to have been almost new, but vines threaded its spokes and frame, stitched it to the earth like Frida Kahlo. We have returned our portion. This is Testify. The mother of your soul died, aged, and beautiful to you as cedar or black bamboo. You prayed then in your own way, letter by letter, a tear knotted into every syllable. And I envy you, her, and her, you. Grass in a busted flower pot, envying a limestone glade. Some days I'm so dry, the future is too brittle and thin to trust, and the past has worn itself featureless, flat as paper. It's then I wish for a sign painter of the old migrant alcoholic kind, to make my walls say something clear like eats or God, and beautifully, even if it is a lie.
We have
them. Kid lives with her grandmother, wears a stupid hat all the time, fuzzy hat, nasty, looks like a dead dog. One day, her grandmother says, your daddy and his girlfriend are coming this afternoon to pick you up and take you away. Kid says, no damn way. Don't swear, Grandma says. You go hide in the shed out back. I'll lie, say you ran off. Kid says, don't lie, the devil will get you. Anyway, that's them out in the driveway. Kid says, I'll be back by supper, opens the door. Granny goes to the kitchen. Soak the chicken in buttermilk, bake a little cake. There never are any fairies.
Keep believing.
9 and 60. An old woman in a cracked house loves equally the goldfinch upside down at thistle on the porch, and the yellow-breasted backhoe that chugs akimbo, puffs and dips beak into the neighbor's trench. The woman is considering her last will and testament. Rather say, ought to be, but is avoiding it. grasshopper, grasshopper never learned. If one train leaves for Memphis going west at 8 a.m. and 4 men dig a 40-foot well in 4 days, how long is one compound life minus one? What if the hand you always grab to pull yourself up out of ditches is gone? Into the gray beginnings of morning, she washes things. In blue pajamas, window panes. Put grieving aside. There's the electric and medicines, gas for the car. Cranky old woman found dead in her home, leaving cats. Not yet, grasshopper. Finish your chores. A woman with no will or testament, gray raincoat over her pajamas on the front porch in the morning, refills a plastic cylinder with thistle. Benches are wasteful. Black ants in a line cart their leftovers away. It's too late to become ant-like, sturdy, a banker of seeds and success. She feeds the cats because she can't go starting over. And to give up and die is like cheating. My mouth gets dry. This one is Desert of Rain. Again, the wind and the gray-toned clouds. Again, the sun is a bright, broad moon. Again, I ache, bruised from winter years. I forget why spring disappoints me. If the body creates tribes of cells charged to manufacture joy, mine have become nomads, following rumors of light. When did they last know a home? A porch, a place to sit and knit elation while the long rains fall. She was stunned, dull, breaking alive. It is not enough to exist. You must live. And ecstasy had become a strange religious memory. A light spoke that once upon a time pierced infinite grays. Stunned, dull, she had grieved. Tea from a thin bag, old in the pantry, white saltines with cardboard Swiss, dull surrender of a mealy apple. Thinking she had lost her sense of smell and flavors because it was too difficult to be alive, she still smiled for others, walked where they directed, nodded in time to the chat and rumble, squinted into the afternoon glare of tin roof and glass. One of the women pinched the tip leaves off a plant. Smell. And the world broke her alive again in peppermint.
I was like COVID healed.
How the universe is like passion flowers. If I can use a word in a sentence, the thing so named exists. Maybe not enough to bless your daily bread or to rampage with a chainsaw. A branch weighing 200 pounds falls. 2 people meet. Someone wants lemons for iced tea and hurries to the store. How many times have I not died? And you, how many? If the best man had not pranked the condoms, what? Hold this in your offhand while you review the universe. Probabilities a ruse. The first and the 92nd flip of the quarter, 6 of 1 to half a dozen tails. The passion fruit is wild and strange. Its sweet fruit gives you dreams. Pasture rose, painted trillium, the freckled, blushing pitcher plant, a carnivore, around the woods that skirt of mayapple umbrellas, muscadines, persistent human souls. That life exists elsewhere and that it doesn't are both improbable. How can anything so common as a honeysuckle make you drunk and nostalgic? When we bought the house, one corner of the chain link fence belonged to ivory and gold. It was summer. Imagine the smell as afternoon began to cool. And suddenly, all that was something I owned. That I could be adult, responsible, grow heirloom tomatoes is about as likely as a passion flower vining through chains and honeysuckle. So improbable, that flower, that I write a poem that it's red.
It's another favorite of mine.
This is a relatively new one. Across the room, windowed between bookcase and bookcase, winter is curled around a red-capped yellow fire plug. Smoke white sky, rust leaves and needles, the gray veins that are bare oaks, and that one squat, alien and bullet-shaped note, a cough and loud wet snuffle during morning prayers, an intensely human thing out there in the cold, and here in the silence between shelved books. Not sound. We were talking about Darwin's finches. My husband says they are studying somewhere genetics using chicken embryos, suppressing genes whose purpose is suppressing other genes. Turn one off, the chicken has teeth and a dinosaur snout. When I was in school in the 60s, Southern was decidedly not cool, a matter of suppression by law of human beings. I tried to suppress my accent, to sound heartland Canadian. A poorly designed experiment. I neither passed as blameless nor changed the world. Love Poem 2. That's T-O-O. If you must manipulate me, don't let me see the strings. Or be endearingly brazen. You've heard how much I love the mockingbird. I can't abide snake oil, hollow flattery, braggadocio, any wanton abuse of words, but I do love the mockingbird. As I love sweet, surprising blues, melting hot donuts, 2 for Tuesdays, a pun so good it's absurd, so I love that damned mockingbird. If you must manipulate me, again, I love the mockingbird. Every now and then I get into characters.
Nice to
Mrs. Santa. Mrs. Santa takes a hit off a skinny cigarette. Small table, hotel bar, nicotine fingers, foul and yellow, spin the Zippo through water rings. an antique nickel pointer for a phantom game of chutes and ladders. Up and down, down again. No Ouija board answers or 3 strikes, and now you can stop. There's no reason to be a good sport. Win or lose, the prize is nada. Instinct wants her to censor herself, but she knows that truth has the momentum of cancer. She needs to be high again. It would be fine at the top of the world, all poise and porcelain, to be able to stand under the black sky, whirling around and around to the music. Chaz Bukowski works. This is the way I imagine it. Charles Bukowski is still writing. He's sitting on the floor of his hotel called the Great Eternal Flophouse. It is both heaven and hell, which may depend on the plumbing on your particular floor. Bukowski's room has a wash basin and a closet-sized space with a toilet and tin shower, but no door. It doesn't matter. No one visits. The bed with its sagging springs sees no action. There's a dresser in the room with a blank frame where its mirror hasn't been replaced. An eternally dusty, faded red armchair waits by the window. Bukowski sits on the bare floor, back against the wall, a yellow legal pad and a new yellow pencil next to him, pack of cigarettes, and a souvenir ashtray in the shape of a sombrero, bottle and glass. Because it's Labor Day, the American version of May Day, Bukowski, like Whitman down the hall, like Dos Passos and Steinbeck and Hemingway, Dorothy Parker, it's a big goddamn flophouse, is writing to honor the American working man and woman. The floor hasn't been mopped in 3 months of Sundays. The housekeeper slipped on a broken step and shattered her right kneecap. Surgeon who fixed it said the pieces reminded him of a wooden puzzle map of the lower 48 he used to love when he was a kid. Bukowski's brain is on fire. All the words pertaining to the great American worker are up there like sheep in a pen. To be their shepherd, he thinks, is good work. Are we about done? That's about it.
About 20 minutes. Yeah.
I think that's about right then.
Okay. Yeah. If you feel done, then yeah.
I feel pretty done.
Yeah, lovely poems, and I love that you have stories mostly, right? It's like telling story, yeah. And I, like I said, I love that blackbirds. That's my favorite nursery rhyme I used to sing. And yeah, every one of them has a story. Is that how you write? Like some?
I write kind of narrative, yeah.
Yeah, like that woman didn't died without finishing a will. That's a typical thing. I think we are always thinking it will never happen to us, and you know. So I like that one, and the one with the passion fruit.
Ah, yeah. It's the Tennessee State wildflower.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I love passion fruits back in Ceylon. That's one of my favorite fruits. And so I never knew that. Me and my daughter went on a, neighborhood bike ride we used to go, and I was seeing in the wild, growth, the leaves, and I was like, oh my goodness, isn't that passion? Then I just ran. I think it's like, the ground was like a lot of growth, and you don't know whether it's going down, up. My daughter was screaming. Yeah, she was screaming. I just ran, and actually it had like green fruits already. So I plucked one and found out it's passion. So, yeah. So I think by the rain started, I dug out by the road one small plant and brought it home, and now it's in the backyard. I have a lot of passion.
Oh, good.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been that lucky to get it to take.
Yeah, it took me 5 years to come every time it came, but once it takes your yard in the backside.
Yeah.
I love it, so it's fine. Yeah. So, yeah, I love that you write stories. So that's one of my hope that I would be able to do eventually. It's a
Is
little
the floor
hard.
open to share?
Huh?
Is the floor open to share, or do you want anybody else to share? Or
Yeah, we can. If we have any questions for Barbara.
Oh, okay.
About, yeah.
They're beautiful poems.
Yeah.
Very descriptive. I love your descriptions.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I was struck by several of your poems, not all of them, but several of them are, the imagery is so alive, even if you're describing ugly things. But many of your poems end in a really striking way, it seems to me. It doesn't really sort of resolve or, bring closure. It's you kind of leave the reader suspended, or even the image of sort of growing old and so forth was like teething within one of the poems. Did I remember that correctly?
Yeah, the genes suppressing the other genes.
Cheating.
Oh, cheeking. Oh, I see.
CHEATING.
Oh, it is not the chicken with the dinosaur.
Okay, my mistake. But anyway, I think that several of the poems were very interesting to me because they really didn't give you a closure. They kind of dropped you in suspension or wonder or dread or whatever it might be.
Make you think. I thought of that lady who died. Was kind of make you think. Kind of. Yeah. Anything, Rebecca?
Well, sometimes I have trouble understanding. It's probably my hearing. I don't know, but I did greatly appreciate the poems. I thought the imagery was very fresh and original. And I was trying to remember the line about truth what was the rest of that? Is something is cancer. What goes in the middle there? Truth is. Nobody remembers that line. That really struck me. Truth is forceful as cancer. Truth.
Oh, okay. See if I can remember it. That's a new one, and I can't remember it very well.
Well, that's okay. It just struck me, and so I wanted to remember it.
You go about your business, I'll find it.
Francesca, you have anything? Any comments? Francesca?
Oh yeah. I wanted to say I really like the one about the chicken and the dinosaur as well. And the one about the authors, all the authors' names that she included, I really like that because I like studying each author and hearing the literary things being called out, or the names of people who have written things, and discussed how they've written them through the eye of the writer. So I was just excited that I got to join you guys today and see Barbara. So Barbara, thank you so much for coming and enlightening us with your new work and your other work as well. We really enjoy hearing this. So I hope you come back and share some more work soon.
Thank you. Nice to see you too, Fletcher.
Truth has the momentum of cancer. Truth has the momentum of cancer.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Okay. Yeah, that is.
The truth spreads like cancer spreads. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah. You can. You can't keep it. Truth. You cannot keep it hiding. Yeah. That's great. Otherwise, we'll be it's too much lies.
Wonderfully said, though. Wonderfully said.
David?
Yeah, Charles Bukowski.
Yeah.
Is he a particular favorite of yours? I mean, I don't see his influence in your work.
Not really. I like him because he's kind of funky. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good word for his work.
I also like the fact that he's just so incredibly prolific. But some of his stuff is really touching. It's quite unusual. It's surprising.
Well, yeah, I mean, he would come home from work and write, 50 or 60 poems.
That's right.
And I don't know how much of that is the blind squirrel effect.
I've got a friend right now who's trying to write, try to make the Guinness Book of World Records with haikus. So I can only imagine him coming home and writing that many stories. Could be. I mean, you never know who puts their purpose in life to only do something. Some people get that, and it kind of sounds like it wouldn't be true because you have other life to live. But then again, think about how many people do something all day long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Before I started writing poetry again, I decided I was going to do the novel in a month thing, the NaNoWriMo. I did that 5 times.
Did you write?
One time I succeeded, the first time, and it just went down from there. So I call myself a short attention span novelist.
So did you finish it, or what happened?
I finished one. Well, I got my word count. I didn't quite finish the story, but I was within spitting distance of it. But it was so bad, I never got back to finishing it. It was just every one of them was worse than the last. Just terrible. I don't like conflict.
That's exactly my trouble. If I tried to screenwrite, I wanted everybody to turn out in a happy ending.
Yep.
And they said they can't do that all the time. You have to have something in there to make them have something that's wrong and all this other stuff, but that's just mechanical. Mm-hmm. And I feel like sometimes we run out of subjects, but it's kind of like if you kind of enrich your life with other things and possibly, go to a few little meetings with people who are like on your side about it. Sometimes you see the beauty in your writing. Sometimes you see more beauty in your writing than you ever knew, because when you share a little bit of it, then sometimes it comes out. They were like, well, to just develop some more characters or something, like maybe put two characters in with this thing. And then I thought about it and I did that, and they were like, it's much better now that you put the two characters in. I was like, okay.
Yeah, so we have 1 minute left. So I want to thank everyone for coming today, and thank you, Barbara, for the wonderful poetry, and we loved it. And yeah, thank you. So today we are having our September featured poet for our series, Poets from the Neighborhoods monthly featured poet series of 2021. And we are honored to have him. And John Manon is a retired physics professor. John lives in Knoxville, Tennessee, author of 4 collections with Flux Lines, The Intersection of Science, Love, and Poetry, Lynette's Wings Press 2021, Sacred Flute, Iris Press 2022, forthcoming. He has poems appearing in Windhour, North Dakota Quarterly, Foreign Literary Journal, La Mentor, Blue Fifth Review, Poetry South, the New England Journal of Medicine, Impressive Baltimore Review, and others. John was awarded a Jean Ritchie Fellowship 2017 in Appalachian Literature and served as the celebrity judge for the National Federation of State Poetry Societies 2018. He edits poetry for Abyss and Apex and other journals. And you can contact him or look him up on his website that I have on the flyer. I'm not sure what the first 2 initials are, so I'll pass that one. But if you Google John C. Malone, he comes up. And also, I would like to just let you know that this program is recorded, and this will be part of our annual Tennessee Poets Day 2022, which will be our 6th annual Poets Day. So we will have this as part of the program. Okay. Thank you, John. The stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you for having me here. I really am honored. A number of years ago, a friend of mine, another writer, suggested that I write some poems based on my science background. I'm a physicist and a chemist. My first 2 degrees are in chemistry.
Wow. Yeah.
And so I took her up on it. And so was born this collection that is now called Flux Lines. And the Flux Lines is basically a metaphor for the entire collection, in that as a physicist, when I teach my students about energies are stored in flux lines and in field lines, actually, as they might be called. And it's so I just take and extend it to the abstract feeling of love, and that's where the genesis of that came from. So in this collection, there's a variety of work involving love. When I say love-related poetry, perhaps it's better to say they're not love poems, because some of these are not. They're falling in love, falling out of love, wished love, requited love. All the aspects associated with love on various intimate levels, and this is not parental or children love. This is for couples, and so what I do is I use metaphors from science, and so each chapter is divided into a particular or several scientific disciplines from which I use metaphors to talk about things. And so I want to show you a picture. It's a picture that kindly one of the NASA workers had generated specifically for me, and all I had to do was to review his son-in-law's poetry book.
Oh, wonderful.
For that kindness that he's done for me for the cover of the book, which is, there are field lines. There are actually solar flux, magnetic flux lines of the sun, and the sun's undergoing a pole reversal, and it's going nuts. And so I thought it was a good picture to use, because love sometimes makes me and it at least go nuts. So I want to stop share for a moment.
Yeah.
And I'm going to actually start share again and show you a picture of something important for the first poem, which I'm sure you've seen. Hopefully this will load a little faster.
Oh, okay.
Do you see?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Now, anybody know what this is?
It looks like fingernails.
It does. It does. But they're not.
It's the moon?
You're very, very, very close. The moon, the moon is certainly involved. It's an eclipse.
Yeah.
This is a picture. I had a white painted board on my driveway, August 28, 2017, something like that.
Yeah.
And through the leaves, some myrtle leaves, I guess it was, the sun was being diffracted through the leaves and cast this image of a nearly eclipsed sun. Okay, so the moon is indeed the dark area that you see covering this, the Great American Eclipse. I wanted you to see this picture because it plays in to my first poem called Starburst.
This is
Let me go ahead and read that then, if I can figure out where the heck it went. It's supposed to be right in front of my face, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. You shouldn't be seeing anything except me now, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here we go. So this is from the first section. The book is divided into 8 sections, and the first section is astronomy. And so this poem comes from that section, and it's called Starburst. Crepe and maple canopies diffract noonday starlight. Our sun ensconced by an umbral disk. Soon 1,000 black and white crescents of moon and sun slip through leaf clusters of pinhole cameras onto my driveway. Just as the moon osculates the sun, I steal a kiss from my stellar lady, then turn around just in time, see the glorious corona of the Great American Eclipse. The hot sky transforms from gold-studded blue to cool platinum, a dusk brushed with eerie purple, as if an alien sunset placed a chill in the summer day. My sweetheart keeps the air around us warm as family despite the 10-degree drop in temperature. Roosters down the road must be cocking their heads, crowing for their mates. The high-pitched confusion, as if the sky were falling, is accented by dogs yowling. The fear of a werewolf sky reverberates in the hills. Cicadas don't sing lazy antiphonals, but rather chirps that question mark, that artificial night. A loudening cacophony is the new serenade when the wedding ring flares in the sky.
when the bridegroom's son hides behind his lover's bejeweled veil, even if it's just for a shy moment. But when shadowy Celine disrobes and her bow shines his enchanted smile, they stop their cries, lay down their timpani, and I, engaged, arm in arm, embrace my wife, the sun starbursting in her eyes, but my heart is still eclipsed by hers. So
Nice ending. Nice ending.
yes, thank you so much. And I'm a romantic. You should know that from the get-go, that my right brain came out of comatose in 2004 when I started writing poetry seriously. And all my left brain stuff comes in the editing process, but not so much in the creation part. I leave that. I do have the heart of a poet and the mind of a physicist. So, and I try to mix the only when it helps the poem. And once in a great while, the poem will help my physics. Another topic, another time maybe. But anyway, I wanted to start off that way. And now I want to, and I want to try to, some of these are happy, some of these are not so happy. That was a happy one. So let me read one that perhaps isn't quite as happy. This is not necessarily the same woman at all. There's been, and they're not necessarily women in my life, past or present, though they could be, and in some cases they are, but in many other cases they're just imagined relationships. They're fictive women, and I love women, period. So let me just go on with that. Okay, so I'm not going to read you something from the second section, which is astrophysics and cosmology. I thought astronomy was close enough for that for now in our limited time. Well, I take it back. I will read something from you from astrophysics and cosmology. And this is called October Storms. And the reason that I called it October Storms is because of the double entendre with the word storm. And also in October of, I think it was 2003, the sun flared like a bat out of hell, so to speak. It flared a lot and caused a lot of coronal mass ejections. They're just basically solar flares that come directly at us. And it's a violent time. And so that's happened in that time. So anyway, here we go. I use that sun as et cetera, as a metaphor again for relationships. October storms. A candle-lit jack-o'-lantern moon draped his black cape of glittering stars, blazed as a chariot chasing a sunlit trail, arcing the tuxedo sky. An orange-yellow veiled sun melted a sky full of rice-shaped crystals, glazing clouds. She slid her long train across the blue, but the moon hid his darker face, his bride pocked with sunspots also. Years later, the sun flared her big-barreled shotgun, flashing 15 billion tons of TNT. No suicide note left, just shards of hot plasma and pieces of heart cratering the pumpkin moon. So that, so you see, you're starting to get an idea of how I use the metaphors. And the one thing that I'm sticky about is not important to you all, but if you do happen to be a scientist or knowledgeable in the sciences, you'll notice that I try to minimize the amount of poetic license I take with the facts rendered. So I'm true to the science. And so there's an extra level of satisfaction on reading these poems, not necessary to enjoy, but if you have it, then it's kind of like a bonus. Yeah. And so I strive to be technically accurate as much as possible.
Yeah. Is this the once in Laonia flare?
The what?
The ones in Livonia flare. Ones in Livonia circles.
I don't, Melonius, I didn't.
The Livonia flares every 11 years. There's a flare.
Oh, no. I got you. Forgive me for not understanding your accent. Every 11 years is the sunspot cycle. And that's when you have the sun becoming very active or again. And that during those times, all those flares come from all those magnetic field lines. They get twisted up like spaghetti. And they break eventually. About every 11 years, there's a massive outbreak of these breakings. They show up as flares, yes. And what happens is that the sun is not a rigid body like the Earth, but undergoes, when it rotates about once every 30 days at the equator, at the poles, it's rotating a little bit slower. A little bit faster. It takes one rotation, maybe 25 days. So that differential rotation makes all the magnetic field lines that are embedded in the plasma to end up twisting. And finally, just like taking ropes, you're going to twist at the foot, it's going to break because they have to reconnect because you can't have any monopoles in magnetic fields. But it's a convenient mathematical construct, or heuristic argument, if you wish. But something is happening literally to release that magnetic field energy and with it, that ejecta, the solar storms. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So on that note about being accurate about physics, the next section is on physics and engineering, because all of this is precious to me as a scientist. I love it all. But I am a physicist, and so I'm particularly and a chemist, so I'm particularly excited about those things. And there's a phenomenon in quantum mechanics called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which, and it's the epigraph to this poem. I'll just read the epigraph. It says, in quantum mechanics, energy and time and momentum and position as conjugate variable pairs cannot be known precisely in the same instant. There is uncertainty. And that uncertainty, I'm jumping out of the poem, and that uncertainty, I do mention in the poem, but I want to mention it now ahead, is based on something called Planck's constant. That's an extremely small number, like a decimal point followed by 37 zeros, okay? And then the numbers show up. A very, very small number. And so, but my professor, Professor Hochmal at Georgetown University, where I got my master's in physical and theoretical chemistry, he said, imagine a world where Planck's constant is unity or one. And he motioned his piece of chalk across the sky. This is like in 1973. And he said you would see a big old blur because you wouldn't be able to tell. There's so much uncertainty. All right, so here's a poem where I take that idea that Professor Hochmal gave me and imagine the world where Planck's constant is one. Here we go. Heisenberg's uncertainty. What are my chances of embracing you, finding your lips on mine? In this universe, our flesh is ethereal and our souls mesh. Right now, I can sift your heart with my ghostly fingers, find a shadow of me there. There's no uncertainty in that. Across the room, you don't see me. I sense the wisp of your hair, your thoughts mere waves pulsing through me. When I touch you, you won't be able to tell how fast my heart is beating. You could only guess, but you'd be right. Imagine a world different from ours, where Planck's constant is not equal to one, but minuscule, shrunk down 34 orders of magnitude. In that universe, I would feel the texture of your lips, and you would know precisely where I am. So I'm wondering, so do you like it? Do you like me doing it this way, just reading, or would you all prefer to see the poem on the page too? Or
I would like that if you can share your
Some
screen.
people prefer, like Bruce likes that.
Okay, I'll share screen then, so you can see the.
I think we can still have the faces.
Okay.
Each other, I think. Yes.
All right, I'll go ahead and share screen. Oh, you got to enable it first.
Oh yeah, sorry, I came back, so
Right.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now you can.
Okay. Yeah, because the one good thing about sharing screen is you're able to see the line breaks that I have, and where is I'm looking for it. I'm looking for the open file. It's Word. Where to go? Oh, here it is. The reading. Okay, so you should be able. Let me make sure it's big enough. I know for my eyeballs, I have to keep it at least 150.
It's good.
All right. So this is from the section called Meteorology and Atmospherics. And so this poem, and most of these poems are already previously published. This poem is called "The Weatherman Said It Might Rain." April edges. Oh, where did the L go? Hold on, I got it. This is. I'll tell you what happened. I copied and pasted, and then my computer had suffered a calamity with a beer back in April, I think it was. And there's several keys that stick. Now they're gone forever. So I have to copy and paste every time to get the L's, the O's, the periods, and the open and the left parentheses. Okay, here we go. The weatherman said it might rain. April edges into my bedroom. Scents of hyacinth and lavender stir in the air. Sky is blue, like the hazel of your eyes when they'd open for me on those yawning mornings. I remember the spring of our lives when we were still too naive about spring, when love grew like honeysuckle vine, and we'd kiss those flowers with our eyes and our lips. Sweet, sweet dew always seemed to linger. I wish you would have lingered too in the coming years. We had forgotten summer isn't too far off from spring, and everything doesn't stay green in its heat. Today, heat rises early, turning skies blue away. Its eye jaundiced and air unsettled. I can hear distant rumblings of a locomotive wind. So that's a sadder one, you know. And then, so what's next on my list is from chemistry, geology, and metallurgy. I didn't have enough poems for them to be individual sections, and I try to make them as balanced as much as possible. So this one is, interestingly enough, was inspired by one of the people that blurbed my book. I was so fortunate to have Dr. Callett, who's a two-time Knoxville poet laureate.
Oh, laureate, yeah.
Yeah. And she was so sweet. This one year, well, she's always sweet, but this one year we were having a workshop in a little coffee shop. In a bookstore.
Yeah.
And she was the guest of honor, right? So here we come in, anxious to learn something from this fabulous poet, and she has laid out cookies and chocolate and really nice wine that she brought for us to share. You know, we're the ones that should be bringing these things. And
Probably
she's bringing it for us. So she at that time she wasn't retired. She's now professor emeritus at University of Tennessee Knoxville's Department of English, where UTK has one of the few PhD programs in creative writing, and one with a poetry concentration to boot. So I never took it. I mean, I'm a physicist, remember, but I would love to go sit under her. Oh, anyway, anyway. So at the end of the session, she had an extra bottle of wine and chocolate, and I told her thank you, and so I really enjoyed it and everything. And she said, "Do you want to take it home?" I go, "Sure." I'm not proud. I said, "Sure." So I'm taking this. I take the bottle of wine home, and as I'm driving home, I'm thinking about this particular poem, and so I wrote it and refined it over the years. But here it is: chocolate, wine, and poetry. A perfect blend, a craving for sweet sex and strong heart that won't break as lines. A swirl of intoxication with plenty of phenylamine, chemical of love, dissolving in wine, in poetry. Words like caramels dipped in pleasure, succulence unknown until sipped, each drenched in kisses. Each caress a verse, a tease, blackberry and cherry, fruit forward, vanilla in French oak, supple leather with tobacco and pepper lace the palate. Drink now, only the sweet aftertaste of you remains.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That was fun writing.
Yeah.
That's great.
Marilyn Callett's inspiration.
Yeah, that's right.
Probably. Was the wine from France? She goes to Paris.
No, I don't remember. It probably was. I think it was, because I brought that French in there, right?
Yes, she goes there. So
yes, and so that was that one from chemistry. Then I had originally this was a chapbook with only 20 some poems or so, and when I approached the first publisher, whose name I won't mention, they said, "Well, we only publish full-length collections, so come back when you have a full length." And so it took me 8 months to flush it out, to make it long enough, and I included sections I didn't think about, like the biological and medical science stuff and a few others. And so that helped do it. And eventually she said, "Yeah, we'll publish it." And then they dragged me along for a couple more years, and finally I got disgruntled and left them and picked up another publisher in Ireland who published my second collection, the Lynette Swings Press, and they do a pretty good job. But then there was surgeries, and there was COVID, and then there was being stranded in Spain. So this collection is really very, very late. But it's going to be published. I think it's actually going to happen next month, because it's already the end of September. So here we go with I'm not going to read you something from the biological or medical science because of time, but I do want to read one from the natural world, and why the natural world? Well, when you think about, I mean, the natural world it's a natural scientific laboratory. It just requires an observer like me. All right, so in a way, I think it's fair to have a section on the natural world here, and so and probably a lot of people already write their poems using metaphors from the natural world. So there's nothing really new here about that. So the language is going to be much more familiar to you. This is called Hemlock and Juniper, and it's a list poem written as a prose poem. Pine's soft kiss, mayapple and Solomon seal on the side of a country road. Creek meandering into an enchanted glen. Waterfalls creasing rock, spraying rainbows. A table mountain pine grapples limestone, dirt sifting through its roots. Mushrooms whisper earth into my ears. Winterberry, heart red against Galax green. Not pale as my own reflection in the nighttime window, even with the moon in all its fullness, looking over my shoulder. Your face with that same glow. Porter's Creek Trail, stabbing into woods where a graveyard hides. Fear tugging at my sleeves to take me there before. I can hold your hand again. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's some of these sometimes you never know when they're going to become difficult, you know.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things about poetry in general that to write I write a lot of love poems, as you're starting to see. The thing that makes a poem something like that successful, but really any poem about any topic that has emotional content, is the requirement is that the poet has to invest him or herself in that work emotionally. If not, it's going to sound like a cheap shot. It's going to sound like the poet wants the reader to experience the emotion, but wants to isolate him or herself from it. I can say this with expertise because that's exactly what I tried to do when I first started writing poetry, and I wrote a 911 poem. And the lady poet who was teaching me something was from New York. And so when she says, "How dare you?" she was right. I went home, I rewrote the poem the way it should have been written the first time, and I cried like a damn baby the whole time. So that's what you got to do, is emotionally invest yourself. And then as far as relationship poems go, like these, there's that risk of it opening up old wounds or creating new ones or whatever. So anyway, I don't want to say much more. I want to go ahead and I want to close the collection with this more light-sided one. This is now your metaphysics and mythology. What the hell is that doing in this collection, right? Well, remember that the PhD, what that stands for, is Doctor of Philosophy. Well, philosophy, yeah, because science was considered a natural philosophy. And that's where the origin of a PhD comes from. Well, at the time that we had, I guess it was probably during the Renaissance, maybe even earlier too, but a lot of your natural philosophers also were your, for lack of a better word, synthetic philosophers. Those practicing philosophy and theology and all the other difficult to quantify sciences. And so it's when you talk about science, it's inevitable for one to talk about metaphysics, because physics asks the big questions, even the ones it can't answer. I'm quoting myself from one of my many lectures to my college students. And so it's not unusual to see science and philosophy and theology and anything that would come up against that, like mythology, to show up. And so therefore, I have this section that I just felt that I needed to justify to you. And it's called Book of Dreams. And the epigraph reads, Nakhash, Hebrew word for serpent. My wife was drop dead gorgeous, but I wanted more than her body. I wanted conversation with her, sports and politics, poetry. All she wanted to do was to pet animals and talk with them. Frustration grew faster than kudzu. I went to see the enchanter. His store in the center of town was where we never went before. His name was Nachash, seller of magic and promises, of potions and apothecaries. He was dressed in a copper-colored suit, somehow knew what I wanted. He reached to the top of a tall shelf, blew dust off the book of dreams. He said with it, I could turn the rattle of dry bones into living creatures, another woman if I desired. One who would know everything about sports and politics. She would make poetry with me in bed. I lusted after that thought. I said, what do you want for this book that will show me these things? The magical enchanter smiled a glittery smile. He said, not much. We can talk about that later. He offered me the book in good faith, even a token to take home. Now I have no peace, only evil dreams. All I did was eat one of his apples. My wife did too. Nakash means they translated the serpent, but it really means magical enchanter because it's got a red-bellied, red-orange bellied underside. So that's the Hebrew word, which I thought I'd work into this poem.
Nice, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to, I guess I'm gonna leave that open, but I guess what I can do is I wanted to make sure that, hold on, don't panic. I'm looking for this file. Oh yeah. I wanted to. I'm not going to read you all the blurbs. I'm just going to read you one. But I want to ask you if any of you are familiar with the name Roald Hoffman.
Say that again.
Roald, Roald Hoffman, Hoffmann. I'm willing to bet that you never heard that name before. But this is what he said. There are two constants in the poetry of John Mannoni, love and science, and they are intertwined. His poems flow effortlessly between poles of desire and precious, precise knowledge. In the world of poetry, there is no one who can mine science for metaphor the way Mannoni does, nor move to love so naturally. Roald Hoffman, chemist and writer, professor emeritus at Cornell University, and co-recipient of the 1981 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. So wonderful. I am deeply honored to have and he got the Nobel Prize in 81, and I studied him in the late 70s to the mid 70s. Yeah. He applied quantum mechanics to predict reaction pathways in various organic reactions. A brilliant piece of work. I didn't know that he was going to win a Nobel Prize. He shared it with someone else. And and I almost went to Cornell, so I would have met him. He would have been my chemistry professor. But Cornell did not offer me a full academic scholarship like Loyola did. So it's a small world.
Exactly. Yes.
So anyway, I'm more than happy to entertain whatever additional questions you might have. Maybe anyway, go ahead.
In him, you found a discerning reader.
Thanks. Yeah, I stumbled a couple of times because not that I'm nervous, but my eyesight is not as keen as it used to be.
That goes for most of us now.
Yeah, I'm 73, believe it or not, and the Lord has blessed me enormously with not being, but being healthy and able to eat hot, spicy food at my age. This is a real blessing. You have no idea how much of a blessing that is. Wow.
I know.
Yeah, yeah, I bet you do. 'Cause I had wonderful Indian cuisine just the other night.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I am starting to reduce it because I am unable to tolerate how I used to tolerate. So yes. Yeah. Anyone who has
I have a question
yes.
for you.
Okay.
I think the first poem that you showed on the sharing screen, you mentioned that it would be good for us to be able to see how you had arranged the line and used the line breaks.
Okay. Let me.
My question is, could you say a little bit more about either that poem or others? You know, how do you think about the function of line breaks?
You know, interesting that you raised that question, because just recently, like this past Saturday, I gave a lecture on tension devices in poetry. And of course, when it comes to free verse, line break is the most powerful thing about the line break in free verse is that it carries that tension or creates that tension. So yes, I think very carefully about my line breaks, and I mean, they may or may not be. I mean, as they occur to me in the rough drafting, of course, I make note. If I'm just free writing, I'll actually put a slash to remind me that's where I want that line to break. However, it turns out, because of what you have as you're reading the line, when you get to the end of it, if there's no punctuation to stop you, in other words, if it's in jam, then there's a certain expectation that the reader has as that line is reached and then turned. And then when you deliver something that's totally unexpected or something with more nuance, it's a surprise, and that is tension. And a poet by the name of Tate says that a poem isn't really complete unless you have that tension. And so it's a very important part of the poem. So yeah. So anyway, did you want me to? Not all lines can be remarkable in their. They may sometimes be just mere breath pauses. But whatever you do, even if it's a really effective line break where that tension is there, you don't ever want to compromise rhythm. That's something that people will say cliches will sink a poem. Well, so will bad rhythm. But fortunately, the rhythm is something that's not hard to fix. So when I edit poetry for Abyss and Apex or Silver Blade or Liquid Imagination or American Diversity Report, I can make suggestions based on the way the words are, slight changes in diction or slight changes in punctuation that will preserve the poet's voice while at the same time restore or enhance the quality of the rhythm. I'm thinking. I'm looking at Starburst and see if there's any remarkable line breaks there real fast. And I don't think this is one of the poems that I don't think really had any. I mean, they were fine, the loud breaks, but they were not tension creating per se. But some of the other ones, they certainly were. I think you saw. I think you were seeing the one with the weatherman. I think there were some really pretty effective line breaks there. And when I say effective, I'm talking about with respect to tension. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, no, that's quite interesting. I was thinking of something that I read in which a poet was talking about punctuation. So I was thinking to myself, well, how does one think, can one think this way about line breaks as well? But anyway, his point about punctuation was that it nails the word to the paper, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted the words to be free.
Right. And that's perfectly fine. I've seen many poems with no punctuation, but only a handful of them are really successful. And W.S. Merwin may be one that does it successfully. In his later years, he all his poems didn't have any punctuation. He two-time U.S. Poet Laureate.
It was he whose essay I was reading about that.
Okay.
But I was
it really is hard to do because sometimes you compromise the rhythm when you do no punctuation. You got to be you really got to know what you're doing, and always read your poems out loud in that revision process to you, because the eye will lie to you, but your ear cannot. The ear cannot lie to your brain. Your eye will. It'll read words with missing letters, and like we fill in the blanks with our eyes. Yeah.
And I was just thinking that the line break sort of has to be somewhere. And so there's a certain, I don't know, determinism about it. And I noticed that reading poems, a number of poems that pop up in various magazines, the New Yorker, the New York Review books, wherever, I'm seeing more and more poems with very long lines.
Yes. And unfortunately, even in very fine journals like Poetry and the New Yorker, et cetera, Georgia Review, you'll see poems ending on really very weak words. Brilliant poem otherwise, but and you can get away with it if you already have a name. You see, I wouldn't get away with it. And people submitting poetry to me generally won't get away with it either. I can't hear you. You're muted, Vera.
Yeah, sorry. Sarah got through it.
Sarah
Becker.
Oh, yeah.
But sorry, what are you saying about me?
No. He said mentioned about his stuff, but I said Sarah Becker got through.
I have luck sometimes. So I have a question for you, John. Is that okay?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, because you do so much editing, and when I do that, I find I just get really involved in the editing. And then if I try to turn around and write a poem, it's like dragging an ocean liner, all the way across. And then inevitably I have to go to class, or I have to, mop up a mess somewhere.
Yeah.
And then it gets thrown off. And that makes it really difficult for me to do the poetry. And so I was wondering, how the heck do you manage to write good poetry and do all the editing?
I've been blessed with two sides of the brain. Like most women have the ability to use equally as well, unlike guys, which are predominantly left brain dominated. Women have two, and I'm not effeminate at all. It's just a wonderful gift that you all have that I'm appreciating. So I don't know. I guess what I do is that I have my left brain has learned from me when to shut the hell up, because I used to have to cuss it out to tell me to leave me alone with a few expletives. Now that it understands when I write poetry to leave me alone, because it knows it's going to have fun editing. But when I write story, that editor has not learned as well yet, and it bothers me. So I can only write 75 to 100 words, 200 word snippets. Then I have to go and revise. If I do that, it'll take me about a week to write a 2,000 word story, but it would have enjoyed a dozen multiple, revisions in the process. So I would suggest a little wine to mitigate the left brain's effect, but also a different creative outlet to keep that energizes the right brain. Is if you engage in another creative activity, whether it be listening to music or walking in the woods, or just reading somebody else's poetry, or whatever. It can be anything. As long as it's creative and doesn't. In other words, it shuts the left brain editor out for a little while, and that helps energize the right brain. So it helps in the transition from the editing to the writing part. And because you're right, it does take a lot out of you. Where's the energy come to write? And thank you for the compliment, by the way.
Yeah.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always hard for me to shift between the two. It's like my brain just goes in a different place, and it's like, oh, here's that wall. But I appreciate your tips, and I'm glad to know other people struggle with that as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing is automatic. In fact, the poem that I'm going to be sharing within the next hour with my group, some of whom are here, was written today, which is unusual for me. I mean, I usually I have a stab at it 3 or 4 times during the week before we share. But today, I just did it all at one sitting. But the evolution was still pretty successful. So I got lucky.
So yeah, anyone has any more questions? I think John has another event.
I gotta go real soon.
Yeah,
I'd love to stay more, but these my peeps they would stone me.
Yes,
I didn't show up tonight.
Yeah, thank you, John. If no one has questions, so thank you. It's awesome, and we are honored, and we enjoyed all your poems. And probably I'm a scientist, but my poetry really has science in it. but
many scientists who try to write poetry do exactly that. They try so hard that it comes out cute and or clever, which is good for a laugh or an applaud, but not good enough to be published in general. And I'm including Dr. Hoffman's poem, but part of his Nobel laureate speech has a poem in it, Men and Molecules. And it's I have to go back and read it. I know I wasn't impressed when I first read it. Yeah. I was impressed with the fact that he's using poetry in his Nobel laureate acceptance speech.
I think I escaped from the science when I'm a poet. So I'm entirely a different person when I write poetry. So, but I am amazed and very impressed that you have science so much in your poetry, and still have that, the palpability of, the softness and the romance and all that with that science.
Yes,
so,
yes.
And I love that Madeline Keller's poetry. Yeah, that you shared that experience. And that's wonderful. We inspire each other, and that's one big example. And thank you. It's a
thank you.
Inspiration for me and everyone, I'm sure. And
all right.
We'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, y'all.
How many of you have poems? Oh, okay. Okay, so let's start reading. Finn.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. You said you got some poems?
Yeah, I'll read a poem from my The King's Coin, which I published this year.
Oh.
And it's Danish American poems. And so it fits in with Helga's theme quite a bit. And I have a poem called Migrant Voices. And I'm going to read that to you. Migrant Voices. We lived above convergence, streetcars slowing, stopping, squealing through the curves, electric motors winding down, soprano to low baritone. Their short stops, rapid exits, sang of life's brief recess, the urgency of moving on. We immigrated to America, where I woke from dreams of warning bells and metal keening, when hardened rails force wheels of steel to alter course. Yeah, thank you.
Nice. Yeah, come back and read more. So who wants to go next? Ray, you have something to read?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a new poem, ekphrastic, Feathered Guardian, after the image, Four Leaves of Stone Ascending by Joel Vega. I am a blur behind those rocks, a traveler whose visit to this earth is a stop on my journey. The cairn marks a boundary between worlds. It is an ancient warning. Step through and you may not return. Do not count on memory to find your way. Can you ascend with me into the winter sky and hear the duet of Rigel and Alnitak? Fly with me into the summer sky and pluck the strings of Lyra, the harp of Orpheus. I heard his severed head sing and prophesy as it floated to distant Lesbos. Come with me and witness the birth of mountains rising from the sea and deserts bringing forth bounty on parched and lifeless lands. I'm a trickster and a teacher. I tell the stories of wisdom for those who know how to ask. I am a feathered guardian who once uttered the word nevermore. I will not tell you the way forward or back. Before entering, ask yourself, why do I make this journey? What do I seek? Keep those questions before you. Only the foolhardy venture forth unassisted. I come to issue a word of warning and one of welcome and hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Who wants to go next?
Well, don't all speak at once.
Yeah. Chris, you have anything to read?
I can read, and yes,
Okay.
I'm not admin. I'm sorry about that. I'm Rachel Landrum Crumble. And this is going to look backwards, probably, maybe not. I have a book coming out, Sister Sorrow by Finishing Line Press.
Oh.
And yeah, so I'm in the pre-order period right now with them, which is, if you know Finishing Line Press, you know it affects your royalties. Yeah, the nail biting phase. Anyway, okay, so I've got a poem I'll read from there called The Story, and it's kind of a prose poem. A story. The little girl is sad today. Her mother has left her body in bed for days, has gone on a long, treacherous journey in her head. The child must not wake her, or the witch will come. Her father leaves his anger like muddy boots by the door. She puts them on and runs outdoors to a muddy field. The March mud sucks the boots up to her knees. It is swallowing her. She cannot lift her feet. It is dusk. The windows of the house light up. No one calls her. Far away, her grandmother is praying. A storm is coming. The child must leave the boots in a field and crawl on her hands and knees through the deep, cold mud to the edge of her yard. As she crawls, she sings, "Take my small, hungry body. Make me a star or a cloud. Let me float away. The witch finds her. She has the green eyes of her mother and her long, slender fingers. They cool her forehead. The girl closes her eyes and pretends to feel safe. It is dusk. A storm is coming. The windows of the house light up, but no one calls her. Her grandmother is safe, but she is far away. The child sings into the darkness. If I were a star or a cloud, I could be lifted out of my small, hungry body. I would be light and air. I would disappear. The witch tells the child her father is evil. The words drip like blood from her pale chin. The girl watches the witch, the girl wants the witch to take her to her mother. The air turns cold. The little girl warms her hands in the faint glow of her grandmother's prayers. The witch says, I am frightened. Tell me a story. Tuck me in bed. My mother never loved me. I was my father's favorite, but he was never home. The little girl kisses the witch goodnight and tucks her in the sandbox. Walking through the darkness to find her mother, she enters the house of strange weather. A storm is coming. It is coming through the windows. It is coming through the walls.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, heavy, but yeah, it's something hard to write. You did a good job of writing that. Thank you. Who wants to go? Tabby, you have something to read?
Yeah, I have something ready.
Okay, David. Yeah.
Missing. Was that an invitation? Words have many meanings, or just politeness. Meanings multiply as words sum into sentences. 10 years of regret for failure to understand the rules no one ever taught me. If it is an invitation, to what? Coffee, a game of cards, a night of passion, a lifetime of love or of wondering? What did I miss? Hidden in the simple words, futures may hang on my weak understanding of code and context. If I say no, will I offend? If I say yes, will I offend? I try to be polite, to foresee and to avoid the unforced errors. I may forego the unforced joys. Did I miss the day of quality? I imagine Mr. Di Pasquale, short, solid gym teacher who taught health out of a book, explaining the secrets of life and love, while I stayed home with the flu, coughing and puzzling over Petruchio and Kate.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Who wants to go next?
I have one I can read.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
This one was just posted in Blue Pepper Blogspot. It's called Shadows Walking. No mercy hangs heavy over the town square, decorated in bones, cobwebs, and jack-o'-lanterns. Fairy lights, purple and orange, glow under the hunter's moon. Frost tinges leaves, chills the porch. I hear lone howls, taste bittersweet mocha. The milky air clouds my judgment. I cannot see today or tomorrow. The vastness I know is out there overwhelms. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Who else want to read? Bruce? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This poem is called Recovering From. My daughter said, "How is it?" I said, "I'm recovering from it." But I neglected to say, recovering from can't stand alone, and it can scarcely tolerate company. Recovering from needs an object, From what? And that object needs a location. From where? Recovering from needs a direction. Which way is from? From is a moving away, and recovering is a covering again, something that cannot be done from a distance. I know I have tried throwing blankets across rooms to recover froms. Then I added, recovering from is impossible in the way that being in two places at once is impossible. I don't agree, she said. Maybe to be impossible is not the only way to be. Maybe the from you seek is not a going away, but a going in and through. I changed course. It doesn't feel right to get over it so soon. The spells of feeling lighthearted should not come so often. She said, well, maybe, or it may be that grief makes your heart lose weight, and that one way to grieve floats you up in the sky of morning among clouds bright white in the bright blue. You never let me off easy, do you? Maybe the from I cannot achieve is not a going, but a staying. Staying present by being absent simultaneously is the trick love plays on grief. I now think that this is what grief tried to teach me as he kept me company that morning. And grief knew, of course, that I did not know how to find from, and that I could not be absent right then, not yet. So he has kept me fast since then and stayed on to recover me from it when I may be ready to.
Thank you. Philosophical as always. Who else want to go? Okay, KB. Thanks.
I'm hoping you won't get any background. I don't know what he's making in the kitchen, but it must be good.
Good dinner, yeah.
Fall comes weeping. Last year drought, this year rain. Already my friends are counting their dead. Lichen-scabbed trees host commas of crows, and we no longer know how to breathe. Under branches bare, trails worn until stone looks like bone, we watch rain smear, then plummet. We stumble into rooms gray, with light bruising the corners and our eyes reflecting the darkness. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Rebecca, you want to read one?
Well, I'm a little intimidated by this crowd. So.
Oh, no.
I do have a poem.
Yeah. Yeah, she's being humble.
This is called Awaiting Nightfall. Roused from sleep that still clings to me like a spider web I'd walk through, I sit one place and pour one cup, wondering, who is this man I dream searching with me? His body is dim and I can't see his face, but he goes with me wherever I go. When morning comes, sun burns him away. Together we search for rooms with windows where light comes in from every side. But sometimes we're lost in a maze of doors or seeking a way out of a long, empty hall. In one dream, we drove through honeysuckle hanging in summer air, hunting a place with a screened-in porch, an orchard beside a willow-ringed pond. Tonight, I might see us at our house, fields stretching far from our doorway, We'll watch crows swooping down to land near corn, wasp shaking golden tassels. Thank you.
That's wonderful. See,
Thank you.
yeah, you're being humble. So I think everybody has pretty much read, so maybe I will read one.
Yes.
Okay, let me see. I think we got some time. Maybe I'll share so you can see. I had one short poem, and can you all see?
Yes.
Okay. I had a short one and a long one, so I think I can read the long one. Handle with care. Books have always been my best buddies, opening my eyes with every page. From cover to cover, they held me a willing captive. Let me fly where I dare to dream, expanding my soul and my world, tagging me to the true friends, soulful discussions, lifting to other dimensions, higher goals, fearless to explore life. I fill my house with books, books, and more books, and hide them even under my bed, for they are my rare collections, my treasure, even if the pages got old and flimsy. If I lend you a book, handle them with care, for you never know what you may find between the pages. A $20 note, a peacock feather, or a shed snake skin pointing to a favorite poem or a passage I had been through.
Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Yeah, that's true. I do have them in my books. So my kids always tell me they will never throw a single book unless they go through every page to make sure there's no treasure.
Do you really have a page with a shed snakeskin?
Yeah, I did have growing up.
No.
Yeah, that's very pretty. Like I had a whole with the eyes and everything, and the long one is, it shines with all the rainbow colors. It looks so pretty. So I'm scared of snakes, but that looks so pretty on a, like fence in the growing up in Ceylon. They have the coconut palm fences. So the snakes probably got in and shed it. And I was walking by the lane and found it. I had it. So true story. Yeah.
Yeah.
And peacock feathers, we used to believe that they will reproduce. So that's how they,
Yeah.
never happened, but we did.
Becky hasn't read.
Oh, Becky, you want to read?
I will try to read. Can you hear me okay?
Sure. We got time. Go ahead.
Thank you. This one's called The Pest. That summer day in 1971 blazed hazy in the Speckled wood as she chased after 4 of her siblings with their pigtails flying and short, fat legs pumping, leaping over briars and brambles, stopping to eat muscadines and wild plums, never seeming to catch up with them as their legs were stronger and faster. Stair-step they were, those brothers and sisters, with hair and eyes in varying shades of sparkling brown and gold. She was the weak one, the 5-year-old pest, the tag-along, the one that Ma always made them watch after, the spiller of their secret shenanigans. For all of the children, the woods were their wonderland, their place of freedom and magic. The shape of the rocks would morph into a dragon's cave or a pirate's treasure trove. The smell of the pungent pine trees, the chirp of a fat robin or a woodpecker drumming out a wild beat. the feel of the wild moss under their calloused feet. The holler was a place of safety with Ma when Pa's drinking went too far and his rage too close. That day, her siblings had to climb through a hole in a barbed wire fence to explore a glen filled with flowers. As usual, the pest yelled to them, "Wait for me," just as the barbed wire caught her leg, snagging her flesh in its tight grip. Caught like a wild animal in a snare, she just hung there, crying and waiting. "Better get Pa," the oldest boy said with fear and trembling and much dread, after they had reluctantly returned to her. Pa, age 71, was the patriarch of the reclusive clan of 11, small and wiry, lean and mean. His favorite pastime was to get full in the cups, load his pistol, and shoot into the woods at night, as he decried his life and bellowed his sorrows. His cabin was his castle, and his word was law. Finally, the middle boy came back with Pa, who was sober that day and madder than a wasp nest. With surprisingly gentle hands, he pried the little pest loose and guided the children home. Once home, true to form, he took a switch from a tree and tanned the hides of those siblings for running off and leaving her behind. Just another day in the Speckled Wood.
Oh.
That little girl was me. That was me. I was the pest.
Nice, nice. So let me formally introduce Helga. She's a native of Germany's Black Forest and lives in the Tennessee Hills with her husband. Her poems have appeared in Silverblade, Trowelly Review, and others. She has published 4 collections of poetry, Wild Plums, Luckier Than Stars, Blackberry Winter. Her latest book, titled Loving the Dead, won Blue Light Press Book Award 2020. But I just found out that's not the latest. So she'll tell about that. Helga has an MFA from Vermont College and is leading poetry group for the Chattanooga Writers Club. So that's a brief, and I Googled her for the bio. We had a little glitch on the email, so I Googled and really impressed by her work and very nostalgic. And like her, I am from another country, born in Sri Lanka, Ceylon. So my early adult life from there, did my undergrad there and came here for postdoc studies, and I'm here. So I can understand and connect with her and look forward to listening to her wonderful nostalgic poetry.
Ah, so now I need to speak. Well, I came to the United States when I was 21, but I was very naive and very impressionable. And I wanted to learn English and all the American habits and culture. And it was just like an open book that sucked it all up. So, okay, I'll be reading some poems from Loving the Dead, and this book was inspired or just written out of necessity. I had just lost my sister. I only have one sister, had one sister. And it was very difficult for me, even though she lived in Germany. We were close in our later years, not in our younger years. But as we got older, we appreciated each other. So when she died, my last connection to Germany was really lost. I mean, she has children, but they can't talk about the past the way my sister and I could. So this was inspired by her, but I wrote the book in 3 sections, and each section is marked off with a haiku. And the first section deals with loss, as when you have to give in, you have to lose something of yourself when you live with people. And the second section deals only with my sister's loss, my loss of my sister. And the third section is about people who lose their lives in wars or through illness. So I'll read 3 poems from each section. The first section, Searching for Answers in Winter's Darkest Corner, Light Waits at the Door. And I'm going to read the poem that deals with that. And this poem is a mirror poem where you have 2 sections as if there were a mirror in between the 2 sections. So the line from ending to beginning, the lines are repeated at the same time, reveal additional meaning. Searching for answers. As your words lean into me, morning winds lisp in sourwood. My answer stumbles over stone. It is not easy to love the planet our lives have become. Morning doves carry my dreams in pines caught in branches, light thick on the horizon. Do clouds know where they are thrust? As time grinds river rock into sand, stars sip the darkness and dreams are held in a self-made prison. Undertow gathers light's desire, crumbles against the solid shore. Spume lifts hands in prayer. Spume lifts hands in prayer, crumples against the solid shore. Undertow gathers light's desire and dreams are held in a self-made prison. Stars sip the darkness as time grinds river rock into sand. Do clouds know where they're thrust? Light thick on the horizon in pines, caught in branches. Morning doves carry my dreams to love the planet our lives have become. My answer stumbles over stone. It is not easy as morning winds lisp in sourwood and your words lean into me. The next one, Under the Blood Moon. And this was, I wrote this poem after I had found out that my sister had died. Under the blood moon. He is asleep in the bedroom upstairs. She watches television, a woman trying to convince the jury of her innocence. An owl complains in pines behind the house. Down the road, neighbors rest in double beds. Their dog howls at a siren passing. For 35 years, she has learned to live in the Tennessee hills with wood creatures and vermin. She remembers screaming as child at a spider scaling the wall. She thinks now of German railways gliding through the Black Forest, the ticket she will have to buy, visiting family and her sister's fresh grave. She also remembers love as she had imagined it, not like this moon shining on whomever he wants. And from the same section, this poem, Bearing the Light. Day stretches the color of pale honey, and she is happy, tasting the roses in full bloom, tomatoes finally ripe, grapevines twining the fence. This thing within, like bees humming through her body, her veins, her heart, no one and nothing can take away. Not his frowned brow, not the hammer in her knee knocking each time her foot bears down, not the river running through her, carrying debris and wreckage. Okay, so we go on to the next section where my sister, where I mourn my sister. I have to drink something. And this is the lead poem, Loving the Dead. The cardinal said, she lives between the sun and the moon, within the light of stars. Each rose petal says, she is here, opening the flower to perfection. Her voice whispering the wind, unfolding your heart. The mirror reflects her shadow behind you. Don't grieve. You are not alone. Not in the woods or fields, not in the city. She is turning down her bed inside you. And this poem was inspired by a poem written by Marilyn Callett from Knoxville. And it's called Barometer of Absence. I will carry you in my willow basket to the market's offering, to the post office package counter, to the knit shop, begin knitting your sparkle into my new wrap, the chrysanthemum design. I will blend and pour you into the iron skillet's Dutch pancake breakfast, carry you to the altar of today's sermon, sampling my handful of past, spinning tears in my mouth. There is a limit to carrying absence. The lead heaviness pushing me down the sinkhole of loss. But I will chase you in the hummingbird's wing beat, in the hum of the bee needling blooms. 30 years ago, on Mother's passing, your words comforted me like the rainbow's promise. But now, and this poem is called Night Watch. When the dark forest calls us for departure, we chafe against silver-barked birches, needle-spiked firs, unbind the straight jacket of life. Skin tinges green as the forest transforms us, tacks our wills on trunks, branches our desires into leaf mold. No light beam guides us beyond our bodies. No eyes lash the fire of coals. We simply release our tongue's arrows as earth unfolds her words. And now we're going to the third section. And it begins with this haiku. November fog veils the dance of forgotten souls, memory timeless. And this poem was written, I was visiting with a friend, St. Mary's Convent on Sewanee Mountain. And The title is At St. Mary's Convent, Sewanee, Tennessee. Wouldn't it be easy to die here, my friend says, looking on forests of aspen and oak, fall brushes with golden halos. Charcoal clouds striate the sky as wind pinches leaves to let go. Wonder who named the roads we've left behind. Rattlesnake Springs Lane, Rule of St. Benedict Circle, Angels Rest. Here we learn how to grow edible landscaping, plant Jerusalem artichoke next to marigold, nasturtium between squash, allium among red Russian kale. Ora et labora, the nuns believe in prayer and work. Hands seeding dirt, seeds lifted to heaven as leafy plants, flowers, all edible kinds of prayer. A nun bent over the bar of a walker strolls her tabby, perched on the seat like a lady in waiting. Through the hall leading to the door, showing us the way. And let's see, where am I? 36, 51. Oh, okay. And this poem is dedicated to my brother who had died the year before my sister. And his name was Dieter. My brother's ghost, he plods among black forest firs like a bear, wakened from winter sleep, boots heavy on moss and leaf carpet. He strokes each trunk as if testing it for felling ripeness, doesn't see a stick bug sucking sap or a butterfly lighting on a seedling. Like a young man, he strides and holds his axe ready, scent of wood dust circling his blood. And as if lost and searching for answers in a slip of blue where birds chirp praise, that night he finds the moon sliced in halves, one light, one dark, and sinks into the hollow cry of loss. And this is the last one in that section. It's called Weaving the Future, and it has an epigraph by Rumi. Maybe you are searching among the branches for what only appears in the roots. Lenten roses bloom purple fingertips, reminding when I squeeze mine for blood after the needle prick, so the meter can measure my sweetness. Hope lies in the roots we pass on, our choices like branches picked to weave toward the light. Root blood loops through our bodies, rushes toward open wounds, the day's deeds, laws unraveled, good restraints loosened, hope turned back. Nightly, my ear hears the waning heartbeat of a country as sleep's fingers ignite tongues of light, moon crying blood before the rooster's incessant crow.
All right.
And so I just picked 3 poems from each section because I figured that would give you an idea what the entire book was about. However, I do want to promote my new book. It is not in print yet. It was promised me in late October, but it's not here yet. So I'm thinking maybe November or December, but even though it is coming, and I will announce when you can look for it. But I selected a few poems from that particular book, which deals with immigration. It deals with learning a new language and getting used to different culture. And it's actually something that I had not written about as much as in this book. So that, let's see, how much time do we have? We have plenty of time.
Yeah, we just got the 10-minute warning. So
okay.
Yeah.
So I have about 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, we can skip the QA because I think everybody knows almost.
Yeah. Well, I'll just read. How about if I just read two poems,
okay,
maybe 2 or 3?
Yeah.
So you know where I'm coming from. I call it First Flight, and it has an epigraph by W.S. Merwin. And in its shadow, we know one another. Married 1 week, mid-air between continents, hunger for anything new quivered inside me like a leaf unfurling. The sky, February blue. Behind me, a black forest village, mother and nosy neighbors. In front of me, a town in Tennessee, full of strangers speaking in a strange language. Below, ice flows on the ocean, steaming like mother's kettle boiling as the sun forced its way down. I sat next to my new husband, confident in a herringbone suit mother helped pick out. My white slingbacks daring the not before Easter rule. We talked about our future, children, the 2-bedroom apartment with bathroom waiting for us. Among invisible stars, we spoke without shadows between our words. I couldn't know 14 years later, I would trip over nutshells and twigs scattered on the driveway after strong winds shook trees, leaving a taste of rain and divorce in the air. Descending through clouds, this flight propelled me into a new name, a new language, a woman I would learn to be.
Yeah.
And I want to read this poem. It was published, by the way, that first poem was published by American Diversity Report. And this poem was published by Silverblade and was actually nominated for a pushcart. Wow. It's called Stepping Through the Self. Mourning doves snag scarves of air, peck seeds fallen onto the stone terrace. They throw out their chests until all seeds are gone, then fly off in a blue blur. I seek sparkle in rings, necklaces that announce gaudy, slightly slutty thoughts in a corner of my heart. The stars' sheen fills my nights, and the moon's pull draws me into its shadows. Each train arrives somewhere stowed with baggage. Pull the emergency brake at the moment when we hold phantoms like lost limbs in our hands. I sit in the sun to dry my hair, shake my head as if denying secrets hiding like dust in the folds of a dress that still hangs in the closet. Carry us on waves of doubt. Comb our thoughts through the rat's nest of blind belief. Let us be like doves, swallowing the good we find as we ride through discord and tunnel winds. Let us be the sheen floating in evening streets, that golden beam of moon on a smooth sea, the world fringed in blue.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
All right. I did it.
Okay. So that's the last poem, Helga? Yeah.
Yes, I can read more, but I will stop.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And amazing, thank you for your nostalgic and amazing poems. You know, just deep from your, yearnings and, lusts and emotions, really touching, and love it. Love that St. Mary's Convent one, all edible kind of prayers, and in your brother's poem, moon, half dark, half light, crying into the hollow night. Is like really, I don't know where you get that. And I am even amazed that you didn't speak English when you came. I didn't realize that. Amazing.
No, yeah, no, I did not, but I learned quickly. I was young and I was willing to learn. I wanted to be just like any other Tennessean.
Yeah, that,
hard to do.
it's amazing. I mean, I came from Ceylon, but I did speak and learn English from my very early on, because my mother was an English teacher and instant poetry. So it's very different. So I am very amazed. Anybody else? Anything you want to say about the poems, or ask Helga questions? Also, when we are done, please come back with the same link for the open mic. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Any comments?
Well, beautiful poetry. Yeah.
Yeah. And I might say Finn is also an immigrant. He comes from Denmark.
Oh, wow. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'll read a poem or two that reflect the same themes of the immigrant.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That will be nice. Anyone else?
I'd like to thank the poet for this reading. I thought it was very powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
And I want to say that I appreciate you reading, Helga, because I've read those poems on the paper, but I appreciate hearing them from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to thank everyone for showing up and being here for Helga, and amazing group. Would love to see you all again. Very welcome. And nice to have you again for Poets from the Neighborhood. And you're a good friend of mine. Long time now, I think. don't know whether I'm getting old, but it's been more than almost going to be 14 years. We known each other. Can you believe it?
Vera, I don't know if you need to be telling that. No. Well, I was just doing the math when you said that, and I was coming up with at least 12. And yeah, it's been a while now.
So, yeah. But always nice to see you. And so I'll formally welcome you to our program, Poetry and Beyond, a special virtual event for the 6th annual Tennessee Poets Day, which is on, we have the on-site event celebrated April 30th. And this interview, our conversation will be part of that final product celebration. So I think I have you. Tell me if you have. I just have a brief bio, but tell me if any new things you want to include. You can just tell me. Just follow me and fill in. So Corey Wells is, first of all, is the inaugural poet laureate of Murfreesboro, and she's amazing. She's so nice, always a pleasure to talk to her, and always with a big smile, and very inspiring. And she's the author of Sugar Fix, a poetry collection published by Terrapin Books, September 2019, and the poetry chapbook, Heaven Was the Moon, a poetry book from March Street Press, 2009. She was I already said that. And she's also a mentor at the MTSU Write. So you can add anything onto that. And
well, all of those things are still true. And I don't know that I can say I've accomplished a whole lot more than that, during the pandemic. Although I always like to put a plug in for Poetry in the Borough, which I founded with the help of a couple of other poets, and which I now run with the help of Amy Whittemore and a team of poets. And that is a monthly reading and open mic that we have here in Murfreesboro. And so it's been going almost 6 years now. Yeah. And of course, we were virtual for a while during the pandemic, but we're back in person now too. So
that's thanks to Zoom. I'm so glad because when pandemic hit, we didn't know what to do. We had to cancel a lot of our on-site programs. We had a community group at the library, and even our program on the TV, recording and all that.
Yeah.
So quickly we figured out there's Zoom, and I think by end of March we started another program, an open mic, Tennessee Poets Open Mic. Yes. So initially we had it on Tuesdays and Thursdays and during lunchtime, because people are at home and still figuring out the timing, how, work from home things and all these kind of things. So lunchtime was pretty safe. And then it kind of settled down to every Thursday at 6 Central Time. So it's still going. And we had the featured poet, monthly featured poet program also established last year, and you were featured poets for last year's celebration. So this year also we have, I think 4 poets on our KB, and
oh, good, yeah,
one of them. So it will be part of our virtual part of our Tennessee Poets Day celebration. So I think technology is good. We kind of plugged in. I feel like that's a silver line of all this COVID. With all the struggle, we've always figured out how to survive, and this is something that we wouldn't have looked for. I feel like if there have been years down the line, but now we have it. So we probably will keep on, to reach other poets still.
Yeah, it's, I know in one respect, we're eager to get back and are getting back to in-person events, but I agree. I think there's always going to be that power of being able to connect people who may not can, join us physically, whether it's because of where they live or, their health conditions or just whatever's going on in their lives. So, it's
that's
a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. That has been an issue because for the library, for weekends, for critique group, and even the writers group, people sometimes can't join in person because of where they live. It's a big drive, and health conditions, and so this will probably addition, like you said. So that's wonderful. And so what you have been doing? Anything interesting lately?
Well, I had mentioned to you before we were recording that we've been doing a workshop series here called Green is the New Blue. And it's because it's a collaboration that came out of MTSU, several departments, and was headed by MTSU Wright. So we've been, I think I've been kind of the community liaison coordinator type person for that project. So every month we've been in different parks and gathering and sometimes writing and sometimes doing a little drawing. And that's been throughout Rutherford County. And so we've got a couple of more months of that. And I think it's been really interesting to see how people have shown up for that. And I think there's just been such an element of grace that people seem to have for each other in these spaces. And the purpose was just to connect people, get people connecting again and connecting with nature. And, when we had this was funded by an Arts Build Communities grant from the Tennessee Arts Commission. And, when I helped Amy Whittemore and some other folks work on the vision for this, it was simply, we didn't know exactly what we were going to be doing with COVID at the time that we rolled it out. And so, meeting mostly outdoors felt safer. But it also, like I said, it's just been super interesting to see how people are wanting to connect and to be creative. And it's been so interesting to see that, there are people coming who have lived in our area for a long time, but it's been, even with the pandemic, it's still been, 10 or 15 years since they've been to this certain park.
Yes.
Or, and so it's great to, it's kind of an angle on being a tourist in your own hometown, and looking again, because, even if the pandemic slowed down a lot of things, there's still been a lot of movement forward.
Yeah, and it's also open space, so people probably are much more comfortable to be, and inspiring.
Yeah.
So, So you promote poetry with that?
Yes, some of the sessions have been have involved poetry or writing. Really, no real strict rules, but yes, that has included poetry. And then, of course, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, Poetry in the Borough has continued to roll along, slightly different formats sometimes. And now that we're back in person, we've been experimenting with some different locations, including outdoor venues, again, especially as we first were getting back to things that felt good. So, but it's just so good to be back in physical spaces with our friends. And then I guess personally, I've been trying to, keep writing and occasionally publishing in some journals or whatever. But I've been working through this book, The Strategic Poet, which is, and it is, a series of prompts. This was put out by Terrapin Books, who is, also published my poetry book. Yeah. But this is, I'm trying to remember how many prompts. Oh, it's like over 40. So you read poems that are, published by other authors. There's often some commentary about the writing of that poem or something about, how it's structured or formed. And then there's a challenge to write your own poem that's somehow informed by that one. And so I'm just trying to do one every couple of weeks. So I don't guess that's super ambitious, but I'm still moving forward and having fun doing that. And I have another poet friend that we've been kind of talking about those and doing them together. So
wonderful. Yeah, you were mentioning about the prompts and reading other poets and all that. So that's one of the things that I think when we get together as poets and even open mics weekly and monthly, whatever we do, and we inspire each other and each other's poems. And also what we share sometimes, we talk. It's not too formal, so we do some. So I read this poem and things like that, and so those kind of things also inspire one of our colleague, I think Bruce Jennings mentioned Polly Murray. He watched a document about a Black woman poet, and he was fighting for civil rights and then women's liberation things. She was a judge. Then she became a minister, Episcopal minister, and a poet. I never heard of her. Amazing. I went and watched that on Prime Video. So it was amazing. I never heard of her. So then that motivated me to write a poem about her because she did a lot. And
that's amazing. Yeah.
I know. So then poems a day, not every day, but, when I get to it, I look at it. And last month I saw Voices in the Air by Catherine Mansfield. Mm-hmm. And there was Voices in the Air. It's pretty cool. There are poems sometimes you think of, you always think, and sometimes so, it's harder sometimes, the feeling, how to put, very delicate. So there's a verse that caught me, like, the leaf that taps, the pod that breaks, the breeze on the grass stops bending by, voices in the air. So it's like, really so nice. And then that inspired me to write a poem, If I Were a Pea. And I actually wrote a pretty good poem. So it's, sometimes it's, you don't know where the inspiration and the prompts, like didn't do this kind of thing before, but now I'm doing more. Initially, it was all inspiration from nature, and sometimes you feel the urge and you don't even know what I'm going to write.
Right.
And
Yeah.
mostly about my mom, like, initially, and God for,
right.
I didn't even realize that my first book, Joy of Being. So it was like that. Now I am more into like educating myself with
right.
I used to read poetry, but when I wrote, it was like more formal. I know it has to be rhyming and all that, but I think what eventually Auntie Sally was like putting it through me, like, you're a poet. I didn't believe it. But I think the difference was the life experiences and the emotions that when you're able to put that into the poem, that makes the difference. Because I was thinking, I used to write poems, but what's the difference that I can be a poet? Then I think I'm better at putting the emotions in the poem, in the verses, and also like kind of paint the picture through words.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, because as it's a childish practice before when I was writing, it's like, yeah, you had a rhyme and this kind of thing,
Well, yes. I mean, I wouldn't just say childish practice. I mean, I would say that there's this childish delight.
Delight, yes, exactly.
In that. And, what I see with at both poetry in the borough and also just when I have the opportunity to talk to adults, even sometimes writers, they may not be poets, but they are writers.
Yes.
And often more beginner writers, but there's this idea that for some folks that poetry is that very structured rhythm and rhyme. And it certainly includes that.
Yeah.
And I think that does harken back to those of us who were lucky enough to grow up hearing, of course, starting with nursery rhymes, but also a lot of those classics that maybe we've got memorized or semi-memorized and so forth. And I mean, yes, maybe the not rhyming is more in vogue in certain circles, but it's all poetry, and I'm for. It's just like it's there's so many different kinds of music. There are so many different kinds of poetry, and there's no right or wrong, and there's ways that same delight of rhythm and rhyme and sound can be infused in any poem.
Yes.
But I think it's that really structured rhythm and rhyme, end of the line rhyme and all that. It goes back to often what we've heard as children.
That's what I meant, because my mom was an English teacher, and she always got me into poetry, from the nursery rhymes. I'm like, anybody want to recite? I'm up there first. And then she's always, and then like playing around, I'll be reciting some poem that I memorized, and I still remember. I don't even know whose poem that was, like a green eye and a red in the dark. It's about a train, and there's and there's a clothesline. So I did some oratorical contest too, ma'am. Because she's there, and then I have no escape. So I won some prizes too. So then there was one clothesline. Hand in hand, they dance in a row, hither and thither, to and fro. And it's so nice, like the... So I love poetry. So I just say that and running around. But so it just instills in you a love, so that's kind of there. So you try to be like mimic writing. That's what I was telling Childish. But now I write without rhymes or whatever, like free verses. But it's how it comes. And sometimes it comes as rhymes, sometimes, the way it flows. And because some people are very good at the beats, like, when they read, you can tell that it's like just fits well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite poets or poems?
Oh my. Oh,
a lot.
A lot. Yeah. So, I keep some of my favorites. I'm looking up because there's a shelf right here above me that has some of my favorites. Although I will say I tend to kind of rotate those. I'll be immersed in certain poets for a while.
Yeah.
And then, that I'll kind of run my gamut with those, and I'll have another set. But within contemporary poetry, for example, Bobby Rogers, who lives over in West Tennessee, I really, really like his poems, which tend to be very narrative, and they have such long lines that they wrap. The lines will wrap, and so they're really dense poems. But I love how he moves in a poem. It's like you end up with about 3 different stories, and all woven in.
Wow.
And when I was trying to, and as you know, I'm a narrative poet, and I tend to be wordy.
Yeah.
And so when I was trying to learn to kind of wrangle my wordiness and the stories I was trying to tell maybe down and make those flow better, one summer I would sit almost every night out in the swing with these Bobby Rogers poems, this one book, Paper Anniversary, which is not his latest, but it was the one I was really immersed in. And I'm making all these notes in the margins, and every time he's got a transition or all of a sudden he moved from this thought to something completely different. And how did he do that? How does it feel so natural?
Yeah.
So he's one person that, like I said, has been a favorite of mine. And I'm looking up here again. Now, I love the work of James Dickey. When we talk about people who have passed on, and of course people think of him maybe more for Deliverance and the movie than his poetry perhaps, but his poetry is really interesting. Yeah. And I also love Wendell Berry for, I think just his nature, and of course he just tells it like it is. I really appreciate his poems. And then Cecilia Wallach is a poet originally from Kentucky who lives out in California. And her work has kind of this, to me, it's got this sort of magical, romantic kind of quality. And I always want to emulate it. And yet I don't end up sounding like me when I try to do that exactly. But she's somebody else that I really enjoy. But my gosh, also, with Poetry Month coming up, and during the pandemic, I've made videos during Poetry Month sharing just favorite poems, because we have such a wealth of wonderful poets here in Tennessee, and then just everywhere. But places like the Slowdown, the podcast, where you get a poem a day. There's so many good resources for anybody, even if they're not really completely sure they love poetry, for them to sample, poems. And, I could talk and talk, but I'll shut up and let you ask something else.
No, it's because I tend to be more classical. Although Emily Dickinson is my favorite, and I love the poem For Beauty I Died. Really.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Very kind of comforting way. And as you read, you find other ones like,
always.
I didn't know this, so it's an ongoing thing. Like you find in the classic ones or older poets, still there's so much wealth there. I don't know whether lifetime is enough to.
It's not. It's not.
Then I found Richard Wilbur. The Beautiful Changes. So I'll read one verse that just is amazing. Also like the something. It's like in science we study all these things, but in poetry, it's so delicately you can bring the truth in a certain nuances, like so beautiful. It's just amazing. So this is on a walk, the beautiful changes as a forest is changed by a chameleon's turning his skin to it. So, then on a green leaf, as a mantis arranged on a green leaf grows into it, makes the leaf leafier and proves any greenness is deeper than anyone knows. So beautiful. Like, it's in biology, we study all this pest and this and that. But I just so rich, and it's just simple few lines and it's a lot of big truth. And the chameleon, by trying to adjust to the forest, it changes the forest itself. Is an amazing thought, because every one of our actions are like that. If you think about that, we will be better, human beings. So that kind of caught me. I was like, wow, I never. So I was happy that I found that poem.
But I agree with you. It's so there's a real wealth out there of poems, and you can read an author that you think and even it can be a poem that you at some point had come across at some other time, and then it can hit you in an all new way. That's
So, and I know you're IT professional, so so kind of like me, like scientist and poet. You are like also a kind of science turned poet.
Math.
Is that logical part, or your that experience in any way come into your poetry, or is it separate?
No, I think it's very integrated, really. And I think there's that, number one for me. And so, when we talk about my science background, I think my science, of course, is skewed to computer science, which really is skewed to math, especially at the time that I was educated. Computer science as a major was fairly new, and it was very heavily related to math. And so, math and logic. And so, you come down to a lot of that, to me, being, if you will, bits and bytes and ons and offs, zeros and ones. And you start thinking about, again, it becomes a rhythm or a pattern. And how many poems also have, once you really think about them, sometimes it's more evident, and sometimes you have to kind of read it 2 or 3 times and you start seeing more of the patterns of the grammar. And maybe it's because there's a section of actual questions that appear or start, but there are so many different patterns to the language itself of poems and to the structure of poems. And I think that does really mesh in my mind without really stretch. I mean, it just is what happens, in my mind. So
language has a lot of logic that we don't think about it. But now that I'm a poet, and also I'm going back to my mother tongue, Tamil, and trying to study that, in the poetry class, and it's amazed how it's so logical and mathematical, and they had all rules already, thousands of years, and I am so amazed how logical thinking goes into language and literature, and how things are. And growing up, we were never taught like that. This is like, yes, poetry, you do that, but on the other hand, like my mom pushed me, you have to be a doctor. Right. So that's like, but people also ask me right brain, left brain. I don't believe that's, brain is always coordinated. So you cannot, it's a term that we do, but I'm sure it's all connected. And even for science, you have to be creative to think.
Yes.
Why this is how that is. You have to, even to design an experiment, you have to be creative. Logic is there, but you have to find creative ways to approach a question. So it's not any different. So so I don't see.
So that's my experience as a programmer. I think that there's so many ways to approach a problem or to arrive at a solution, and again, the real gift, I think, of being a strong programmer was being creative and getting it. Okay, this is going to work, or I'm going down this path, and maybe this doesn't feel as easy as here's this other path I can take, and I agree. All those, back. I don't know if that's a big thing. I don't think that talking about left and right brained, I don't hear people talking about that so much as, Enneagrams or whatever seem to be more the trend right now. But
because when I say scientists, immediately they think, I think.
Yes. But people would always ask me that. And back when you would take those tests or whatever, I was always just right in that middle, for whatever reason. And I agree with you. There's just there's a lot of connections, and I don't know, to some degree that may go back to my mother saying, "Oh, you can do anything. You can do everything." That
I think so. You don't have to be in
right.
You can like that. Pauli Murray and Benjamin Franklin. You can wear some different hats.
Yes.
Don't limit the potential to one direction, because you can do many things.
Right.
So that's, when we grew up, we were, don't go into, I could sing well. My music teacher wanted to give me private lessons. And my mom said no, because she was afraid, because she got into art, and she got a national scholarship because she won, and she went in that line, and did specialize in art and English. And so, but she was very good in science too. So she always thought I might be, but she wanted me to be a doctor. So that's kind of, so it's interesting. But now I think with the way the world is, the opportunities there too for people to do many things.
Yes.
Or evaluate different directions and see. So
I agree. I think much more than when you and I were young and getting our educations. I even then identified as a creative person, and I was really interested in maybe trying to double major in computer science and English, but that just was not not something that you did at all, just was not supported by the institution. It was just, your teachers looked at you like you were crazy. And now, like I said, not that it's still, something that diverse obviously is still going to take some extra work and credit hours and all that sort of thing if you're trying to do it as a degree. But I think there's a lot more room in our society for people to.
Now, even with the information technology, you can go into the creative. It's not like before, it's only science or math and analytical. Now it's in the creative space too, so which is great. Even gaming, everything. So
yes,
and it pays you, so you don't have to worry about bread and butter, whatever.
Right, or how much money you're going to make as a poet. Because we know that's going to be so much.
So that's wonderful. So I think technology is helping more in the creative side. I feel like. Which needed a lift. So I think that's great. And so do you think the poetry is mainstream? Oh,
well,
yet.
No, but I do think it's making inroads. I do think it is. I think that we're seeing poetry show up a little bit more in public life and in more mainstream, whether it's an episode of a, popular TV show or in a movie or whatever. I do think it's showing up a little bit more. And especially because of the pandemic and the tough times, I think more people have been reminded of how we tend to turn to poetry for in certain times, so, but as poet laureate of Murfreesboro for a couple of years, a couple of terms, and it actually, just because of the timing, it extended a little over 2 years. I've talked to a lot of groups of people like, Kiwanis and Rotary and school groups and DAR. And so I've been in front of a lot of people, and, there's still, I think, a lot of skepticism of, what is it that you do? And there's a lot of, maybe of stereotyping, of thinking that a poet is a certain way, and they're not also a computer programmer or a doctor or whatever. So, but we're making inroads. Our Poetry in the Borough events, of course, we've been affected by the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic, we were having sometimes 50 or 60 people show up to hear poetry in person. And that blows my mind. It really does, that there's that much interest. And those are people ranging from like high school and college age all the way up to octogenarian. And they are people who are factory workers, and they are people who, teach at the university. They're just this very, diverse group of people. And man, that makes me feel so good. And it's like I tell them, when we gather, it's such a gift to listen to each other. Right. And particularly in these times when things are just so ugly in public life and social media and all that. And these are people who have very different backgrounds and are showing up, and they're listening to each other. And man, that is the power of poetry, and it's the power of words. And, it's just part of, and again, that has infiltrated my career and what I did in my real job, as well as my life as a poet too. So, it's actually, I'm glad for these kind of efforts people do. Otherwise, like open mic poetry that you're doing, and the creative writing critique group that Franklin
Williamson County writers had, like
Yes.
by Sally.
Yeah.
For years, I think they have published anthologies and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if not for them, I won't be here.
Right. Yeah.
Because I was in science and, inside the lab and, research and everything. But once I saw that ad on the Tennessean, I believe, critique group and bring something to read 5 minutes, and I was like kind of fooled. And that was like 2-3 years before. I was like, what would I take for 5 minutes? Oh my goodness, And just a thought. I wasn't even in that frame of mind at that time, but then things, things happen. So I was eating glass ceiling, and so I switched to consulting. So that game, that was like, oh, there's a big world out there. Like when you're in the lab, you're like, So it was different. So that kind of helped me to tap in my creative thing, and I had, So I enjoyed that time. So I kind of tried to see what. Remembered that one, and I was looking back, and then there was a Tennessee Poets Day. I went to read. I just wrote a poem for my mom, and Sally came and tapped on my back and gave me a hug and said, "Oh, you got some rhythm and rhyme going. You should come to a critique group, and we have it at the." And I was like, "Oh, like universe is." In the form of Sally inviting me. And so since then, it's history. I went, and so I know they're expecting me to have something. So that made me write poetry.
Doesn't it? I mean, once you identify as someone who is creative, I think that's one of those really important aspects of community and these critique groups, or even an open mic, where, yes, okay, it's time to show up. And what have you got? And don't we all, even if we are creative, don't we all sometimes need that nudge to, let's actually get something down. Exactly. And it's, I think that's almost one of those fallacies of writing being this solitary pursuit, because sure it is. And there's certainly part of it, but writing really, to me, happens in community as well.
Yes. You need that. Yeah, you need that push and encouragement, because I don't know, people will listen to my poem, but when I read, I see, Nancy Bloom. And
yes, I miss Nancy.
Bless the souls, Sally, not with us, but they were very key on, keeping the things going, poetry and creative writing groups. And so people like me, I otherwise, if not for them, I won't be here, because they encouraged me, and I knew that, there's something. They are giving me confidence. And I always, Sally kept me for last, and she would, she after everybody read, like story writers, short novel writers, everybody's reading. Then so it's dark and, some complex things. But at the end, she said, she will lift us up so we can, when we go home.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, she's so nice. And so the Poets from the Neighborhood was her baby. She was the one who took the initiative. She finds ways so she connected with the WCTV, and, during the interview. So there was, I think the director at the time was talking, and so she kind of, both of them talking, and the idea came, and she's like, yeah, we could do that. And so she started the program on the TV. So that's how it started. And then after a year, she, gave the torch to me. I was like, Me, I wasn't sure. I was like, you can do it, Mira. So then she was happy. Like, and she was like, "You're doing good. You're doing good." She was happy. So it's always when I do things, I feel like even the Tennessee Poets Day when I found it, I was like thinking of what she did to me. Mm-hmm. So I went and read, and so I thought this could be somebody's opening event, like, finding themselves. Creative. Yeah. So we should do what we can do. I was like, I benefited, so I need to do that. So that's how I was. And while talking about Sally, I have a poem about her. I'll
Good.
read. So
yes.
Yeah. So she, this is her poem, Welcome to the Chemo Club.
Mm-hmm.
So this is some poem she, even everywhere she encourages other people. So there's another lady, I think, Alexine Wilkerson. So together they put some poems together like a chapbook. Mm-hmm. And she did this on her own, like scribble, crayon scribbles. So, red shirt, bright, once saved for Christmas, as seemed right at the time, but now cheerful, soft and smooth. It warms somewhat, no need to wait. Wear it now, to protect from the doldrums of chemo, to warm the shoulders, make bright arms, complement blue pants, striped shirts, white shirts, gray pants. Perhaps I'm done with wearing raggedy things. Now that I'm not live long, now that I may not live long, I like these clothes, red shirt, yellow top, orange shells too loose. Go well over winter turtlenecks, add a layer of warmth to the chemo chilled body. Wear them, play with the colors, textures, wear them. I dig into the box of scarves whose rich patterns distract from the loss of hair. They have lain there for years, some even my mother's. I ignore their rich flowing colors, but not now. Unless I am cooking, I'll wear scarves wrapped round the neck, thrown loose like a Muslim woman's, depend on the shape. Most of these are long. Play, lady, play with colors. Cover the thinned out flesh with scattered swishes and patterns. I have protection with the red shirt, flashing scarves, orange and yellow tops. I write of sorrow, but I am not sorrowful, though it may intrude into the gaiety from time to time. My disappearing body shivers, but bright clothes proclaim defiant rejoicing.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
I know.
I write of sorrow, but I'm not sorrowful.
Yeah, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's still living, cheering us in our hearts.
Oh.
So I'm always thinking of her. Maybe do everything with nature.
Yeah.
And you got some poems to read?
Yeah, sure. Poems. I do. Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna actually start with one that's in memory of Michael Williams. I don't know if you knew him, but he was a poet and pastor in Nashville. And he passed away actually this time of year in 2018. He suddenly passed away unexpectedly. And hang on, I can't talk and even read. So hang on just one moment. Let me find the right. And he was just another great spirit of a person. And when I think of community and I think of people who are welcoming, he was one of those people. So he was at our very first Poetry in the Borough, just an open mic. He was later a feature for us. And so this is something I wrote in memory of Michael. It's called As Breath is Spirit. I've quit sleeping the night through. At 3 a.m., the bedside clock loudly sighs, "Honey, wake up, something's wrong." But by day, late March, the wind still cold, the grass greens. In sunlight, driving creekside through a valley of white fenced farms, I wish we'd had time for a dozen good lives. Here's a place we would have met to swap notions, almost forgotten as old fiddle tunes. Don't you reckon the light abides? Further along, fake daffodils staked in roadside gravel mark someone else's loss. So many disappearances. Now I see a galaxy of white-topped dandelions, their seeds starry with hope. I can't remember the last time I stopped and plucked a stem. Wanting you back, finally, I understand the difference between wish and prayer.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. It's always hard, but I'm glad for poetry.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Whether we are reading it or writing it, yeah, the experience of poetry and connecting can really save us.
Yeah.
And then I have another one, if I can, if you don't mind, that is not by me. It is by a group of women that I worked with as poet laureate. I went into our local, I'm trying to work center, I guess, where these women were incarcerated. And so there was about a dozen women who, for maybe 6 months or so, I would go in and we would read poems together. And then I would ask them to write, often back, like what we were talking about earlier in our conversation, the idea that here's a poem and we can write a poem kind of like this. It may be structured like this, or we're following the same kind of idea here. And I know that you, Vera, are familiar with the Where I'm From poems that talk about the particular concrete things that, are in your memory. So we wrote a collective Where I'm From poem. And the title is We Come from the Down Home Blues. And again, so there are lines in here by each of these 12 women.
Oh.
So it's by the Women of the Doors of Hope reentry program. And this was in May and June of 2018.
Oh.
We come from sleepless, sad nights, from a single mother in a house with a picture on the wall that says, "What's a home without a mother?" We come from fish sticks and ramen noodles, taters and beans most every day. We come from hard workers and winos, from Heinz 57 DNA. We come from ashtrays and aftershave, from the smell of country ham, the stench of nicotine and neglect. We come from Kate never could do nothing and go cut me a switch. We come from the workhouse, from hard bunks and handcuffs, thin blankets and push-button showers, no privacy, constant scrutiny, new vision, doors of hope, up at 4:30, an open Bible. But we also come from sweet honeysuckle vines and tall chestnut trees, from strong coffee and cast iron skillets, from shindigs and bonfires, railroads and red shag carpet, voodoo cousins and Holy Ghost tent revivals. We come from box TVs and record players, 8-track tapes and an achy, breaky heart. We're Black, we're Irish, we're Native, we're American. We're from Tennessee and we're proud. We come from hand-me-downs of funny and caring, of praying, of hearing, you can do it. You'll always be beautiful. Rise and shine. Oh.
Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you for reading that. It's an honor for them as well as you for doing that.
Well, it was a really, I didn't know what to expect. I had never, been in a prison ministry before. And it was really a very good experience. And, I don't know. I hope it was helpful to some of those women. And I think, I think it probably was. Again, the same message that I would tell them, I would tell to any adult. Again, just that being creative and being
even just connected. Read that. Just read that. Do they have a copy of the poem?
Yes, they did. They did. And they, I think, understood, they experienced the power of their own words in a different way once we could, put it together like that. It was published in our local arts paper and was also part of the laureates have an exhibition in our local city hall rotunda here in Murfreesboro once a year, and so this poem was in that exhibition one of those years too. So it's
that's awesome. And that's another thing I wanted to ask was what's the age you experienced as a poetry laureate? It rendered the title,
right?
Rendered you. So I'm sure this is one of them, but go ahead and tell me.
Well, so that working with them was one of my major focuses. Again, I kind of lump both years together. They kind of run together in my mind. But I think officially that was my first year project, although it kind of extended somewhat into the second year. And then the second year, I ended up partnering with Read to Succeed, which is our local literacy foundation, and also some kind of a grassroots group called Project Lit, which encourages young people to read culturally relevant books. So they really promote the idea that as our society becomes more diverse, it's not to diminish the classics, but there are so many kids that may not confine themselves or see themselves in the classics. And so Project Lit is in a number of it works with youth to read these books, and really has a remarkable track record of encouraging people to read, these young people to read, which then of course ties to test scores and lots of good outcomes, but mostly that power again of seeing yourself and of hearing words that are meaningful to you in a story. So I, like I said, participated with them in going into some of the local schools and reading in a kind of a book club fashion with young people. And particularly, I don't know if you've read the book, The Poet X, which is by Elizabeth Acevedo. So it's really like a young adult story, but it's a novel in verse. And it's the story of this girl who, wants to be a poet and is not encouraged by particularly her mother, as I recall the story. And yet, she's got that fire to claim that voice. And it's a marvelous book. And
did you say Poet X?
The Poet X, yes. and Elizabeth
Letter
Acevedo.
X, yeah.
Yes, the letter X.
Okay.
So that's like I said, a great book. And then there's one for more the middle grades book that's also novel in verse called Long Way Down, and that's by Jason Reynolds. And that's really a very dramatic story about a boy who is kind of in an urban violence situation, and I don't want to give away anything about it, but it's very gripping. And again, to go back to our conversation about is poetry becoming more mainstream, there are a lot of authors who are writing novels, particularly for the middle grade and high school age readers, and they are novels in verse. And so that is one of the ways that poetry is becoming more mainstream and is really exciting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need to look into that. Book. And so you mentioned the foundations and you're working with them and projects. So you come up with the projects as a poet laureate?
So the way our laureate
because you are the inaugural, so
right, exactly. There wasn't really doing anything wrong. As long as I was doing something, it was, that was good. And the way our application works is that you do make some suggestions, but you do have really autonomy. And so the first year, it was a definite, one of the things that I had proposed was to reach out through Doors of Hope, which is a local organization, and to go into the workhouse to work with these women. The second year, I had numerous ideas for different collaborations. And then, though, Read to Succeed came to me. And so that ended up becoming my focus. And again, there's as long as what we're asked to do, I think, is like just a couple of different community service projects. And if the city has something special going on, then they may ask the laureates, to be there. Because we also have laureates in other disciplines, a painter, a photographer. Right now we have an actor. No, we just had an actor. We now still have a dance laureate. And Cameron Mitchell is our poet laureate now. Anyway, so the expectations are not super structured, I guess I should say, and are definitely left up to the laureate for the most part.
I think which is good.
Yes, I think so too.
That gives leeway to find the need and tailor,
Yes.
what feels for you as well as the timely things.
Right. But I do think our community awareness of the laureate program has come along quite a bit. Yeah. And so, I think that we get, there's a lot of people who do reach out. There's for example, right now we have, a musical group who reached out to me and said, we'd like to have poetry with our next concert. And, do you know some people to do that? And as it turns out, Cameron, our new poet laureate, is going to be doing that particular thing. But that there's a certain energy and life, I think, to that laureate program that's just, making those type of connections still go on, no matter who is laureate itself, but just that awareness. And I think that's great.
So I think is that like something that the title gives you some recognition apart from the being a poet that gives you a little authority to be go and do the things.
Right.
Reach out and that's awesome.
But otherwise, besides like those main projects, like I said, there were I found there were just very frequently these requests to come and speak to different groups and say, well, what is the laureate program? And, will you read us a few poems? Not too many, but read us, a few. And of course, I really enjoy that opportunity because I think, like I said, if people are not engaged with poetry, they have maybe one thing in mind, that it is the more sing-songy, rhymey stuff, or that it is just so inaccessible, and so brainy that they're not going to connect.
Yeah.
So I like to go in and read something that's hopefully very relatable, sometimes very Southern, and sometimes funny, because I want people to maybe be inspired, but also be hopefully sometimes entertained too. And poetry can be those things.
Yeah. That's awesome. Because our TV program, the Poets from the Neighborhood, like we collect local poets' work, and we read 2 local poets read the work of theirs and others that we collected. Mm-hmm. And so it goes on the TV, and we have the email to submit. So hopefully, we hope that, whoever watches get inspired. You never know.
Right.
And there's a venue to send your poems, then it can be read. So there's no age limit. So children to adults. So that's the hope. And I still get goosebumps thinking there's a veteran. He's probably close to 90 or 90s. He's tall. He's Wallace Tyson. And he sent a poem about a dog in the World War in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That with rhyming scheme and really nice poem. But at the end, we were in tears because he was describing that they were far away. Then the dog come in and they, that was their pet. And then it was always waiting when they were going on a mission, and they always returned, but then they left and never returned. So it was, he said it was haunting, and so he saw our program, and then he wrote that poem. Yeah, that's what he wrote. Yeah. So we were in tears, and so that I was like, even if one person, like that's historical. That's like,
yes,
he is a veteran who had, and he said, I had to get it out of my chest.
Yeah.
And I got to meet him. So one of the Tennessee Poets Day, I think maybe the first one. And so I sent out all the things, and this is the first time I've hoped he might come. And then afternoon session, morning and afternoon session, I was, everybody, audience have read, and then I was about to read, and then I see this tall figure coming by the door. I was like, oh, it must be him. And I said, Wallace Tyson? He's like, yes. Because I said, would you come to read? And he said, I'll try. So he came and read the same poem.
Oh, wow.
That was amazing. So it just worth, like doing, like even one person, even though one person, that was amazing, like just, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's worth all the effort you put.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Because like you said, we are our stories, and hopefully we get to pass those stories down in our families. But I think that passing them down in our communities is really just as important and can be just as meaningful. You don't know who you're going to reach. And And
Yeah.
That's
because a lot of stories people want to say and couldn't say. Maybe they'll find their voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which of course ties in. It's not just community too. I think it's a real aspect of mental health, the mental health of individuals and of communities. So
yeah,
I can get on that soapbox for a few minutes too. But
I'm laughing because Sally and the critique group, they always say, if we couldn't write, we would be in asylum. And did you see the flyer, the National Poetry Month flyer this year? That's behind me. It's hard to say this.
I was wondering, so I can't quite make the whole thing out, but I do see it. Yes. There's a poem in this place. Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Amanda Gorman's verse.
Yes.
Yeah. Every year they have a contest for the poster and school children, I think. So I thought that's amazing. Every year I look forward to it because children are very imaginative. So it's
yeah, I remember now looking at the finalists and thinking it was a hard decision because I think all of the art was really interesting.
Yeah.
So there's a poem in this place. I thought I might share a couple of poems from my book, Sugar Fix. And this one, it kind of is another take on a where I'm from sort of poem.
Yeah.
And I do like to share it because I think it's one that encourages people to think about their own kind of origin story, if you will. And this is called As the Story Goes. And the particular structure that I followed was after another poet, Vandana Khanna, who is another favorite of mine, who I didn't mention earlier. I was looking up here for her book, but she's got a book called Afternoon. It is up here. It's called Afternoon Masala, and that's another that's another book that I really just immersed myself in when I was writing my own, because I love the stories that she tells, but she also, a lot of the poems are these tercets, just 3-line stanzas, and how they're laid out on the page and everything really appealed to me. So anyway, as the story goes, before I was born, in a city that loves the taste of marshmallow pies, a sign, a gypsy peddler jangling pans and fortunes, telling me to sing, to move, to grow ever restless of the same view. My mother, nourished 9 months by Burger King, on the day of my birth, ate an apple ripe as her small womb. She would need the doctor curse his knife. My father, just back from service, all square shoulders and cleft chin, searched for the job that would keep him from us, hours and holidays, swearing duty, food on the table. These facts melt warm and familiar as spun sugar on my tongue. But I started longer ago as a ship that lost its way, as the rain and muck of a wilderness trail, as the shelter of a cave, as a place called Sugar Fork, where bats at twilight once circled and swirled like Cherokee dancers, where against a sky darker than spent earth, stars float still like manna, a hope that never fell. So, I like to say, think about, I think that one reason I really liked her poem which is called Insignificant Beginnings, is because it seems so exotic to me. She was actually, I don't know if she's born in India or not. I know that she has lived as a transnational person, but I don't want to misspeak. But anyway, but it is of having these roots in India and her parents and their experience as Indians. And it's so that seems so exotic to me. And I thought, well, I'm from Chattanooga and that doesn't seem very exotic, but how can I make that story more interesting? Because, right, it could be exotic to some people, because the exotic is the different, right? And so anyway, so this, think about your own, and of course, I'm speaking to anyone who might want to write a similar poem. So how can you say something about the place you were born that hints at it, but doesn't just spell it out? And in my case, Chattanooga is where the moon pies are made. And so, I refer to that as the city that loves the taste of marshmallow pies. And what was going on in this place where you were born? And then maybe turn to your mother and say a little bit about her, and to your father and say something. And then what family stories do you know? How can you infuse those in a poem? So if you want to write your own, that's just maybe some ideas. Well, how about I read this one, Vera? You were talking earlier about Emily Dickinson being a favorite. And my goodness, what does she say about poetry is when the top of your head is blown off? She says it more poetically, but but that is my experience reading her often. I mean, my gosh. But this is a little bit of a play about her line of hope is a thing with feathers that perches in our soul. And I'm not sure I can quote everything, but anyway. So with that in mind, this is a sonnet, and it's an unrhymed sonnet, but it's a sonnet that's in response to that. And the title is Unlike Emily's. Unlike Emily's, her hope has teeth. It's not some flighty, feathered thing that chirps and springs from branch to sill within her soul. It is instead a wild and rowdy beast that crashes fence row, charges through the woods of her incessant wants. A better job, a bigger house, another pair of shoes, an artful life and children, with no man perhaps, or with more than one. A beast so large cannot be sated long. It stalks her next outlandish dream and, catching scent, throws its heavy weight from side to fickle side, trampling tender violets, muddy jags to nowhere. Jilted, she seeks in the brambles a solitary wren to follow home. Vera, have you ever wanted too much?
Not exactly. I mean, somehow I think I kind of had the good sense of things will never be enough if you want more and more. I have seen that. So as a child, I was good at observing. Mm-hmm. So I was like, yeah.
Well, I think that, this woman that I'm speaking about in this poem is definitely somewhat like me, and I think that particularly when I was trying to transition from being a programmer and software developer to being more of a writer, I felt like in some ways I was wanting too much, I wanted more space in my life to be able to do those things. Yeah. And it was at a time that, I also had kids at home, and it's like, And yet that drive, like you were saying, that Nancy and Sally would say, we would be crazy if we weren't doing this. I had that drive.
Exactly,
I needed to do that.
I know what you mean. Yes.
And so I think, like I said, I'm kind of exaggerating this character and what she wants in some ways, but that's where it comes from, is that how much I wanted to be able to, to be that writer and have that voice. So anyway, okay. So that brings me to one more poem then, if it's okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. And so that is this poem called Voice, which I think I feel like you have heard. But this is probably one of the poems that I am asked to read most often. And this is definitely autobiographical and based on my life. So, Voice. When she'd hand the rope to me, she could have said, "Here, jump on out of my way. I've got laundry to hang, supper to cook, a shirt to mend, this book I want to read." She'd already taught me Ms. Mary Mac, those silver buttons, all the other sing-song rhymes. Now she was teaching me about metaphor, otherwise known as pretend. And she could have said, "Here, this is a snake. Pretend it wants to bite you." But she was not teaching me to fear. She could have said, "Here, find someone to play tug of war." But she was not teaching me to require the presence of others. She could have said, "Here, this is how you make a noose." But she was not teaching me violence or hatred. No, my mother handed me one end of that rope, secured in a stiff knot, and said, "Here, this is a microphone. What can you sing?"
Wow. Nice.
Thanks. So yeah, I guess if I have a heart, and of course I do, for encouraging other people's voices, definitely my mother is one of the reasons that I have that heart. And people like Bill Brown,
Yes.
who mentored me when I was starting out in poetry, and my friend Darnell Arnault, who lives over in North Carolina now, but some of our Tennessee friends know her from when she lived here. Jeff Hardin, who I know you have involved in the festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be the keynote poet. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. So yeah, that's, it rolls back to community and connection.
Yeah.
And a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah, it's Tennessee is great. It's also the place I am probably made me able to become the poet that I am now.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, I came to Tennessee. So I feel like, because I was in awe of the richness of the creativity, art, writing, and poetry.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I wrote a poem also about it. And Bill Brown, Jeff Hardin, Maggie Vaughn.
Yeah.
And you.
Well, thank you.
And so many poets, I had to have the list of names. I know, I have a lot of them in Facebook, and so hopefully we'll get them all every year in the annual poetry Poets Day, and get them to speak. And there's no dearth of poets.
Right, right. Almost what's the in term an embarrassment of riches, right? No, we won't say it's not an embarrassment at all, but it is an abundance.
It's amazing. I mean, and everyone is so nice too. Like I feel like being a poet makes you a little bit more in touch with when you become in touch with nature and kind of write about people feeling. So you kind of come to a place where you're better at empathy and passion, and the humanity comes. You become a better person, and
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think we need more poets.
Right.
Sages maybe less these days, but poets I think comes close to that. I feel like, not mentioning me, but those who I admire are all really, really nice people, like Bill Brown, Jeff Hardin, with always the smile. You like very kind.
Yeah, and a lot of generous spirits out there. And
so it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. So what? We have been chatting. We can chat forever. But
I was going to say nobody's going to want to watch if we chat any longer.
But if you want to, if you have a message for the poets, aspiring poets, or wannabe poet, what message you can give them? Any thing you want to say?
I think that it is to. One thing is, and something I've told my kids time and again when they were younger is, you must enter to win. You know how you would see that for a contest or something, and that applies to life, and it applies to our creative lives. And so if you're feeling that little spark, then you got to follow that spark, like you and I were talking earlier, Vera. And it is, definitely you want to just do that on your own, but again, find a community. And there are so many here in Middle Tennessee. Find those communities. Are you going to, you may not plug right into the first one you visit, but there are a lot of open mics and critique groups and so forth. There are a lot of free events. MTSU right here in Murfreesboro has a number of free events. I know that there's a number in the other communities here in Middle Tennessee as well. Show up, show up and keep your heart open. And it can truly, I think, change your life. It really can.
That's what we are hope. That's what happened to me. Like when I went to read my poem, I had to pull up a lot of courage to go. I didn't know anybody to show up at the library and read it at the poetry. That's rest is history. So that courage, you have to, find your courage to do what, listen to the voice, don't push it down.
Yeah, if you're feeling that impulse, you need to follow it. Yeah. And also, again, when I think about the here in Rutherford County, Williamson, Davidson, all the places that I have, been able to experience, whether it was during the pandemic or before that, there are so many supportive and again, not just the leaders, the people that we've named before, but just in the audiences. I think there's a lot of supportive people. And yeah, depending on your style, you may find that you plug into a certain open mic, but one better than the other or whatever. But I have found that there's, again, just so much support out there. So that's
that's
it.
Yeah, so there's a way.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah. I have to give a shout out for our program.
Yes, as well you should.
Yeah, so this is our conversation with Corey Wells, inaugural Poet Laureate of Murfreesboro. It's going to be one of the special events on the virtual event section of 6th Annual Poets Day, which we will be celebrating on site on April 30th at the Williamson County Public Library, the main branch on Columbia Avenue, Franklin. And it will be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It starts with the Williamson County Mayor, Rogers Henderson. I tell him he's number one poet enthusiast. He loves poetry.
That's wonderful.
Yes. And he's a very charismatic too. He loved to hear his speech. So we start with that, and this an award presentation recognizing poets. And then we have an open mic, free and open to public of all ages. But bring your own work, original work, and have to be of clean language, no profanity, please, because it's open to kids as well. We had 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds reading at our first annual.
That's great.
I know. It's awesome. Hopefully the exams are not in the way, because April is kind of in there. That's what I see that. So we have 2 sessions, one at 10:30 a.m., one at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So if anyone want to show up, bring your work, have the courage, don't hesitate, come and read.
That's right.
And we are not going to judge, just speak up. We want to hear your voice and your poem. Then we also have very exciting events and renowned poets. We talked about Jeff Hardin. He's going to be the keynote poet. We are very excited. And also that will be at 11 a.m. And then at 1:30 p.m. we have our Tennessee Poet Laureate, Maggie Vaughn. She will be giving a lecture about her life. She's,
I wouldn't call it a lecture. It will be pure entertainment, right?
Yes.
From start to finish.
So I can't
I've never heard Maggie yet.
She is full of experience, and she's such joyful and so witty and humorous. So you will laugh and enjoy her talk. So that's about poetry and songwriting. She's well achieved. She's a treasure. And so we are honored to have her again. So come on, April 30th at the library. And also we have the virtual events that we had throughout the year. Featured poets. We had K.B. Ballantyne, John Manon, Barbara Young, and Helga Kidder. So all that, and our conversation as well. All the events will be finally put together and streamed on YouTube at a later date. And we thank the WCTV, the director and Creed and production assistant Heather Rose. They are key to, they are the unsung heroes behind the scenes. They are so supportive from the beginning. Poets from the neighborhood and the annual Poets Day, they are always ready to help us, and they, they record the whole thing. It's a whole day program, and so we are very thankful, and thanks to you, Corey, for
thank
always.
you again, Vera. I so appreciate and had fun talking about these things today, and and especially because we are recording this just a little ahead of April, I just feel like this is a great,
already started
my mind in a good place to celebrate National Poetry Month. So I really appreciate what you do for our community and in bringing this festival into six. Yeah. So, all right.
It's always a pleasure to have you and talk to you. And we'll get to see each other in person.
I hope it will not be as long as it has been. So, and I think it won't. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
To Be, written by me, Catherine Adams, inspired by this poem by Meister Eckhart. One must not always think so much about what one should do, but rather what one should be. To be. I am me, not thee. I am who I am, just me. In this moment in time, I am taking time to just be. Who am I? A child of the God of the universe. I am never separate from God. I am a divine being, always connected like the earth and its gravity. I am thoughts. I am feelings. I am memories. I'm a combination of every life experience so far. I'm a possibility. I'm unique, one-of-a-kind entity. Enclosed in the body of flesh and blood at birth, run by solar power and integral particles of the earth. Cells that divide and mutate, of these I am made. A unique formula is expressed in my DNA. But in all my earthly being's elements, there is an ache inside, a drive to just be. More than I am in these moments, a yearning for love, to be understood, yearning to understand, or smell a rose in my hand. A yearning for knowledge, self-awareness, and autonomy, and yet wisdom, brotherhood, and community. A yearning to express with my voice of agency and choice. A yearning to pour out my heart on a canvas of paint. Expressing me, not be something I ain't. Or sing the song of my heart's melody. Find the thoughts and feelings buried so deep. Speak to express and bring them to light. They are subconscious. I don't even know what except in my sleep. I arise on the wings of the morning and through the day and night fare. Sometimes dance, let my body become one with the music and float on air. Yearning to be travel free, not fettered by bonds of earth or time. Yearn to be by the ocean, to bask in the sunshine, to be me. Hear the waves crash on the turf as they rise in the surf. Feel the gritty sand smoothly slip through the fingers of my hand. Hear the ocean birds, smell the ocean fishy smells, and let my body gently float on waves, swells. Feel the ocean, sweet ocean breezes kiss my face, or lie on a bed of satin, pillows, and lace. I yearn to be in the mountains by a bubbling, singing spring, to float on a cool river. Wherever it takes me is just fine. Whatever I experience, it is all wonderful and mine. Have you ever just sat to just exist and be? And discover who you are meant to be. You are you, I am me, fearfully and wonderfully made, special and unique, an incredible masterpiece. You will never fade. If you will just take a moment right now and just be, or if you like, you can even share it with me. To be, I am me. I will be me now.
So, Chance, want to go now?
Sure, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on this. It's always
Thank you.
good to see you, Vera, and all the poetry friends from Nashville. This poem's called Cafe Suriname and Fry Bread. It was written in response to a show at Oz Arts back in 2019 as part of the Porch and Oz Arts collaborative program. It was called A Year at Arts back then. It's called Artwire now. And so this is called Cafe Suriname and Fry Bread. Rattle my soul against opium-stained tracks, a Lao Kai to Hanoi Railway where specters of Hmong villagers watch all this comfort pass. Shake my history at the hinges and turn my taste for 20th century wooden archways and balconies to marble and metal. Meet me for Cafe Suriname in a bakery built on shadows of lotus leaves and rice farmers, where Madame rolls off a tongue, butter from a croissant. Walk with me on streets where I photographed fruit vendors and cyclo drivers, where I was given a sacrament of ginger candy that tasted like forgiveness, where I broke the body of freedom and left nothing but baguette crumbs. And if I die before I take the last flight out of Tan Son Nhut, bury me facing the west. The monks say that's the direction of death. I'll watch my blood history flash against a stolen sky, scenes from a reel packed away under pox blankets, dusty rifles, and broken treaties, all the tools that built my world. I'll smell the oil and dough cooking on the corner of Edge Hill and Villa, where I ate fry bread like a tourist in the city I call home. I'll breathe the steam of sage and sweet grass on lava rock in a ceremony that was never mine. I'll hear again the story of my great-grandfather, how he arrived at his daughter's wedding on horseback, dressed in the clothes of a Cherokee chief. A thimble's worth of my spit says that never happened. And when I try to tell a new story, but can only speak of missionaries and bombs, whisper to me all the pretty names for occupation: colony, commonwealth, salvation, and empire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And yeah, thanks. Joseph, you want to go?
Sure. Let me get a copy here. Well, the poem is called Why. Basically, it's a longing for, the land of my birth. And here I go. I miss the scent of the sea, the salty taste of the wind on my mouth, the incessant noise of the shore, slapping the shore. I miss the calls of friendly voices, running nowhere and everywhere, inviting to watch the fireflies floating in the dark of the evening. I miss the chirping of the swallows, little black spots,
hiding with their swirling wings the deep blue of the sky. I miss the colors of the place, the dark green of the woods, hiding the rainbow, the touch of my hands on crude corks that clothe the ancient oaks. I miss the taste of wild strawberries guttered under ferns and olive trees, vain hiding places to a youth now lost in time. I miss the quiet words spoken in alley hidden between walls and ruins, by known and not forgotten faces, a picture not finished in time. But why?
Yeah, very nostalgic.
Yep.
Yeah, nice. So, Francesca, you want to go?
Yes. Keone, daughter of winter. Keone looks up in the night sky. Her hair is full of frozen diamonds. Boris, her father, is at it again. Turquoise dance of lights. Keone cups her hands to her mouth and calls out. Animals, wolf, fox, and polar bear. Watch in the dens. Crystal crunches around with Arctic sounds. Turquoise dance of lights. Keone, snow goddess, creates snowflakes. Her winter wonderland. Dreams are of snow and a snowball. Glacial ice forms a white dress for the occasion. Turquoise dance of lights. Keone takes her father's wind-chilled hand in celebration of the winter solstice. They waltz over the glowing tundra, turquoise dance of lights. Thank you.
Thank you, nice.
Beautiful descriptive colors.
So, yeah, between David and Bruce. Yeah. David, you want to go?
Okay. I spent some time teaching English in various colleges at different levels. This was toward the end of my career. Nights at the community college. Week 5, and by now I know all of their names and some of their issues. They all have issues. Ms. Saeed yearns for Kurdistan, to which, for dark, unspecified family reasons, she cannot yet return. Mr. Miller dreams of an Air Force commission after he passes my class, but he will not, as he has not twice before. Ms. Wunderlich has triumphed over all the English the high school offers and awaits the moment when I recognize her genius. Her hopes, too, shall perish. They are not here for love of learning or of me. My course is one more obstacle to pass. They must save strength for something more important, anatomy, accounting, something gainful, unlike mere English. And I, a touch less avid every term, weaker from the weight of their expectations, always looking for the student who will stand up, stand out, remind me why I come here every week. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. And Bruce, you want to read?
Yes, thank you. This poem is entitled The Nothing That Is. It's inspired by a Japanese art and design form that appreciates the beauty of unoccupied space and explores the active presence of absence. Find a place of focus in a place of absence. Into empty white sky, a tree branch reaches out
from a trunk unseen, if there at all, unrooted in any soil, unsupported by any embrace. How can it extend so? How bud or seed pod open thus, unless the emptiness itself is solid? Learn to grow as you lie upon it. White-haired mountain, old, sacred in the distance, half hidden in mist, fading off an edge of the earth, gazing over, past, through you, searching for its emptiness in yours. Red sun suspended in unpainted sky descends toward mountain to alight upon the summit or slide behind it, erasing as it goes. Is it a sun at all? Or the red ball of Nagasaki, just after the great flash, a world ago that left the unknown, unpainted vast we now contemplate, and before which we stand.
As usual, nice philosophy. Nice, thank you. So,
where does everybody live? Where Giuseppe from?
From Italy.
Are you living in? You live in Italy? Or are you there?
I was born there and I'm here in Brentwood.
yeah, Joseph, yeah, like me, born
Yeah,
far away.
somewhere else, and very nostalgic. Sometimes I really feel that I should read a poem in Italian so you can see what the difference would be, the way it sounds and the cadence and all that. But, you know, English is the language of this place, so we have to do it in English.
Yeah. So
that would be neat to hear it in Italian too. I like to hear.
Anytime you want, I'm very glad to oblige. So you let me know.
we have 10 minutes, so I'm just want to formally thank you before I read for joining us today. And yeah, so we are excited to have the 6th Annual Poets Day on April 30th on site after 2 years. So thank you.
Congratulations. Finally.
Catherine. Yeah. And yeah, of course, we met Catherine at our first Annual Poets Day. She came to read. So we are glad to, you know, celebrate poetry and also, you know, find a venue where everybody can come together, meet new people and old friends. So this is exciting. And also, so we started this year as a like a hybrid, virtual and on-site, because we didn't want to cancel like we had to do on 2020. But things are moving forward, looks promising, and so we're excited. So I think we will also have the virtual events every year. So just, and also we have this Tennessee Poets Day featured poets every month on virtual by Zoom. So that will be added to the next year Tennessee Poets Day. So if you know a poet who inspires you, or a friend who you think would like to come on as a featured poet, please contact us, me or David, and email us. And also we have the Poets from the Neighborhood program on WCTV. and you can send your poems. Keep writing and send us more poems because every month we read like 24 poems on the TV. So just write and send. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can always, so share the information with all your friends, and also join us on Zoom every Thursday at 6 o'clock on this same link. We'll keep in touch. Even if we are far away, we can. So we found the Zoom through this pandemic. That's the silver line. I think we'll keep that going. And I'm glad you all could join today and make it a good experience.
Before you read, I need Bruce to make a quick decision for Poets Day. You have two choices, Bruce.
Okay.
And
first one.
you're muted, Bruce.
What object made the second noise, David?
That's my singing bowl.
Can I see it before I choose? Lift it up. Ah.
Oh,
I choose that.
Okay.
Your singing bowl. Let us sing.
Meditation bowl, the Zen meditation, Tibetan. Yeah, cool. Thank you for that choices. At least we have options. And
if anybody goes overtime, watch out.
Yeah, Bruce is going to be our mediator, timekeeper, because I always find that it's important. And also, if people are moving around too much, he will make sure that doesn't happen, because it's hard to keep eye on everything. And
you've only got a little time, Vera.
Yes.
I want to hear your poem.
Mine is a short poem, and David will be the EMC. And and again, pray for Louise Colin, who's been there like one of the pillars. And also we remember Sally Lee, who was the founder of Poets from the Neighborhood. So because of their hard work, we have been able to grow and able to found this Tennessee Poets Day also. And it's amazing that this is the 6th Annual Poets Day, and thanks to you all for all your contribution and support. Okay, now for my poem. This was published in Best Poets of 2018 anthology. How many dies never knowing their own flowering, and sadly even why? How many withers without freedom, a foot of ground to call their own? How many lives engulfed by the dragon tattooed poverty and power conflict on the flip side? How many never bloomed, nipped in the bud, their innocent eyes sunk into their soul, stomach stomping at the guts cannibalizing? How many for lack of $1 that they cannot eat, lose their battle just against their own feeble body? How many for lack of water die with poetry stuck in their throat and a heart fighting to death to beat? How many even to cry a drop of tear find impossible? So, thank you. That That's a deep poem, right? Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, anything else anyone want to share? So that officially concludes our formal poetry reading for the Tennessee Poets Day. And thank you for reading all your nice poems.